Morning, nice to have your company, nice. It's Tuesday, September the 6th. If you live in the London area, you'll have been woken up, won't you, last night by the thunder, the lightning, the torrential rain, and we've got a hosepipe ban, because apparently it needs to rain for like 40 days and 40 nights before we actually get anything decent. It doesn't bother me. I was out there watering, and I thought, why am I worrying about getting wet outside? It's water. You know, not like it's raining acid or anything like that. The Bias Row comic, the BBC wanted to be different. This is Joe Lycett. Of course, the papers have had a field day. All those at the BBC, the po-faced woke snowflakes, are going, it's absolutely disgraceful that somebody would do something like that. And they've printed a load of people who they've said are also a little bit diversive on the BBC. Because, you know, on the BBC, if you work for them, BBC Radio Shropshire, no audience. You know, it's a case of you're not allowed an opinion. Nobody on the BBC who broadcasts is allowed to have an opinion. So when they do, they don't know what to do with it. They get all upset. So excited. That's why I think they're leaving in their droves. The audience has dropped. Even a question of sport with little Sue, who's really very upset about being dropped, even though nothing to do with the BBC, because they'd shifted the programme onto somebody else, let them worry about it. But it's lost a load of its audience because people like watching her on it. And for some reason, you get to a certain age with the BBC, and if they sell the programme on, you're screwed anyway, because they're going to be recasting. It's not the BBC, it's the company who've taken on the programme. That's the way it works. You can't do anything about it. You know, and there's lots of programmes on the BBC which are put out to tender. And here we go, Dawn Neeson. I noticed yesterday she had a very nice, like a trouser suit in, I think it was in green. It was very nice. Very, very nice. She was sitting on the, wait a minute, there's the, yes, it was very, no, it might have been another one, actually. I thought it was lighter than that. It's very glam, though, isn't it? Very glam. She likes doing glam pictures and glam outfits. And so she's also, she said yesterday, announced who the new PM would be live on air. Let's see what today's usual Tuesday marathon will bring. And also her Daily Star column. But first, she says, Steve Allen show at LBC and at Jacketgate. We call it Jacketgate now, which is so much easier. Bless her heart, honestly. She gets up at the crack of dawn. I think she's one of these people who thrives on getting up early and trying to cram as much in. Because when you've got a column to write, and in her case, I think she's got 2 columns, and then you've got a television show to do, then you've got to get there, then you've got to rehearse the bits and pieces you're going to do, then you've got to get your makeup done, then you've got to put the outfit on. I mean, it's a lot to cram in. It was like Andy Peters yesterday wrote to us, and he was up early doing a couple of programmes. There was probably another giveaway, and then he was off at QVC for 7 o'clock to do Andy Peters' cookery bit, where he was selling things, and he's going to repeat it again today. You know, some people have, I mean, I have to be honest, when I had a job at Channel 5, I did find the days were really full. So, well, I was on LBC in the afternoon. I think I was on, do you know, I can't remember for the life of me. It might have been about 5 o'clock. So whatever it was, I used to get up in the morning, drive in, park in the underground car park at Stephen Street, which is where the studios were, and go in there, go up to the office. They would provide breakfast. They'd have a script run-through, and LBC was at Gray's Inn Road there. And they'd have a script run-through. Then at 10 o'clock, you'd all be downstairs to rehearse it for the cameras, because you can't just sort of put, you know, people on set, because there's people coming on, people coming off, guests coming on, you've got hospitality and all the rest of it. And so you rehearse that, and they say, OK, Steve, you now need to move to camera position 3 or whatever it was. So then you've got to go to makeup. You know, then you've got to have your microphone fitted, then you've got to put your outfit on, and then when you'd finished doing the programme, which was live, it was then a case of you had to then go upstairs, take your makeup off, and not that I needed a lot, not many, and then you'd take your outfit off, hang it up, and somebody would come and collect it, and then you'd get back into the car down in the basement, tootle off to Gray's Inn Road, try and find a parking space, do your show there, then go home to bed. And then a few hours later, get up and repeat it 4 days a week. It was, you know, funny thing was, when it actually finished, I was almost grateful, because it was a case of, and the funny thing was, the first thing I thought was, what did I used to do at this time? Because my days were so busy, and you don't realise how worn out you are until you actually stop, and then your body goes, you know, and you need the holiday. Mind you, Dawn has had her holiday, hasn't she? She went off to Ibiza for a few days, which you need to do. You have to recharge the batteries. It doesn't matter who you are. There was a woman who was ill on one of these 999 programmes the other day on the television, and we think it was a brain aneurysm. And we don't think she knew who anybody was. She wasn't old, but she'd just lost her job with the bank after 24 years. And the shock of that, I think, was enough to sort of bring on all sorts of illnesses, because it was a case of, what did she do for money? She had 3 children. She had to try and keep the house going to get... It was an awful lot of strain at the same time. And during the pandemic, loads of people lost their jobs. Businesses closed down. My brother used to work for a building society. They had a bit of a purge on people over the age of 60. So he lost his job. Luckily got redundancy money. But even so, when you're looking after a branch of a building society, and then you have to look around. And, of course, when you get to a certain age, most people go, oh, I don't know, you're a bit old, aren't you? As if you're going to peg out on them. No, not at John Lewis. Not at John Lewis. But it was really sort of difficult time. You try various jobs and you think, I don't know, am I just going for a job? Or am I going for something that I really, really want to do? And some people give it all up, don't they? They go, right, we've saved up this money. We used to have a bloke on sport years ago at LBC, years and years and years ago. And he'd built up what was commonly known as the FU fund. And he'd saved money every month out of his wages until he had a sizable pot. And that was there in case he got to that stage where people made demands of him and he didn't want to do it. So he could then turn around and go, F you, and he could go off and do it, and that's exactly what he did. He went off and he started growing his own vegetables. He bought another place down in Brighton. He rented one place out, and he got it all sorted out. He said, the trick is, he said, to keep yourself busy. He said, if you're just languishing, and it's so easy. When I didn't have a job when I first came up to London, it was easy because the girls were in the flat. They kept the flat clean. They did the cooking. Not that we did any cooking. What we ate, I've got no idea. I don't remember there being any food ever in. There might have been a bottle of milk so you could have a cup of tea, but we were just as happy with a glass of water. Seriously, I know it seems a bit bizarre. And then you'd sort of, they'd all get up in the morning, go off to colleges and things like that, and I'd stay in bed. They'd come home later in the day and go, so did you go for a job today? And I go, no, wasn't anything out there. And I remember going to Paddington Station to learn how to be a ticket seller, to work on selling, and I failed that. I couldn't even do that. It wasn't my sort of thing at all. I don't know how I failed, but there was about 10 of us in this classroom, and they tested you on bits and pieces, and I didn't get through. And that was just to sell tickets at the station. Now it's automatic. You push it on the keypad, and all, but in those days you didn't. You had to fill it all in. And I didn't get that. What else did I go for? I think I went for a couple of jobs, and I didn't get them. Mainly because I kept thinking to myself, I don't want to do this. I didn't really want to be a ticket seller. It's just that the girls, that I lived with at the time said, you need to find a job. I mean, the rent on the flat was £9 a week between 4 of us. You imagine? Yeah, seriously, £9 a week in Harleston, Harvest Road, £2.25 each a week. But mind you, and it came furnished. But I don't remember if we had a television. I don't think we did. It was like a student squat. We just had carpets. At the end of the garden there was a railway line, so that was a bit noisy, and we all sort of pitched in wherever we wanted to. It was great days. It's just that we didn't have any money. I don't know how old I would have been then, 20 something maybe, early 20s. And then how did I can't remember how oh, that's right. I went to work for an agency who supplied DJs to pubs around London. And I went off, and then eventually I got a job working in a discotheque in Richmond called Cheeky Pete's. Cheeky Pete. These are strange names. This was a company called Goodhues, and they had lots of DJs working around the capital, and what they would do is most of the equipment was built in, and you would turn up with your records and all the rest of it. That's all you were expected to do, to turn up and basically perform and entertain people, because in those days DJs spoke. Nowadays it's all mixing. I didn't know how to mix a record. The easiest thing for me was talking, so I didn't have any problem doing it. And I remember they sent down one of the bosses to do an appraisal, and I got a letter back saying, oh, he came down the other day and your appraisal is as follows. I've still got the letter. Poor choice of music, inaudible vocals, bad use of lighting and all this kind. Basically, I was a disaster at it. But I stayed there for ages at 20 quid a night. And that's where I met Dale. I think he was about 18 I was probably then, I should imagine, I think I was a bit, I can't remember if I was a year older, I think. I was about 19. And he had a car and I didn't have a car. And he was very good and experienced, and I wasn't very good and as experienced as he was. And then he was working for UBN. He was born 55, so I was born 54. And he was working, I think, at UBN doing the morning show. UBN, which celebrated its anniversary, which was the United Biscuits Network. And it was set up in the light of the lorry drivers' strike. They wanted to make sure that United Biscuits, which had all these factories that made stuff for Woolworths, for Marks and Spencer's, everything, all these cakes, all made in different places, penguins, shortbreads, everything, all made in these huge factories, thousands of people. And they decided that if they had their own radio station, that would make the workers feel as though they were part of a gang. It was like the Groovy Gang, only larger, and every worker, there was one speaker for every 3 workers, and that's all you could hear was UBN. So you got a morning show, you got the breakfast show, morning show, mid-morning show, lunchtime show, afternoon show, night. I did nights, so I was able to work in the nightclubs, and then from there, because they all finished at midnight, shoot up the road to United Biscuits, based at Zion Park, Gillette Corner, and started work at 1, but I had enough time to go to the canteen, get sausage and chips, and come back down again. All for sort of 20 quid a night for the disco, and then the other money. So money-wise, I was doing good. And Dale was working, and we got he was my relief DJ at Cheeky Pete's. But, I mean, he was way ahead of me. He knew his music. He worked at HMV. He had a following, yeah. He used to work at Charlie Brown's, which was up in Tottenham. All Charlie Brown's, Cheeky Pete's. They were all at Boobs. Was a place called Boobs, in Croydon, part of the Blue Anchor, and it was good. And then he said to me, I work at this industrial radio station called UBN, and I went, oh right. He said, why don't you come up there and do an audition? They're always looking for people. So I went up there, and they sat me in a studio, and I just basically messed around for like an hour, and met the boss of the place. And because he had what they call a snoop tape. So he could sit in his office and hear what people were doing in all the studios. Never done any radio before. And I read the horse racing results and stuff like that. And then 3 days later, I got a letter from him, basically a very camp sort of letter saying, thank you for coming in and seeing us the other day. I would definitely like to use you. And I remember thinking, wow, and I earned 400 quid a week. 400 quid a week. Yeah. Or was it a month? Wait a minute. It might have been less than that. I think it was 400 a month. I think it was a month. 400 quid a month. But I thought I'd arrived. And it was great fun because you could sit there of a night time and put the records on. But what the boss had was a snoop tape, which was linked to the microphone. So every time you put your mic on, it started the cassette tape. So we learned. We would stand on a chair, look through his office window. If the red light came on, we would leave the microphone on just a little bit. So it would use up all the tape. We weren't stupid, I tell you. It's interesting, actually. Somebody's written in to say it had a dance floor like Saturday Night Fever. Not when I was there, it didn't. They changed the lighting system. The only lights it had in the base were for the go-go dancers. And they were on, like, sort of raised podiums that had lights above them. Very basic, very basic. And then lights underneath them. But the actual dance floor was just wooden. And it had lights above it. But they certainly didn't do a lit dance floor. And I worked there for years and years. Kevin Miltman says you keep in contact with the girls you live with back in Harleston. I don't think it was Harleston. I think it was Queen's Park, actually. But, yes, one of them came back. One of them, one went to live in Japan. She was working at a nightclub in town. I can't remember what it was called, but whatever it was slightly suspect. And so that the girls would dance in a show which was choreographed, and then they would go upstairs, change into these big frocks, and then wait until they got a call from a little Japanese person who would phone. They would phone through a sort of a booking kind of system and say, oh, the girl in the black dress, I'd like to go. And they would come and sit with them and drink. And these little Japanese men, it was a very popular haunt, would then buy them. No, you didn't ask. It was all a little bit odd, actually. One of them went to work in Paris at the Crazy Horse, which was all nude dancing. But because it was all jewellery and diamantes and everything else, you didn't, it wasn't as nude as you thought it was. And then another went to work in Barcelona at La Scala. And one came back And no, two came back, and I went to Isleworth, so that was that. But it was interesting because I then moved from where I'd been living at the time into Dasker House in Chelsea. All the girls lived there at the time, and that was it. Then we moved to Queen's Park, and so we just sort of stayed in contact for probably, I would think, about a couple of years. But it was, I mean, we seemed to survive on nothing. Seriously, we seemed to survive on absolutely nothing. And then the girls, for extra money, because they were at Arts Education and things like that at the Barbican, and then that moved to Chiswick. And it was very interesting because they would then go and work in the King's Road. And what's that? Where is that? Oh, no, Dasker House is a big modern block of flats in the King's Road. That's not... Yeah, but that's not Dasker House. This was a very modern place. Very modern place. Definitely. It's opposite the town hall. It's opposite the town. I know, because we had about a third floor flat. It was very posh. It was owned by one of the girls' boyfriends, but he was out the country most of the time. So it was posh. Well, as posh as we got. We thought it was fantastic. But we lived on nothing. Air. We lived on air. I don't know how we survived, but we seemed to. We never seemed to want for anything. No, that's the town hall. Now, over this side of the road, on the corner, is Dasker House. Wait a minute. No, you need to go, no. This King's Road, is it? Oh, it's up there to the, yeah, you're up and on the right. You're up and on the right. Yeah, but anyway, it's still there because I went past it a few weeks ago, actually. It's down a little, sort of a side street, but it's still a main road, very near a garden centre. In fact, within 100 feet of a garden centre. But it was very interesting. So the answer is, do we ever get in contact? No, but one of the girls, Diane, used to, she came from Burnage, and she knew the Moody Blues, which I used to think was very exciting because we spent a lot of time in our flat listening to albums. It was either David Bowie and Ziggy Stardust, or it was the Moody Blues, Nights in White Satin. Don't get young people called Diane now. I know, it's odd, isn't it? Very strange. But and you'd sit there, and if it was raining, the rain would lash against the window. You'd be listening to songs like Mockingbird, which are about as depressing as it got. I remember thinking, no money in London, very, very depressing. Very depressing. Elizabeth says, I was born in 53. We talk the same language. So interesting to hear how you got started. I know, and then it was, you know, I literally, the boss of the UBN station came to work for LBC, and so recommended, because LBC closed, UBN closed down in 79, December 12th, and it closed down because they didn't have the money to run it. The lorry drivers' strike had hurt United Biscuits. And so it just sort of closed down. It was one of those things. But we'd earned a good living out of it. And so he said, make a tape. I'll take it into LBC. And he did. And I got an interview. And within a week, I was working at LBC, reading the news. I mean, it was literally a leapfrog effect. And that was way back in 79. 79, it was a very good year. We used to go to Cheeky Pete's in Richmond, says Mickey. What an awesome club. We were only late teens. I can't remember the doorman's name, but he was huge. It could have been anyone of a number. There were a couple of huge ones. And it says, we were living in Staines. Used to go there for the jazz funk music. It was the place to be. Well, it was the biggest venue around there. Cheeky Pete's during the week, which could hold probably 300 or 400. It was very big. And it was done out like a fun fair inside. And in Richmond, it was in Whitaker Avenue. It's owned, I think now, is it Google or somebody like that owns the bit. The building is still there. And I've often wanted to go inside and go, what have you changed about it? But it was very popular, But there was a guy called Denny who was big. He was big, definitely. Viva's the big club in Richmond now, is it? Where's that? I don't know where that is. On the corner. Viva. I wonder where that is. Oh, that's upstairs. Yes, that's, you go upstairs. Yeah, see, the castle goes straight down that road you're on at the moment. So we're looking at Google Earth, and you can see on the corner the ivy. That's Whitaker Avenue. You see that? There, that's it. You go down there, that's Whitaker Avenue, down there on the left. And that big white building was all the castle, with a beer cellar underneath. That was the main entrance. Clever, isn't it? Look at that. And where that Riverside bar is, that was all part of Cheeky Pete's. Yeah. Vodka Revs, is it? Oh, right. It's all changed a little bit, isn't it? All changed a bit. Jake, my favourite Methodist minister, says, Steve, hope all is well. I had a good Labour Day weekend with Bree. We're headed off on Wednesday to South Dakota, to the Black Hills. Is that the song that goes, take me back to the Black Hills of Dakota? Staying in a Methodist camp called Storm Mountain. We're going to go and see the sights, which would be Mount Rushmore, Crazy Horse and the Custer State Park, roughly an 8.5-hour drive. We shall have LBC on and we'll be sure to send updates to you on our trip. Oh, you must send some photos, Jake. I just realised we don't have any photos of you in our archives, so you'll have to sort that out for us. I've never been to Mount Rushmore, Crazy Horse and the Custer State Park, but I know what Mount Rushmore is, and love to see some photos of that. Would it be very... Which premieres are on it? Oh, I can't remember. Don't ask me. It's very clever, though, isn't it, on Mount Rushmore? I mean, I think it was... Well, it had to be Washington, wouldn't it? Jefferson? Would Jefferson be one of them? Lincoln, obviously, and Roosevelt. Well, I mean, I think that's quite good memory, but it was definitely... But it tells the story, the Black Hills of Dakota, of the birth, the growth, development and preservation of the country, from the history of the first inhabitants to the diversity of America today. I'd love to have gone, back, when if you could literally be in a time machine and you could go back to see all the, the bison and everything else and people living... there in teepees and stuff like that. I mean, that must have been some days, I think. When I leave this mortal coil, I'd like to have my face carved into the side of the building. Or a blue plaque. A little one in the studio with a picture going, do you know, he was a generous soul. Could have an amazing amount of fun. Steve, I watched Heartbeat last night, says Jeannie. I'm sure Supervet was in it as a vet. What do you reckon? Vet or actor? Could be both. No, I think that finished. It was him, was it? Oh, it was. Oh, right. Noel Fitzpatrick was an actor before he became a vet. And in January 2000, he portrayed a sheep rustler named Gabriel. And then in November 2002, played a vet named Andrew Lawrence. So there you go. Look at that, you being observant. Very clever. Let's see, the things you learn. Dale was in Trainspotting. He had a cameo in Trainspotting. We found that the other day. But I don't remember him doing it. I remember him doing loads of things, but it certainly wasn't that. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. I see that Nadine Dorries and Priti Patel have stepped down from their respective jobs, even though Dorries was online for a job, I think has... Yeah, so she's just going to the House of Lords, which only goes to prove you can be a total failure and still go to the House of Lords. And Priti Patel, and they go, you can be called Baroness, and you go, it's not worth it, is it? And they go, I bet they've got it put on their checkbooks. Baroness, yeah. I remember a friend of mine changed his name and put the word Lord in front. He did it as a name change, so you could have anything, and he had it put on his checkbook and his card, so his credit card came through as Lord Anthony whatever. And he went into a garage once with his car, and they went, oh, Mr. So-and-so, and he said, Lord. And so they said, sorry, he went, Lord, and he produced his card, which said Lord on it. So they assumed it meant Lord, and they resprayed the car for free. I mean, seriously, I couldn't believe it either. The audacity. So Patel, anyway, but she's been totally useless. I don't think it'd be anybody, even herself, would ever agree that everything she's come up with has worked, which it hasn't. Seal of approval, Frozen Planet 2. For a matter of some of it you'll have seen before. It looks like bits they've taken from other bits, including the monkeys sitting in the snow in this pool because it's heated. And you see the monkeys sitting in it. The landlord, who reckons he's going to be able to charge 16 quid a pint. And the medicine box, owned by Bonnie Prince Charlie's Physician, is going on display. I mean, that's quite a thing to have, isn't it? Bonnie Prince Charlie's Physician had this box full of all these little potions and stuff like that. I don't know. What do we wear or when? Where? I don't know, in a museum. What are they going to leave it in the middle of Trafalgar Square? Go and have a look at it, mate. Go and have a look. And the death crash driver, who's 82, he shouldn't have even been on the road. He could only see 10 feet in front of him. The number plate had to be 10 feet away before he could read it. And this bloke was out driving. And he killed somebody. So he's going to prison. And Emily Maitlis, the person who'd been stalking her for years, kept writing to her. Unwarranted letters, didn't want anything, texts and emails and things like that. He's just been found guilty in the court and sent to prison for 8 years. There you go. Screwed your life up, pal. And it's also her birthday today, so many happy returns of the day, and what a great way to celebrate.
Attention all passengers. You can now book your train tickets on Uber and get 10% back in Uber credits to spend on your next train journey. So no excuses not to visit your in-laws this Christmas.
Trains, now on Uber. T's and C's apply. Check the Uber app.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning. God knows what happened there. Honestly, sometimes the computer takes over and does its own little thing, and you've got no control over it whatsoever. You sort of think, I wonder where it's wandering. You sometimes think it's got a mind of its own. I'm always totally convinced that computers, who are programmed by men, have their own mind going on. So, Mr. Neil, yes, we're fine. Thank you very much indeed. Love it. So what was the other one that I quite liked? Oh, Cliff Richard, his first Christmas album for 19 years this year. The first one for ages and ages. I think it's released, it's either October or November. Around about the same time that Scott's book comes out about he and Barbara. So that I can't wait to read. That'll be very nice. The link between type 2 diabetes and depression has become more apparent now. A lot of people get to it. It's the only thing I've never ever bothered about. I don't think I'm type 2, yeah. I don't get, but I'm type 2 tablet and insulin dependent, together with a load of other tablets for all sorts of other bits and pieces. You know, when you get my tablets, they come in one of those Dosset boxes, and I do 90 tablets a week. I mean, seriously, 90 tablets a week. You couldn't make it up, could you really? What they're all for, I've got no idea. And that garage was stupid to spray your Lord friend's car for free. They should have charged him double. Most lords aren't that savvy. Well, no, they are. They use the title. Why do you think Meghan Markle's hanging on to Duchess? She's not a Duchess. She's no more a Duchess than you, Dave. Although on second thought, you might be. But no, she's not a Duchess. But she clings onto it. She despises the royal family. She's already told us about that. And yet comes back to this country. You know, had she not married him, she'd have just been another struggling little, very average actress. But of course, she's determined to milk the fact that it's got the word Duchess, so she uses it all the time. And tries to make out that she's sort of, you know, descended from royalty as opposed to a family full of what I can see so far, drug users, a father she doesn't talk to, a stepsister. I mean, they're the most dysfunctional family you've ever met. I'm not surprised. All she can do when she gets on stage is talk about herself because she doesn't know anything about anybody else and is not remotely interested. 13 more banking hubs are being planned as more branches close. Producer was going like that earlier on. He said, is that for the whole country? I went, I don't know. I don't even know what a banking hub is. I've got no idea. And I just know that we sort of don't have a NatWest. We've got what have we got? We've got sort of a couple more banks in town. We've got a Barclays and we've got a Lloyds. But Lloyds isn't open all the time. I mean, very shortly, you don't need... It's a shared service. So it's like a counter service, isn't it? Run by the post office staff. And you can withdraw and deposit cash, make bill payments and carry out regular transactions. That's my brother. That's what my brother does. He does all of that. My money goes into one account and then he sort of distributes it to various other accounts and pays all the bills. So there you go. The 13 hubs announced on Tuesday take the total number planned to 25. However, of the first wave of 12, only 2 are in operation in Rochford, in Essex and Cambuslang. On the edge of Glasgow. I've never even heard of Cambuslang. It sounds like a seaside resort, doesn't it? Where are you off to for your summer holidays? We're going to Cambuslang. Yeah, I'm thinking of Canberra Sounds, I know. Yeah, I understand the gag. I have to signpost my gags, mate. I'm naturally funny. 4 million viewers blew the final whistle on Question of Sport. They don't like the bloke who's doing it and the other people. They wanted the way it was before. But unfortunately, you can't have that because it's been put out to tender. So it's gone to a company and they decide who they employ. It's like, you know, a couple of trolls the other day. It'll be the same person. They're generally a bit screwy upstairs. In fact, they don't have anything upstairs at all to screw in place, which is a bit of a shame. And they were calling for the resignation of Pip Schofield and Holly Willoughby, as if that's going to be happening any time soon. It makes me laugh, these people. You know, I remember years and years ago, somebody wrote to our boss, I mean, like 45 years ago, literally itemising all the presenters. I wasn't on the list for some reason. I don't know why. I felt a bit miffed. I don't think I was here, actually. And it listed all the presenters and why they should be got rid of. And our boss at the time wrote back. And the letter basically went along the line, Dear Mr. So-and-so, thank you very much indeed for your letter. I've taken all your advice on board and we fired everybody. You've now got dead air to listen to. Some people are so dumb, so dumb. You know, it's like I've tried to explain a few times to people that, you know, I unfortunately have a very lengthy contract with LBC. Whether you like it or not, you're kind of stuck with it. I mean, also, I'm stuck with it as well, because I signed it. And you've got to see a contract out, haven't you? Because otherwise that would be silly. Nigel Harman has signed a big money deal for Casualty, and Snoop Dogg has got his own wine. They all do new wine, actually. It makes him look a bit of a plonker because they've started reducing it, I'm afraid. Gemma Owen lined up for her next big role. Who cares? Talentless little nobody appears on Love Island, immediately has now become a world designer and everything else, and she's got another thing lined up for herself. The fact that she's about as boring as a bowl of chips is neither here nor there. Her and the fishmonger boyfriend, so-called. Matt Goss wants to do a duet with Adele, like she'd be remotely interested, sweet cheeks. I think not. Adele, who is a megastar, sells out Vegas, you know, the big arenas. You just about managed to float Cleopatra's barge, as was called, and then turned into the Gossy Room, and they don't have you there at all now, so there's nothing in Vegas. He did sort of a few years down there, and it was just in a room where he came on with his funny hats on and sang standards. Fly me to the moon and let me play. Bindi Irwin plays tribute to her dad, Steve. 16 years he died, 16 years ago. Absolutely unbelievable. And Kit Kat makers slammed for introducing non-recyclable packaging. Do we worry about non-recyclable packaging? Yes, we do. Everything is nowadays. Booze for the Sussexes as they start their mini royal tour. Funnily enough, they're 15 minutes down the road from William and Kate, and no contact at all. No contact. So what in God's name are they doing here? What's the point? They don't like this country. They don't like the royal family. They don't seem to like anybody. But they don't have enough work to keep them going. So Meghan, who thinks she's something really important, decides that they're going to do this thing in Manchester, surrounded by police. I mean, to be honest with you, who are they? Nobody's. Absolute nobodies. They were nobodies beforehand. The Vogue boss, who says that racism means he still can't hail a cab. People will not pick up a black guy in London. I don't know where that's from. I mean, perhaps it happened to cab in London, yes, in London. But I can remember trying to hail a cab in Fleet Street years and years ago when we were in Fleet Street, and this cab driver pulled up, only to tell me, he said, I don't pick nobody up in Fleet Street. He said, you're all scum of the earth. I went, thanks. I began to wonder. Well, he's probably dead by now anyway. But the Vogue boss, who is black, says that racism means that cabs won't stop for him. I don't know why. There's loads of black cab drivers. Why would they not stop for a black guy? Especially somebody who runs Vogue. No. You wouldn't know he runs Vogue? He does. No, you wouldn't know who he was. But he looks very smart. He's the boss of Vogue, for God's sake. It's ridiculous, isn't it? It's like, what was the other thing Meghan Markle said? Oh, that the British press were calling her children the N-word. A blatant lie. A blatant lie. Nobody in the press has ever said that. But as I say, never let it spoil a good story for good old Meghan. The vegan activist drilling holes in the milk lorry tyres. As far as I'm concerned, that's criminal damage. Also, if the driver drives off and he's going down the motorway as the air escapes very slowly, that could be the subject of an accident and possibly even death on the motorway, because one of these huge tankers carrying the milk could flip over. And, I mean, as I say, they're all a bit thick and stupid and look thick and stupid. The person who did it should be found and they should be arrested. Absolutely. I mean, you just cannot risk anything like that at all. That's far too dangerous, because if somebody puts a hole in these milk lorries are huge. They've got bigger tyres than I have. Much bigger tyres. And if you put a little hole in it and then it's going down the motorway and you're going slower and slower, and with the weight of the milk on board, that could flip it over quite easily. So perhaps they are that stupid. You know, why would you ever... I mean, really, what's the matter with them? Answer is they're dim. It's like there's a woman accused of throwing a flare. I say a woman. She claimed she found it. And it was... I mean, really, so, you know, she's in big trouble at the moment, which is good news. But, I mean, I do like the Emily Maitlis story, somebody writing to her and criticising her and all the rest of it. And they know who they are because, you know, somebody writes to you on email or Twitter, you can find them within minutes. And if you decide to go ahead with the prosecution, this particular bloke, bit stupid, bit thick, bit simple, and she'd had enough. 8 years in prison he's got. 8 years. Fantastic, isn't it? I couldn't wait. I'd like to make sure that we found that woman who was shoplifting in the garden centre the other day. Get her in prison as well. You know, people thieving. You know, that's you have to sort out basically some serious draconian measures in this country. We're far too lily-livered and pussyfooting around, going, oh, you know, perhaps you've got a bit of a, you know, she was eating in the cafe at the garden centre, so she's obviously got money. It's not cheap, you know, to get a fruit smoothie. It's $3.75, you know, an absolute fortune. Oh, delicious. I love the way every time I eat my ice cream on air, everybody writes in and goes, it sounds delicious. It sounds delicious. And you're right, it is. It's our friend Ian who supplies our ice cream every sort of 2 or 3 days or something. And yesterday I had salted caramel and it was delicious. And everybody writes in and they go, Steve, we love hearing you eating your ice cream. So I should be doing it again tomorrow, probably. A Yorkshire Ripper film crew have been banned from the city of Bradford from filming. They want to distance themselves from it. There have been various programmes about murders, and you know the police were totally incompetent over the Yorkshire Ripper. It was 40 years ago. And he's dead now, isn't he? Because they scattered his ashes. Was it Gran Canaria that they scattered his ashes? Somebody took them out there and scattered them. And I remember thinking, when they had some of the police officers from the actual trial, and they weren't, I remember it being an LBC because we played Wearside Jack's tape. And it was the most chilling thing. As it turned out, of course, he was a sick person in the head. It was nothing to do with him. It wasn't the Yorkshire Ripper. And it got played. And I remember the day it arrived in to LBC, and the news desk said, we've got this tape. It's Wearside Jack, You'll Never Catch Me, and all this kind of stuff. And it was played. If it was played once, it was played 20 times in the course of the day. And then it turned out to be some lunatic who was just a bit stupid. They didn't find him till many years later. Then they found him. And the Yorkshire Ripper, they'd questioned on numerous occasions. Peter Sutcliffe had been questioned, and they'd let him go. They were so incompetent. There were no computers. And it was only because on one of the times they were taking him in, he wanted to get out of the car to go to the toilet. So they stopped by an old dilapidated hospital, I think it was, or something like that. He goes and has a wee behind a building, comes back. Of course, he'd been on a killing spree. What was he doing? He was getting rid of the hammer. And so he got rid of the hammer. When they got back to the police station, one of the police officers thought, you know, a little bell rang in his head. I wonder what he was doing. Perhaps he really wasn't having a wee. Goes back there, finds the hammer, and goes back to the police station. And he's being questioned, and he says, I suppose you want to know if I'm Jack the Ripper. I am. And when they put him in court, the court had been really noisy. People queued for ages and ages to go there. And they were saying yesterday, and then the judge called out, bring up Peter Sutcliffe. And he came up. And what they were all surprised was how ordinary he was. He didn't look, you know, murderers don't have murderer written over there. That's why Rose Weston, her revolting piece of filth for a husband, she was equally as bad, got away with it for years because they looked ordinary. These people look ordinary. And he came up, and when he spoke, they weren't expecting a voice like that. I don't know what they were expecting, but they certainly didn't expect it. And they had people sitting with him, and he couldn't believe all the fuss. He went, I'm just an ordinary person. And you think, yes, you're an ordinary murderer. Luckily, he's dead now, so that's good news. Shame it didn't happen years ago, isn't it, really? Morning, nice to have your company this morning, being Tuesday, September the 6th, and that weather, okay. I don't know what the forecast for the rest of the day is. I'm assuming it's going to be more shower. I can't remember if we got showers yesterday. Did we get showers yesterday? I can't remember. I mean, I know that it's forecast. 21 degrees, showers with a bit of thunder and lightning, and for Wednesday, and for Thursday, and for Friday, and for Saturday? Oh, no, it's Saturday's cloud. That's okay. I'm going to a big party on Saturday. An outside one, in a marquee. So with a band, in fact, with two bands, a magician, food, oh, it sounds fantastic. I'm spending the night. I'm going to have to, actually. Pete the pool man. Oh, that's nice, isn't it? We like that house. He says, this pool I've looked after for years had a famous owner. Looking forward to the new Christmas album. Maybe a remix of Mistletoe and Wine will feature. That's a lovely house, isn't it? I like a house with a bit of character. That's very nice. Is there somebody in the water? Or is it something that... It looks like somebody's drowning, Pete, in the water. It had a famous owner. Oh, right. It's lovely, isn't it? I'd probably do different paving around the side of the pool. It looks a bit old now, doesn't it? But house, gorgeous. I've always wanted a house with a pool, but it would have to be heated. It would have to be heated. Can I swim on my back? Yeah. I'm one of those unique people. I'm like sort of a gazelle with a sort of a huge block of rock attached to its body as it sinks slowly to the bottom of the pool. Chris is going to the Isle of Wight next week with Mum and Dad. Oh, God, don't. Oh, you'll hate it. There's nothing going on there. The best thing about it is when you get off the ferry or whatever and then get back on it again and go away. What is there to offer on the Isle of Wight? He said, have you ever been? No, I went years ago, but I was very young. And are there any attractions? Yeah, the boat taking you away from it. I don't know why people go to the Isle of Wight. What is there? I want to go to the Isle of Man. That's the one I want to go to. Yeah, I think they have all sorts of festivals I'd like, but no, the Isle of Wight. I mean, it's got... I don't know what it's got, actually. I'm trying to think of how good... Blimey. What's it got? I mean, you can go to the Needles, I think, on the Isle of Wight. And the beaches are absolutely packed solid. You'll hate it. It's full of grubby people. And it's like the two kids. They go to the Isle of Wight beach, and one says to the other one, he said, God, your feet are dirty. He said, we never went last year. And you can rent little places. I mean, it's quite pretty if you like that kind of thing, but it's mainly God's waiting room. The elderly and the infirm go there, I think. It's a place to go to. I'm going next week. It's like, do you know we used to like? Isn't it funny now? Because you still see it in London. I see it all the time. And I think, who sends them? Postcards. Postcards of London. They must be about donkey's years old because they've got pictures of punks on the King's Road. I mean, you know, and you put down, having lovely holiday, Auntie Jean and Uncle Jack. See you soon. Love, Stephen. And that'd be it. And what's the point? Mind you, of course, in those days, we didn't have, you know, you pick up your phone now, you take a picture of yourself going, yeah, and then you send it to them, and that's just as quick. But people send postcards. It used to be 10 for £1 for postcards. I mean, some of the ones they're flogging in the tourist little booths around Trafalgar Square and things like that, they're donkey. The people in them must be dead by now. They really must be. It's hilarious. Absolutely hilarious. So Piers Morgan has done a huge bit on Meghan Markle. He doesn't like her. But there again, hardly anybody likes her because she's A, clingy, B, she's a fantasist, C, she was an average actress, and D, she doesn't like us. But what's she doing here? If she hates us so much, she doesn't, somebody, even one of the other columnists, actually, who's never normally mentioned Meghan Markle, says, what's she going on about, all these things? All they do is take private planes. How is this helping the poor and the starving? And the answer is, it isn't. It isn't, I'm afraid. Woke cricket bosses banning phrases like ladies and gentlemen. I don't know why, actually. And the bias row comic. This is, what was his name? Joe Lycett. The BBC wanted to be different and make them look really stupid. You know, whoever booked that Joe Lycett, somebody will be... I mean, I don't know why. Somebody booked them on the programme, either to wind up the host, Lord Kingsman, and... I mean, it's supposed to be a political show. What he was doing on, I've got no idea. But it worked a treat because he got loads of publicity out of it, and the BBC just looked like a bunch of little turnips. Seriously. I mean, she was spitting blood. You could see it. You could see her spitting blood there. You know, as I say, you can imagine that whoever booked that person would be going, oh, I've managed to book Joe Lycett. I spoke to him on the phone. You know, be going, yeah, riveting love. But the producer would have to have overseen that and approved it. At the highest level. You can't just book a guest on a programme, especially on the first one. But it was lame. Lame. But they put down all these other disasters the BBC have had. Like, basically, it should have been pulled down years ago. It's an archaic old dinosaur where nobody can have an opinion. So when people leave the BBC and come to us, come to the commercial side, they actually discover that you've got a voice. You can actually say things. Guy says, you'd like the Isle of Man, Steve. It's 1953 here, just the way we like it. 1953, look at that. Castletown, Isle of Man. That looks quite nice, doesn't it? Yes, I can do that. I'd quite like to go there. Oh, it's very nice, isn't it? It's very pretty. They always take pictures when there's nobody around. Oh, God, they've got a moving band. Well, actually, I can cope with that. But there's some nice buildings. And I like the idea of sort of walking out your front door and sort of getting onto a boat and just bobbing around. You know, that appeals to me. Very quiet. They must have taken these pictures early on a Sunday morning because there's nobody. How many? 3 people live on the Isle of Man. Yes, 3 people. The boat owner and the B&B and the Airbnb as well. 117,000. 8,500. 85,000. Wow. That's a lot more than I thought. 85,000. What do they do with it? Are they all buried? Are they in cemeteries you're talking about? You're talking about people actually living. You have to check this stuff, don't you? Oh, well, they're all living. There you go. So Guy in Castletown. Is that on the Isle of Man, Castletown? Oh, look at you knowing all the big boys' questions today's. Yeah, he's just Googled it, so, just so he knows. And so I'd probably like it. Thank you, Guy. You must be young, actually. It's only old people don't have the name Guy, do they? Oh, I don't know. There's been some famous old people called Guy Fawkes. Not a good day for him. And what was the other one that I quite like? Oh, so Doris and Patel stepping down. Doris will probably end up with some baroness thing, which is about ponciness. That's all it is. Oh, you're a baroness. No, you're not, love. And Priti Patel, what are you getting something for? Oh, for being a failure. Boris is putting Nadine in the House of Lords. They mainly are old people who fall asleep. That's all it is in the House of Lords. You just sort of join to get the money. John says, I lived on the Isle of Man for 13 years. You can actually feel your arteries hardening within minutes of arrival. It's very cruel, isn't it? Don't need things like that, honestly. You do sometimes wonder. I got a lovely parcel delivered yesterday. It was delivered yesterday, but just as I was going out the building. So we sort of saved it, and then our Hillary sent me a thing. And it's been sent in to me from Wayne the Trolley Dolly. And he saw this book. He said, I immediately thought of you. I've heard you talk about the film many times over the years, and I share your love for it. And what it is, it's the script for Pat and Margaret from Victoria Wood. And it's just, I didn't even know that there was a book out. I really don't know. But this book came out when she was alive, and it was her first screenplay for 10 years. She'd done loads of other bits and pieces, really good. They say she lives in London and is married with 2 children. I interviewed her once. I thought it was like interviewing a sketch show. I felt I was in one of her sketches. I really did. I thought she was absolutely amazing. I thought she was lovely, and she was charming, but very shy. Incredibly shy, and you meet people that you've seen on the television, and you're lucky enough to get to talk to them because they've got something out. And she was like a character in some of her plays and things like that. It was brilliant. Everybody remembers Acorn Antiques. But Wayne, thank you very much indeed. Super book. Super. I had to get the producer to open the package because you put so much gaffer tape on it. I'd have broken a nail, but. But the producer opened it and went, oh, you'll like this, because he knows my choice and my taste. Sam Ryder's releasing a debut album. I didn't know who he was either. Apparently it was something to do with Eurovision. I don't know, perhaps he was sort of showing people to their seats. He came second because the Ukraine came first with a record that sunk instantly without trace. And so Sam Ryder's going to release his debut album. Oh dear, a bit difficult. Oh, Putin says no more gas until the West drops sanctions. So there you go. Can we get away with it? Probably for a little while. And the Sussexes, as they start their mini royal tour, thinking they're important, get boos from people. People were booing them. No, it wasn't Piers Morgan actually on this one. I don't think he boos them. I don't think he's bothered about Harry. Harry's basically ineffectual. If Harry falls out with his brother, that's his problem. It's nothing to do with us. I couldn't care less what they do. I couldn't care less if they hate each other. It really makes no difference at all. William we like, and we seem to like most of the royal family. If Harry wants to behave like a petulant little madam, well, he can do it. That's his business. Well, here we go. There's news. First one closes for winter. I'm jumping with joy, says Pete. He loves it when these pools close. It's his favourite time. You would think the man who's involved with sort of cleaning people's pools and all the rest of them, getting them ready for the winter. Well, so yes, he has the winter off, because mainly once you've had the chemicals put in for the winter, they stay there. Because not as many people swim in the winter. Would you want to get into a freezing cold pool? You would? No, you wouldn't. You wouldn't. You'd be the one lying on your lilo. And being happy about it. What was the other one that I quite liked? Cometh the hour, cometh the woman, because you're going to be suffering with that all day. If you weren't aware, Liz Truss is now the leader of the Conservative Party and is the Prime Minister. Okay, just like to tell you that, just so you're well aware of it, in case it sort of bypassed you, which it probably hasn't. Should we take the news at 5? I think we should actually give ourselves a little bit of a respite. So here it comes.
What do you get when you mix fashion designers, financial advisors, and dance studio? No, not a catwalk of strutting accountants. No, not a ballet piece about balance sheets. I'm actually just talking about Workspace. With 4,000 of London's most original businesses already calling Workspace home, whatever it is you do, there's a space for you here. It all happens at Workspace. Search workspace.co.uk.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
So, Cliff Richard's got an album out. First one in 19 years for Christmas. Lots of good standards and all sorts of little bits and pieces. So I think it comes out October, November. Either way, it'll do phenomenally well because the Cliff fans will be going 19 years. I mean, I'm going to pre-order. Absolutely. Ozzy Osbourne stepping up a comeback with a gig on a top TV sports show. God, why did they bother? Seriously, it's like dredging up a cemetery, isn't it? Sharon. Christmas with Cliff is out on November the 25th. It features 13 tracks with Christmas classics and new festive songs. Fantastic. I bet they've sorted out the picture already on the front cover. They must have. There you go. And that'll be lovely. See, and that's not the picture that I would have picked, actually. I would have picked a snow scene. I don't know why, because for me, Christmas is snow. I know it comes as standard for most people. They sort of say, for Christmas it's a field, it's a gate opening or a robin or something like that. It's something very, very traditional. And I do like very, very traditional pictures. It's very colourful, and you certainly won't miss it. But we'll wait and hear what the tracks are. And as soon as I hear, and we shall let you know. So the fans everywhere will be looking forward to that. Christmas with Cliff. Fantastic. As long as he's got an orchestra, I don't really care. An orchestra and Cliff Richard sounds like the ultimate combination, as far as I'm concerned. One Foot in the Grave could make it to the West End stage. Won't be making it to the Isle of Wight. And poor old Isle of Wight, honestly, as I say, there's better places to go to. I mean, apart from the fact it's somewhere way over there. To get a boat or something, I don't know. Sliced white bread is making a comeback. I wasn't aware that it hadn't. I thought we'd all had sliced white bread. But, I told you I've given up. I have had sliced white bread. I'm not a huge fan of it. I'm not a fan of it, but apparently it's sort of on the up and down because it's mainly cheap. It's cheap bread. You get a loaf of bread for about 70 pence. But if you buy artisan bread, so sourdough is more expensive. And now, because the living crisis at the centre of shoppers... Did you hear that woman? Now, was she on with Darren? I think she might have been on with Darren. And she said she was talking about, we were sort of having a... Let's sort of knock the Conservative government and all this kind of thing. And it was very interesting because she said that she was making that phone call with a torch. She had a torch because she couldn't afford the electric. And I remember thinking, have you seen the price of batteries, or are you that balmy? I mean, batteries are phenomenally expensive. It would be cheaper to put the electric on than it would to use batteries in a torch. I've never heard of anything like that. It was really bizarre. And then I think Darren actually questioned it. And he said, you're seriously telling me that you're using, making this phone call with the light of a torch? Torches are very, very expensive to run. The price of batteries alone is prohibitive. Cheaper to sort of light a bonfire in the sitting room or something and use the light of that. I've never heard anything so daft. After churning out sourdough loaves of varying quality, the British are falling back in love with soft sliced white bread. Yeah, because it's got all rubbish in it. Waitrose sales soared by 17%. Experts say the rise was part of a wider resurgence in unpretentious, no-frills cooking at a time when rising costs are putting pressure on household budgets. Well, to be honest with you, you should cut out bread completely. You don't need it. According to the annual John Lewis How We Shop, Live and Look, sales of toasty makers and deep-fat fryers rose over the year by 63% and 36% respectively. The report also found that consumers are putting the pandemic behind them. Sales of jigsaw puzzles were down 68%. I mean, who in God's name has a jigsaw puzzle? Non-wired comfort bras fell by 33%. That means the things inside them have fell by 33%. Sales of loungewear velour tracksuits, oh, blimey, who wears that? Dropped by half. Sales of boyfriend jeans jumped by 85% as people ventured out of their homes once more. Well, I know what boyfriend... And also people ventured out of their homes. Who are these people? Hobbits. They're hobbits, aren't they? Wall-mounted desks were removed from sale altogether as we reclaimed our homes and left the office at the office. What a rubbish book. What a rubbish book. Non-wired comfort bras. Well, we've all had those, haven't we? We've all had those. Chris wants to know what flavour is the ice cream today. I don't think we're having ice cream today. We'll probably have ice cream tomorrow, and it depends what Ian has on board. But as I say, every time we do it, I get people going, you're just making my mouth water. Although yesterday I was very lucky because my ad breaks, as they say, have increased in length. So it gives me more of a chance to actually get to grips with a tub of Haagen-Dazs. Very nice. It's up and down at the moment, which is good. Seal of approval for Frozen Planet 2. But as I say, I've seen various bits on this before. I don't think they've filmed anything new. I think they might be using up the odds and ends. And one brother dead in these Canada stabbings. The two people they're looking for, one of the brothers they found dead, which is the first one. I think it's drug-related. The police over there, the mounted police, think it's drug-related. In Canada, of all places, in Canada. Now, whether it's two brothers with rival farms, I've got no idea. I've no idea at all. Do you know the place where everybody's growing dope now? Where do you think they're growing dope? Where is the biggest producer of dope at the moment? Come on, just name a country. Come on, just have a guess. Come on, have a guess. Come on! Greenland? No, Spain. You know why? Because the Spanish police are so inept. People set up these farms and tell them it's for medicinal use. And the Spanish police don't know whether it's for medicinal use. So there are a couple of big Irish families running the complete operation in Spain. And that's where all the stuff... I was reading a report on it the other day thinking, isn't it funny? It seems so dated to me, people smoking dope. I mean, it's the Costa del Crime. Yeah. But, I mean, it was very interesting to sort of see, all these people who say, oh, dope's really popular. You think, is it? I don't know. I thought that was something that was around when I was a child. You can smell it around. A lot still goes on. Dear. They always look as though they're off the trolleys, don't they, I'm afraid, which is a little bit of a shame. Not my sort of thing at all. And they've also found a dope farm in this country. Where? Right next door to a Crown Court. Right next door to a Crown Court. They've arrested the people behind it. Normally Vietnamese. They set up in the houses, they rewire. Do you remember they did a thing years ago? It was ever so funny. It was a house that they'd come round to repossess. One of my favourite repossessing programmes. I love, Bring on the Bailiffs, all this kind of stuff. Bring them all out. Come on, that's what I love. Going round to these ne'er-do-wells houses. Anyway, this particular house, the bloke owed money and they went round to change the locks. And he goes in there and he goes upstairs and he goes, Harry, or whatever it was. He said, Harry, problem. And they go upstairs in this little house that was being repossessed to change the locks. And the whole of the upstairs was a drugs factory. They were literally growing dope under all the things. Because what they do is they bypass the electric. And they've got fans in there and heaters and all the rest of it to bring on the plants as quick as possible. And they just harvested as well. So, of course, they had to call the police. And the police get excited because they have to come round and take away all the drug plants. So as they're driving back to the police station, they're all high as kites. And it was so interesting to watch because it's so big. They found another place. There was a cannabis farm in a house. Oh, you get loads of those. Loads of them. Yeah. But the snow didn't settle on the roof because of the heat from the heat lamps that they use. But on this other one, it was in an old disused cinema, which was, I think, almost next door to a police station. And the whole cinema had been taken over growing cannabis plants. They obviously moved in with their hydroponics and all the other bit. How do I know that? I've got no idea. But they're in there. Then they put somebody in charge and it's their job to go around and adjust the fans and do all the bits and pieces. There's huge amounts of money in it. I mean, if they're taking over Spain for sort of growing it, and in this country they take over a place next to a police station, I don't think it is. No. I mean, a lot of people lie about it and go, oh, it's for medicinal reasons, but it's not. I mean, Spain has decriminalised for personal cultivation, but they haven't enacted a medical cannabis law. So you can only get it... Well, it's sort of... Yeah, but these people are doing it not for medical reasons. They're doing it for other things. But, of course, the police don't know how to prosecute people. It's too confusing for them. Far too confusing. But it doesn't interest me, which I'm quite grateful for. Imagine Steve Allen, 68, finally discovers marijuana. I think it's unlikely. So what else we got? Adam Kay on medicine, marriage and coming out. He's very nice. We like him a lot. And Bindi Irwin plays tribute to Dad Steve 16 years after he died. 16 years. Isn't that absolutely amazing? He was very good, but he was a little bit irritating. You know, it was almost like gwabble me grape nuts. It was almost a little bit like that, but good. Meghan, you know, can only talk about herself, so she's on the front page of the papers. And her granddad opened a tin of beans, and just inside was sauce. He was rustling up tea with his wife Barbara. My God, you're a rich person, aren't you? A tin of beans between the two of you. And he realised that it was just juice only. So anyway, and Heinz had been contacted for comment. I mean, sometimes you have to look at these things and go, well, how does it miss out beans? It's all automated. They don't sit there putting them in the cans bit by bit. He went to the papers with the story. I know. You do worry, don't you? Partying Pretty says, my policy saves lives. Really? You were totally useless, dear. Totally. Nothing worked. The money that you wasted. Oh, we're going to stop people doing this. We're going to, I mean, there'll be a new cabinet, which will be announced today. And thank God it doesn't include her. Or Nadine Dorries, who's more interested in sort of further... Perhaps she thinks she's sort of desperate for sort of TV programmes like, you know, I'm a Celebrity, Get Me Out of Here and stuff like that. Oh, she's done that one, hasn't she? Yeah, she was pretty useless on that, actually. Pretty useless. Hello, kids. I'd just like to tell you a little bit about me. Meghan gushing at a charity role. I'm so excited. Yeah, because you're very average, dear. You're very, very average. You can't save the planet. You can't do absolutely anything at all. So the stalker with the 30-year obsession with Emily Maitlis is jailed for 8 more years. He's breached a restraining order for the 20th time. He's a bit thick. His name's Edward Vines. He's 52, wrote a series of letters declaring love for her and all the rest of it. I mean, he's mad as a toothbrush. So another 8 years in prison for you, sunshine. You know, which is good news. Perhaps we can stick you in there with all these other ne'er-do-wells. An electrician has been crowned king of a tiny island after he was chosen to run its pub. So that's quite nice. He beat 200 applicants. This island lies half a mile off the Furness coast in Cumbria. It can only be reached by boat or on foot at low tide, and the pub landlord is now king by tradition. Well, who the hell's going to be going there? Seems a bit of a pointless thing, isn't it? Prisoners are learning how to be lorry drivers from their cells. It's called Introduction to Large Goods Vehicle Theory. Includes a variety of tests. And then they get a job as a lorry driver. So you can get more stuff in there which you've nicked and then drive it away very fast. Beats those old transit vans, doesn't it, really? Ridiculous. 18 minutes past 5. It's nice to have your company. Welcome to Tuesday, September the 6th. Clemmy Moody's done a curriculum vitae, or vitae, which is your CV for those uneducated. And this is for Andrew Mountbatten Windsor. Age 62, but you can teach old dogs new tricks. Education, Gordonston, 5-metre swimming badge, 6 O-levels, grades on application. Key skills, never sweats. Impeccable under pressure. Extremely likeable, especially on telly. Fearsome behind the wheel, if you believe the story that I once smashed through a lock gate at Mummy's estate. Enthusiastic flyer. Have racked up millions of air miles at others' expensive. Hobbies, riding fillies. Say no more. Networking. Frequently organised straightforward shooting weekends, collecting teddy bears. I have 72. Italian food, love a sloppy Giuseppe at Pizza Express in Woking. Summary, my family's keen for me to strike a great work-life balance. The less work, the better, because Prince Andrew apparently reckons he's ready to serve again. Serve exactly who remains a mystery, given he's universally less popular than a particularly pesky spell of monkeypox. So this is your handy cut-out-and-keep thing. We don't want anything to do with him. He's a ghastly piece of work. He always was. He never knows how to behave with people. He's rubbish. Absolute rubbish. You know, we didn't like the Emily Maitlis thing. They're going to make it into a film, aren't they, the Emily Maitlis thing? Because she said the other day, she said he was extremely pleased with himself. And I remember thinking, he's more arrogant than we ever imagined. Listen, you can take you, your ex-wife and your children and go as far away as possible. And I suspect that if the Queen dies, which undoubtedly she will at some point, your role becomes even less tempting. They should kick you out of that house in Windsor Park immediately. You should go and live abroad. Go and live abroad. Go and do something else. Oh, no, I've just remembered you've got no money. Good. In fact, ask Harry. You must have a word with Harry. He can tell you how to get money and don't do any work, which works very well. A fourth man is being questioned over the killing of 9-year-old Olivia Pratt-Corbell. The 34 was arrested on suspicion of assisting an offender. So one person's been charged with murder and 2 more are charged with assisting and basically keeping information back from the police. Somebody squealed somewhere, which is good news. And so they've got a man from Huyton and a man from Dovecot, and 2 counts of attempted murder have been bailed. But they will find these people. And very shortly, we'll have them named. It's, because it's just guns, apparently, are all over the blooming place. I can't believe it. What else do we have here? The joke over as MPs quiz the BBC on bias. And they've got a doctor who, writer Russell T Davies, told an audience not to vote Tory if they wanted more shows like the drama It's a Sin. The BBC gets so upset over everything. They really do. They go, we can't do things like that. And yet, of course, they're more than happy to have other things going on inside the BBC, like Jimmy Savile, who operated for years inside the BBC, and they knew about it, and they just did absolutely nothing at all. In July, a North Yorkshire paramedic and prominent Labour activist featured in a primetime news report on NHS pay rises. Viewers were not told of Debbie's politics before she tore into the government. I mean, they must have the most incompetent bunch of researchers ever known to man, because they got Joe Lycett. He says, I genuinely don't think the BBC are upset about it. Of course they aren't. They just have to pretend to be sort of, stamp our little foot. And they've got the latest episode of Have I Got News for You? So outgoing PM Boris Johnson repeatedly derided. They used a very rude word on the television, which I can't even repeat or even hint at. Also, the BBC claimed that Boris Johnson was widely booed when he arrived for the Queen's Platinum Jubilee, despite footage showing it was a mixture of jeers and cheers. Honestly, it's dreadful, isn't it, really? And BBC boss Tim Davie faces the wrath of MPs amid a row over anti-Tory bias at the national broadcaster. So fresh fury erupted this weekend as comedian Joe Lycett was allowed to hijack the launch of Laura Kuenssberg's new political show, the biggest pile of rubbish you've ever seen on the television. Honestly, what an embarrassment. And then Joe Lycett's able to hijack it. She didn't say a word. Did you see the other day, though, on This Morning, they had a singer on and she wouldn't stop singing. She kept going. In the end, Vernon Kay had to go into breakdancing or something. On the floor, I didn't know what it was either. It was all a bit confusing. Agree, says Chris. Andrew is an absolute disgrace. Good riddance to him. Yes, I agree. Absolutely. What with him and Harry, 2 desperately unhappy, miserable, just takers, I'm afraid. 16 degrees on the Isle of Skye just now, says Craig. Oh, that sounds quite nice. We like the Isle of Skye. You know why? Because it's got, what's the story in Tobermory? Everybody know Balamory. But it is Tobermory. It is Tobermory. And it's nice. They've got all painted different colours. And it's quite nice, actually, if you're on a trip or something on acid. And it's very pretty. And they've got, the Isle of Skye and the West Highlands, you can do a train tour and everything. I don't fancy the walking bit of it, but I like a train tour, especially if you could get afternoon tea. That's the Harry Potter one, absolutely, yeah. It's lovely, isn't it? Somebody built that viaduct. Somebody built it. Yeah, it didn't just appear from outer space. You get the Looney Tunes people. It's very pretty, isn't it? Very pretty. I love it. I mean, I think we've got a fantastic country. And I don't mind that it rains, and I don't mind that we get deluged, and I don't mind if we've got very expensive bills. I just don't want to be around for it. I want to be one of those people looking at it going, I'll leave that till next week, I think. It'll be one of those cases. But 16 degrees on the Isle of Skye. You're a lucky person, Craig. You're very, very lucky having such beautiful scenery. Mind you, I live, practically on top of the Thames, and that's beautiful. That's lovely to see. And then I get to come into London every day. That's lovely to see. I love London. Absolutely love it. I think it's just the most fabulous place on offer. I've been to other cities, but when you come back to London and people come here for holiday. They come here for holiday. They go, you're so lucky you live in London. You've got everything on your doorstep. You go, yeah, but I appreciate it every single day. I even appreciate getting on buses. I appreciate getting on buses, on trains, on buying a pasty and stuff like that. Apparently, no, Tobermory's on Mull. Yeah, it's my story. I'll put it wherever I want to put it. It's my show. You mind your own business, Beaky. Honestly, nothing worse than curtain twitchers at this time of the morning. A rare poster for the first Superman film, 1941, that was. They've got it. It's going to sell at Sotheby's. How much for? Well, they reckon 26,000. It would have to be rolled. It would have to be rolled because that's how these posters get saved. If you fold them, they end up with lines and it takes some of the print off. Rolling is much, much better. Much, much better. So what have we got? So Gemma Owen, dreary, boring, dull, going out with a bloke who works in a fish shop. I mean, I ask you, for goodness sake. But she's being headhunted to star in a new TV series from the makers of Towie and Celebs Go Dating, all about footballers' daughters. Rivetingly dull. Rivetingly dull. Apparently, and Gemma, daughter of Michael, will be in good company. Apparently, Paul Gascoigne's girl Bianca is also being tapped. Well, she'll do anything for money. She ain't got anything else going, has she, Bianca Gascoigne? Didn't she used to work in a strip bar on the reception? That was her claim to fame. That it's being billed as a one-of-a-kind show. Thank God for that. Any more than that, we'd all be out, complaining about it. Lorraine Kelly is the host of a new Sky History series. Oh, you're great. This is a wonderful building. That's beautiful. I love that. That's wonderful. That's what she does, isn't it? The history of Britain's greatest obsessions. I don't know what that is. She's going to try and separate the myths from the facts on World War II before discussing it with the unlikely lineup of Harry Hill, Lisa Tarbuck and Suggs. Lorraine Kelly, God in heaven. Why doesn't she just sit there, rest her boobs on the table and just have a little chat about, oh, that food looks gorgeous, that's marvellous, that's wonderful. But I'm not Lorraine Kelly. Okay, I'm playing a part. It's not me at all. You'll see me on Gogglebox. That's the real me. The one on the television on my show, which is called Lorraine, is not me. I'm acting. So, no, Gogglebox is her. Yes, the Lorraine programme is not her. She's just pretending. She's playing a part, which means she's being fake. Okay? She's been there for donkey's years. Seriously, I mean, it must be donkey's years. What else we got? They're bringing back Survivor. I don't remember Survivor. I really don't. And there's another one. A retired couple have smashed Cash in the Attic's record sale after their stash of rare banknotes fetched £51,000 at auction. Ex-builder Vic told the show he found the notes whilst renovating a two-bedroom house 30 years ago. Yeah, like you do. Oh, I just found this money. Should you not be giving it in to the police? It could be the proceeds of robbery or something like that. There was a bloke on the television the other day. It's this company, and they buy very expensive watches, like, 30,000, 40,000, stuff like that. And a bloke came all the way over from Ireland with cash to buy a gold Rolex, and they bought it for 29,700. They sold it for 41,000 pounds. And the bloke who was buying it, only a young bloke all the way from Ireland with cash. I didn't know you were allowed to buy things for cash nowadays, but, seems to work, doesn't it, for a lot of people. Still to come. Put faith in trust to deliver for Britain. Well, she's got to now. She's told us. She's got to. I mean, we can't wait to see who the government is. I think we actually nailed it the other day, telling you who is going to be in her cabinet. At least, we don't have to put up with Nadine Dorries. I don't know what she's going to do. So, on LBC this afternoon, you will be hearing the complete cabinet lineup, and it won't include Priti Patel, which is good news. I mean, I think actually she had to step down before she was dropped because, frankly, the woman's been an embarrassment. How can you have an embarrassment in the cabinet? Also, the Great British Bake Off will dare to scare as it turns up the heat. Yes, their baker Paul Hollingwood with Dame Prue Leith will be on, and they're doing, I think, Mexican food, and it's on Channel 4. I mean, to be honest with you, I don't know, really. This year, 12 cooks, including a nuclear scientist and a nanny, compete to be the week's star bakers. So they've got Noel Fielding still on there, one of the most unfunny people, next to Dom Jolly, that you'll ever encounter on television. I mean, I couldn't believe it, really. I don't know what he's doing. And Matt Lucas, who, of course, is perfect. But I don't know. I keep looking at it. It used to be Mel Giedroyc and Sue Perkins, and they were fine. But now it's Noel Fielding. I mean, he was never funny first time around. It's on the BBC, and then they sort of lost it. Also, Kate Bush's record, Running Up the Hill, was the biggest song of the summer. It was my least favourite song of hers. I liked all the other ones. Oh, babushka, babushka, babushka. All sorts. Hounds of Love. I don't know that one, actually. I still liked Heathcliff, It's Me, okay. I still think that was a very, very good song. In fact, one of those sort of classic. Mind you, I liked Enya, Orinoco Flow. I was really good on Orinoco Flow, and then I bought loads of Enya albums, and it's all ha, 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 with sort of music and all the rest of it. I love things like that. I'm very, very good at things like that. Apparently, Cliff's album. I've got the lineup of some of the songs that are going to be on the Christmas album. After the news? Well, I could. I don't know. Is that what you want to do? Good. Making a decision. How unusual. But anyway, I suppose we'll have to go along with it, you know, whilst he's got the word producer on it. He's got one of those little badges on his lapel, like he works in McDonald's, you know. Hi, I'm Joe. Talk to me. You know, and it seems to work, doesn't it? Yes, I'm here to help. How can I help you? Should I do this? No, do it after. Oh, OK. Yes, do it after you've done the news. OK, I'll do the news as well.
With UK Export Finance, I'm fulfilling more export orders from around the world with working capital support.
Export insurance means I'll get paid when exporting to challenging markets.
At UK Export Finance, we believe no viable UK export should fail for lack of finance or insurance. Between 2022 and 2023, we provided £6.5 billion of government-backed trade finance to support UK exports. Learn how we could help you win export contracts, fulfil orders, and get paid. Search UK Export Finance today.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, everybody. 27 minutes to 6. I trust we find you well on this Tuesday, September the 6th. Rain all over the place, and the temperature definitely dropping. So Cliff has revealed his first festive album in almost 2 decades. He's recorded 13 tracks. They're all re-recordings. He's 81. And he says, I've always loved being in a recording studio. And he recorded this one in Miami, Florida. And he loves it. So he's got festive classics such as It's the Most Wonderful Time of the Year. Also, Just Hear Those Sleigh Bells Jingling, Ring Ting Tingling to Sleigh Ride. Joy to the world, the Lord is come. Jingle Bell Rock, Jingle Bell, Jingle Bell, Jingle Bell Rock. And Do-do-do-do. Do-do-do-do-do. When a Child is Born. It will also include some new Christmas songs. So that's out November the 25th. November the 25th. That'll be the one I'm playing in my car. And he says, I hope we can add a little something special to your Christmas season. I think he's on target to have the Christmas album. And why not, for goodness sake? Why not? What else we got? The TV images capturing the crisis in Arctic. This is baby seals being swept to their deaths in Arctic storms will shock viewers of the BBC's latest nature series. Frozen Planet 2 follows the creatures living in the world's coldest places. Fluffy white seals, which used to be killed for their fur. And I remember seeing those horrendous pictures years ago of the people coming up to the ice floes with... They had these iron bars with spikes in, and they would drive them into the heads of the seals. It was the culling. It was just absolutely appalling. And they used to be killed for their fur, but they're now being wiped out by a new threat. They've got cute pups not yet strong enough to swim perishing after being tipped from fragmented ice floes due to storms. So it's not so good. This is 11 years after the first looks at dog sleds in Greenland, bears in Canada, and elusive Siberian tigers. But it's the cameramen that make these programmes. They're the ones who have to dive under the ice. They're the ones who have to sort of get up close to things. I mean, would you really want to go and start sort of filming polar bears? You know, I mean, polar bears, when they stand up, they're about 13 foot tall. They're blooming dangerous. Have you ever seen the vehicles that take you out to meet the polar bears? They're so high off the ground so that the bears can't climb into them. And they could literally stand up and they could sort of look in, but that's about as far as it goes. Not so good. What have we got here? Florence Pugh. Sorry. Yeah, they're huge. About 13 foot tall, polar bears. And bearing in mind, they go very thin at certain times of the year. And if they come into town looking for food, what they have to do is dart them. And then they have to literally put them into slings under helicopters and take them hundreds of miles away and dump them somewhere else. Because hungry bears in town, and they do get loads of them in certain places, you know, you don't want to encounter at all. The TV crew making the Yorkshire Ripper drama have been banned from his city because the council feared it could glorify the killer. Yes, I mean, to be honest with you, they don't want to glorify him at all. He murdered 13 women. 13 women. You know, glad he's dead. Should have died years ago. Luckily, he went nearly blind and he had all sorts of illnesses. But just people like that, they just don't deserve to live. Eurovision hero Sam Ryder to release an autumn debut album. It's taken ages, hasn't it? Absolutely ages. I mean, Eurovision, when he came second, because you knew you were up against nothing. If Ukraine were in the Eurovision Song Contest, there was no chance that they weren't going to win. Okay. He didn't do very well at all. It's a competition to win, not a competition to come second, third, fourth or fifth. That's called losing. You have to have the number one slot to be the Eurovision winner. And it was Ukraine. But I bet you can't tell me who it was won. I bet you've forgotten. You've forgotten, haven't you? Already? I knew you'd forget. It's no good trying to pretend or bluff it. You know, you can't remember. And yet you remember his name because we keep talking about him because he lost. And, the other ones won. But I couldn't tell you the song or how it went because I don't remember hearing it. But he said it's been a year filled with so many blessings. Has he been to church or something recently? It's no good having blessings. You've got to, if you're a singer, you want to make sure that you bring out, records. And it's very difficult, because it doesn't have any sort of track record, really. This is a picture of a woman in the papers today who faces being the only woman banned from all sports ground after hurling a lit flare onto the pitch as her football team was thrashed at home. She's a bit of a thicko, and you can tell by the haircut. There's something not quite right about her. Her name's Abby Lee Ray. She threw this flare towards the referee when Tranmere Rovers lost 4-0 in a Crunch League 2 game against Forest Green Rovers. So when the flare landed on the Prenton pitch near the referee, Lee Swaby, and Forest goalkeeper, CCTV footage captured shop worker Ray, not for much longer, as she threw her arms up in celebration, convicted of throwing a missile. She's obviously incredibly stupid. Incredibly stupid. But she says the flare came from nearby lads and she hurled it away to protect her partner and her brother Joel. Yeah, well, you've been convicted, love. So obviously a liar as well. And probably lost your job. So that's good news, isn't it? Honestly, what a good day it's turning out to be today. People throwing flares onto football pitches. Ridiculous. They've got... it's a book, actually. It's The Diaries of Henry Chips Channon. And they're talking about Princess Margaret, how her affair threatened the coronation. She had loads of affairs. She was what's commonly known in the royal family as party on down girl. She went on to do everything. She had flings all over the place, including, of course, Group Captain Peter Townsend, who she would have gone to his funeral because she had a long affair with him, but she was forbidden from going. So consequently, I mean, she was quite a diva. Oh, God, she smoked all the time. Oh, she was like a puffing train. She really was. She was sort of... The trouble is she knew, a bit like Harry, that she was never going to amount to anything in the royal family. She was never going to be queen. Harry also was never going to be anything of a title thing, so basically threw his toys out with the bathwater, had a bit of a tantrum, and disappears to America. Best place for him. Stay over there. Even the Americans have realised there's very little talent going round, and it's a shame, actually. Oh, look, Kay Adams... I struggled with my hearing for years before I took action. The only reason you've got this here is because she's going to be in the Strictly Come Dancing programme. It's become quite dull, really, quite dull. And also, you can be in the live studio audience this autumn. Loose Women's getting its audience back again. Because at the moment, you've just got people dealing with their own bits and pieces. Pete the pool man has been to Costa. He says, first pool, 13 to go. I'm poolside with a coffee and LBC. It's a good life. It's a very good life. That is a good life, especially when you've got the lights on in the pool. Me and the headphones. That means I can get really close and you can still hear what I'm saying. No, good. Radio's very clever. I never understand how talking into this muff, goes up onto the roof. There's a big dish up there. I think it's a baked bean platter. But anyway, it's very nice indeed. And then that just sort of sends it out and it goes through walls. How does that happen? How does it happen that my voice goes through walls, goes through the air, and then it reassembles itself and it comes out the radio? How does this happen? The answer is we have no idea. That's why we don't work in the engineering department here, because we've got no idea. Interesting, though, isn't it? What have we got here? Richard Hamilton. He's one of these... he's 56, but he's one of those who's discovered a bicycle. You know what people are like when they get to 56... They sort of go, oh, I want to be a fit person. The fact that they've abused their body for years, occasionally I feel like buying a bicycle. And then occasionally I think, what a stupid idea, Steve. Don't even bother about it. Do you know that since all this hot weather, we've grown watermelons in this country, pineapples, cherry, all sorts of things. All sorts of things. What have we got here? It's quite interesting. Southwest Water Limited have got a whole page they've got a drought permit going on. I don't even know what that is, actually. I don't know what it is. What does Russell Grant say for my stars today? It says, your career clashes with family commitments. Oh, Lord. Oh, I hope not. I'm going to... Yeah, but I'm going to a party this weekend. I can't not go. Blimey, if I don't go to this one, I'll be in dreadful trouble. Dreadful trouble. And they've also got holidays for disabled people and their carers. About time people got there. And a cosy ear bear from Steiff. Steiff are the bears that have got a little stud in their ear. And that signifies that they're Steiff bears and they're worth a lot. I've got a Paddington bear who sold out really quickly. And I've still got mine in the box, which is lovely. Steve, oh no, not more of Wee Lorraine. That's gorgeous Kelly. Enya's version of Marble Halls is beautiful, says Kim. I bought all of Enya's albums. I kept buying them because I just loved Orinoco Flow. Whichever way you look at it, I thought it was a brilliant song. And very weird song, Steve. Oh, Superman. Yes, Chris, I remember that one. The start of it sounds just like your musical impression just before the news. Cutting edge for its time in 82. Yes. Caribbean Blue, yes. Yeah, some really lovely bits of music out there, which probably wouldn't be seen as being fashionable. But, for me, it was always very good. Oh, she sold tons. She sold tons. And Moffy says, I love Enya's music, so relaxing. Apparently she lives in a castle. It doesn't surprise me in the slightest. Doesn't surprise. She sold 26.5 million certified albums and 80 million records worldwide, making her one of the best-selling musical artists of all times. I mean, the 26.5 are just in the United States. The second biggest selling Irish artist. Who was the first one? Was it a band, Westlife? No, is it something like that? Oh, no, is it the Two Sisters and the Brother? Is it? Oh, it's not. U2. Yeah, U2. I never got U2. But I remember sitting in this building through the other side, and they brought Bonio through, and Bonio walked through with these orange glasses on. And I remember looking at him thinking, you're not very tall, are you? No, the edge wasn't there. No, it was just him. And I don't know where he was going, unless he was going to another studio. But you automatically looked at him because he was wearing these orange glasses. And I've put them on before. Not his, obviously. And everything is orange. It's the most peculiar sensation. But I'm currently walking around our harbour, says Moffy at the moment, looking at the crystal blue water whilst listening, which is nice. It was meant to be raining all week here in Coffs Harbour, but it's been perfect weather, sunshine, no clouds, and 18 degrees. Woo! Kieran says, yes, I ordered some stuff online. I've just received an email stating that they've been dispatched. They're on the M25 at a steady 60 miles an hour. Estimated delivery 3 to 4 days. Huh? Yes, I get that. Mind you, I ordered some stuff the other day for the magic show and ordered it one day. It arrived the next. Seriously, I mean... Yeah, sometimes you get same day. It just depends when you do it, doesn't it? Amazing, isn't it? I love it. Morning, nice heavy company. Kevin the Milkman says Kate Bush's first album, The Kick Inside, is, in my opinion, one of the best albums ever made. Every track perfect, lyrically and musically. And to think she wrote all the songs while still a teenager. My vinyl copy, that's 43 years old, still gets an airing on my record decks about once a month. God, record decks. Happy days, isn't it? Catherine wants to know if Pete the Pool Man services hot tubs. I think he just does swimming pools, Catherine. I don't think it's really economical for him to come round and do a hot tub. I mean, I'm not a big fan. Has he done hot tubs? Oh, I don't know. But and does he cover the Horsham area? Oh, Catherine, please, honestly. I'm not here to put people in contact with people over a hot tub. But he can't wait to stop for the winter. That's what he's looking forward to. Having the rest. Having the rest, bless his heart. So, front page of every paper, Liz Truss, cometh the hour, cometh the woman. And what have we got here? Together on the red carpet, then Styles leading ladies went in other directions. He's very good, isn't he? And Sarah Vine talking about the Sussexes, Harry and Meghan. It says it's hard to sound truly modest when you're just talking about herself. Yeah, she puts on this fake smile. But there again, she was a very average actress. And that's what she's doing here and clapping with Harry, who basically sits there like, you know, they might as well have just gone somebody and just sort of had him embalmed and had him sitting next to her. Because he's sort of, I mean, I don't know what it's got to do with her. You'd thought that, you know, he's the more interesting thing. Without him, she's totally nobody. Totally nobody at all. And so her best interested smile on, and you could see it was fake from the start. She knew that everybody was going to be talking about her, and that's what she's into, people talking about her. The millionaire with the Ukrainian refugee who we talked about yesterday, he invited into his home, and then he decided to ditch his wife and go off with the Ukrainian refugee. Which is not so good, is it, really? But the royals urged to pay for slavery after Charles edits the black newspaper. And this is the Voice September issue. Maybe that was possibly the wrong thing to do, but you never know. You never know. And Truss's energy bill freeze could, they say, last another 2 years. And they're talking about, people sort of cutting back. But when you hear somebody who speaks to Darren saying that she's on the telephone to him and she's holding a torch in her hand, I mean, you begin to think it's gone a little bit ridiculous. Batteries are so expensive. It's cheaper to put your electric light bulb on. And it depends. You can get low-energy bulbs. I don't know why people haven't thought of these things. Low-energy bulbs, which, you put it in, it's a 14-watt bulb, but it gives you 60 watts. I mean, there's all sorts of things. To sit there and say, I was on the telephone with a torch. I mean, that's like doing something, when you're 15 years old. And you go under the bed and you've got your torch on. The batteries very quickly run down. So here we go. Walking away from the top table, Priti Patel and Nadine Dorries. I suspect Nadine Dorries, who loves the publicity, will be doing something, to show you what a marvellous personality she is. Whereas Priti Patel plans to champion her causes. What causes? She hasn't achieved anything. What causes has she got? Perhaps she makes cakes or something. We've missed out on that. She's going to do it from the back benches. Yeah. And after a farewell to number 10, is it the quiet life for Boris? I think he's going to come back. I think he's going to make a bid for freedom, I think. Team Truss incandescent over the TV mockery from comedian Joe Lycett. I mean, I thought it was funny, but you could see that the woman fronting the show didn't like it at all. They'll be finding out who it was who booked him and finding out whether or not they were in league with somebody. Because you just can't book somebody. You can't book a guest on a programme. It's a political show. Lisa What's-Her-Face, Laura Kunsberg, she would have had to approve it as well. They wouldn't give her somebody and not tell her who it was. It doesn't come, oh, look, here's a surprise. It's Ed the Duck. They don't do things like that. That would have to be run past her. They would sit down and have a meeting and say, we've got Joe Lycett. And she would have to go, really? Are you sure? So she's as much to blame, I think, as everybody else. Here we go. Stife bring a comedy legend to life, apparently. Captain Mannering. Oh, how lovely. I want one, says John in Peacehaven. Oh, they're cute, aren't they? How much is it? How much is it? I like to find out the price of these things. I reckon that's about £90. At least, I would have thought. Producer's trying to find a cost for us. Might have to order this on the programme. A Stife, Captain Mannering. How cool. Have you ordered it yet? How much? 137? More? More than £137. 220. Up. More than 220? How big's this thing? What is it, Lifeline? It's 299. Oh, the good news is it ships in 4 to 6 months. Yeah, like I'm going to be waiting. I mean, I do like it. How big is it? Don't know. And it got a size there. Yeah, it stands 10 inches tall. That's not 10 inches. It's about 2 foot. Oh, it's not. 10 inches about that. Then you're doing 2 in. That's 10 inches. That's 10 inches. Well, that's what I tell people anyway. No, it's not. That's over a foot. It's a Stife teddy... Oh, for goodness sake, I'm working with idiots, complete and utter idiots. They've got no idea what 10 inches looks like. No idea at all. But it's a lot of money in it, 300 quid. I mean, I have to be honest, I do like it. But you know what's cost the money on that? It's not the bear. It's the glasses, the accessories, the little outfit. But Captain Mannering by Stife, 299. I don't know. I don't think I can run to 300 quid at the moment. Not at this precise moment. But it's nice. Nice. We like that. Thank you so much for telling me about it. I'm very, very grateful. Very, very grateful. Mums are told now, eat fish twice a week. And apparently late BBC breakfast star, the lovely Bill Turnbull, mischievously recalled sturdy weather colleague Carol Kirkwood. Sturdy Carol Kirkwood? Funny description. Promising to get her jugs out on air. Red-faced... Sorry? Yeah, promising to get her jugs out on air. Red-faced Carol had been referring to containers of liquid showing rainfall levels. Getting her jugs out. That used to be National Geographic magazine. Boys only used to buy it for women with big jugs. on their heads as they were sort of taking the water. But Bill Turnbull, very mischievous, but a lovely, lovely man. Lovely, lovely man. We've got some birthdays to celebrate today, probably yours, in which case many, many happy returns of the day, and also to Emily Maitlis. She's 52 today. The Canadian-born Sheffield-raised broadcaster left her job as lead presenter of Newsnight to launch the podcast The News Agents. And that'll be courtesy of Global. Thank you very much indeed. And Macy Gray celebrates her birthday as well. She's 55 today. She did admit she once spent a week in prison for stealing petrol. Rod Stewart in 1975 was enjoying his third UK #1 single with his version of the song Sailing. I thought it was his song that we are saying. Was it somebody else? Somebody else written Sailing? I wasn't aware. Let me have a little slurp of tea. Did somebody else do Sailing then? I wasn't aware of that one. I always get these things wrong. And Sailing, a song by... it was the Sutherland Brothers. And but it's best... It was written in 72, but in 75, Rod Stewart had the hit. Well, there you go. Who'd have known? I thought it was written by Rod Stewart. Amazing, isn't it? Sarah in Thatcham says, can you say hi to Andy Peters? Watched him on QVC yesterday, and his food show is the best thing on TV. He managed to chomp his way through 2 hours of food, despite having wisdom teeth problems, and was his usual hilarious self. Hope he feels better soon. Did he do mince pies, though? That's what we need to know. Mince pies. Ooh, how lovely. And Steve, out of interest, is the Moffat you mentioned the same one on radio in Australia? Oh, I don't know. We live in Sydney. Oh, it is. Oh, it's the same one. We live in Sydney and listen to him online at one end of the day on Triple M in Coffs, and you at the other end of the day on LBC. We met him about 3 years ago when he was doing his show from Strand Palace in London, and we were staying there on holiday. Love listening each day. My husband often says to people, nice to have your company. To have your company? Nice. Yes, he's a radio presenter. We get all sorts of radio presenters listening to this programme. We always do, actually. And we got pictures. There's Andy Peters. There he is. Has he just sent this? Oh, this was last night. Food. Look, they've got all their Christmas stuff in. Show me the food. Show me the food, Andy. Don't just wander about holding the camera. Show me the food. What have they got today? It's quite a big studio, isn't it, really, for QVC? Oh, there's no food at all. But there will be, actually. I'd love to know, actually, what QVC's turnover is, because they shift... It seems like tons and tons of stuff, and I'm assuming it's a private company. I'd love to know how much money they make in the course of each year, or how much they sort of goods worth value. Ed the Duck on a politics show, says Kevin the Milkman. Now, I pay good money to watch that. Me too. Me too, Ed the Duck. Ash in Margate says, wishing you a very good morning from a slightly wet Margate. I'm sorry, but you don't book Joe Lycett without knowing what you're getting. Absolutely. There was no way they would have been expecting serious political comment. I thought it was utter genius. He's great. Anyway, heads will roll, I'm sure. Well, exactly, because not only would there have been a researcher who would book the guest, they would then say to the producer, Joe Lycett's booked, the cast picking him up at this time. Then they would show it to Laura, and she would have the ultimate... if she says, I don't want to talk to somebody, she doesn't talk to somebody. So she would have known exactly what was going on. Whether or not she fell for it because she's naive, I've got no idea. But either way, worked a treat for him. Worked a treat. Pete says, Catherine, yes, I do hot tubs. However, Weybridge, Cobham and Esher are my patch. I have a tip for hot tubs. If in doubt, drain it. There you go. If in doubt, drain your hot tub. That's from Pete. That's free advice. Normally have to pay money for that. That's free advice today, which is good. The Vogue boss. One of the biggest names in the fashion world, this is Edward Enninful, has claimed he can't hail a cab because taxi drivers won't stop for him due to his skin colour. He was born in Ghana, and apparently when he tried to get into Vogue House once, a security guard at Vogue's Mayfair offices was sacked for refusing him entry. Seriously, what a dumb security guard. To add insult to injury, the guard told him to use the tradesman's entrance at the back of the building. He says, I'm a black man in the world. It wasn't the first time it happened, and it's not going to be the last time. He says, when those incidents happened, it made me realise, do not forget who you are, do not forget where you're from, and do not think you're so amazing these things won't touch you. You can imagine. I mean, of course, they had to sack the security guard. What an idiot. I'm sorry, who are you? I'm Edward. You need to go round to the back entrance. What? You're out of job, mate. Disappear off now very quickly. You just mentioned mince pies, says Mike. Are they available yet? And yes, you can always get mince pies. No shortage of mince pies. Love mince pies. You can probably order them on Amazon. I should imagine you can order mince pies on Amazon. I mean, let's face it, you can get everything else on Amazon. Why not get mince pies? Or Andy Peters will probably have them as well, which is like... Do you know Hayley Mills, the actress? She's 76. I think she did pantomime at Richmond a couple of years back. Always loved Hayley Mills. I loved her as Pollyanna, which was a Disney movie, and it was sickly sweet, but it was blooming good. I like those family tug at your heartstrings kind of movies. 6 o'clock is the news headlines. Here they are.
At Honda, we've been engineering cars for over 75 years, actually. We know that excellence takes time. So you can rely on the Honda engineering in the all-new ENY1, with a range of up to 250 miles on a single charge and up to 5 years warranty, servicing and roadside assistance. Our first electric SUV, the ENY1. Oh, a hole-in-one.
Yes!
Honda, the power of dreams. Range based on test conditions and may vary.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Honestly, I just bought some Anadin or aspirin. I'd forgotten they were soluble. I was about to pop it in my mouth, and I suddenly looked at the packet and it said soluble. So you have to sort of put them in, and they go all fizzy. Do you remember these effervescent tablets you used to get years ago? Did you ever do those orange ones? There were an orange one. I can't remember what they were called. And you drop them in a glass of water, and they sort of gave you a bit of a boost. Barocca, you, but on a good day. And I remember thinking, I used to take Barocca. I used to think it was quite good. Now I'm just doing sort of Anadin Extra. Not the same. I'm just on painkillers. So, nice to have your company. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast. This is LBC. Apparently, QVC, I knew you'd know these things. You're very clever. Belongs to a company called Liberty Media, based in America. Liberty also owned Formula One racing, so money is good for them. And 10 inches is approximately the length of the long side of an A4 piece of paper. There you go. And the turnover of QVC UK, says Sharon, is about 541.7 million. Wow. They've got the same people on there they've had for years, and that's what I like about QVC. They do tend to use people who have been around. I think the beauty woman, I think it's called Alison, and she's been there for a long time, and Andy's been doing it for quite a while, actually. And that's that's what people like. In fact, there's a couple of people who used to be on my show on QVC, and I like it. Mind you, I went up the other day. Do you remember I told you I bought these light cheese in Costco? They've sold out, so that's gone. And then there were 2 lights, Christmas lights, that I wanted to get, and they had boxes and boxes and boxes and boxes of them. Went in the other day, all sold out. So annoying. So that's the trouble. If you see something at Costco, you have to buy it straight away, because if you leave it till the next time, it's all gone. I can't find Haribo in there at the moment in a big pack. QVC had a pre-tax profit of 45.7 million, according to the latest sets of accounts, says Gillian Warwick. You're getting better. Getting better at this. And Chris, an HGV driver from Lincolnshire, says later this morning, when is Boris Johnson finding his self-employed? Does he have to get the bus back from Balmoral? Oh, no. He gets... Listen, as an ex-Prime Minister... They get police protection. He'll still have cars available to him. They get everything. Everything. It's they don't have to sort of worry about anything at all. It's amazing. Steve, I appreciate the fact, says Damien, that the Queen can't travel to London, but 2 planes going up there to Balmoral for Boris and Liz to meet seems a little over the top. Couldn't they do it on Zoom? No, they can't. Has to be done in... It's tradition. Tradition. Boris Johnson's making his final speech outside Downing Street at 7:30 this morning. I'll hear it live on LBC. So it'll probably just be saying, yes, we've taken the wallpaper off the walls, and we've nicked a few bits of furniture as well. So, and then the others, I'm assuming, move in there, because the apartment at number 10 is right at the top of the building. The rest of it is like it's just like a TARDIS. You go in and it opens up. It's not at all this small place you think it is. It's vast, and it links all over the place, and it's got the garden. We know they've got a garden because we've seen pictures of people having parties in the garden. The vegan activists in the paper this morning drilling holes in the milk lorry tyres. Rather stupid, immature people. You know, if you really think it's going to stop it, you're going to be thrown in prison, and then you can stay there and you can drill holes in your cell wall till the cows come home. Nobody's particularly bothered. What was it? I've lost my other paper, actually. The Mirror this morning has got... the Mirrors, you can... It's a very weird picture, actually. They've said for 12 years, Conservative PMs have wrecked the economy, trashed our public services, left millions worse off, and now we've got another one. Shame old Tories. You know, which is fine. Liz Truss is the new Prime Minister. But, you know, I mean, give her a chance. Give her a chance. I mean, blimey, you know. I mean, you can imagine, can't you? The amount of people must be trolling her on a regular basis. You know, get out, we don't need you. I've heard people, the most vehement people, you know, who phone radio stations to talk about how disgusting it is and this and that. Of course, what's going to really upset them is if we have another election and she wins again. I mean, I don't know where they go from there. Germany unveils this £54 billion help. Ours could be 100 billion. We don't know yet. We've got to wait and find out. And the man she counts on is her husband, who's there. They married in 2000. She picked skating for their first date. So now you're going to get loads of things. They've got teenage daughters, Frances and Liberty, 16 and 13. And it's new for them. It's all new for them. I don't think it makes any difference, does it? We have to wait and see what happens. If she's promised things, she's got to deliver. And if she delivers, well, then people might sort of look favourably on them. Either way, there's nothing we can do about it. We didn't start the war in the Ukraine. We didn't do anything about that. We just sort of tried to help out. Michelin-starred chef Tom Kerridge in all the papers. This is the man who might have to close down places as his electricity bill shoots to £420,000 a year. But he's offering a £15 meal deal to lift trade in his upmarket diners. This is in London, Manchester and Marlow. Dishes like cottage pie, sausage and mash, lasagna and jam roly-poly. How lovely. How lovely. I like jam roly-poly. There used to be a place in London where you could go in and get cheap food. And I can't remember what it was called, but it was my father used to have a place in Knightsbridge. And round the back, there was this place. It was like sort of a canteen. All the puddings were made in big trays, and they gave you a slice of roly-poly pudding. It was like being school dinners. But I can't remember what the thing... Oh, it was called the hot pot. It was dirt cheap. I mean, it was dirt cheap. And you could get things like sausage and mash, all your favourite things from school. And it was... My dad loved it. He loved... It was bigger than a cafe. Bigger than a cafe, but very nice. Very, very nice. The food was sort of... It was just good old food. I don't know. Earl's Court, there was a hot pot. I remember, because it was next to the kebab shop we used to go to. We used to call in late at night to get a late-night kebab. Never after a skinful, because we never drank. Never drank at all. Steve, I'm waiting outside Joe Allen's to deliver some sausages, but there's no sign of life. Well, no, the only people in at this time will be the cleaners. That's right, I just have to drink my... Oh, it's quite nice, actually. Cold water and Anodin Extra. Soluble. Don't call me Susan for nothing, let me tell you. They're very powerful. No, the people you will see out the side there, because when I get the bus, I go past Joe Allen's and the cleaners are in cleaning. So they will be there. Have you knocked on the door? The cleaners will take in something, I should imagine. Definitely. Loud snorers. How would you know, unless you're in a relationship, whether you are a loud snorer? Or whether you snore at all? You can use an app. Oh, God, can you imagine? The noises you would hear. The noises. But in fact, it could be a sign of increased cancer risk. That's a cheering thought. Maybe you don't want the app. Maybe you don't want the app. Around 1.5 million adults suffer with obstructive sleep apnea, which deprives your body of oxygen at night. It causes bad snoring, choking or gasping. And they did a Swedish study. Oh, it's Swedish, we don't care. I never count it as being the same. If it's Swedish or it comes from, Liechtenstein or something, I don't care. As long as it isn't, the West Mid down the road from me, I don't care about it at all. And here we go, dreary old Meghan, saying it was very nice to be back in the UK. Minutes after being greeted by cheers and boos. Yeah, we don't really want you here, love. You're nothing to do with this country. You're nothing to do with the royal family. So tootle back to America. Stay there. We don't care. Depression has surged among those who have type 2 diabetes. It rockets in Britain from about 29 to 43% over the course of 11 years. younger people in the probe were more likely to have a more aggressive version of type 2 diabetes. I remember seeing a programme on, where they sort of go out there and they sort of follow young people in Leeds or Manchester who are going out for a night on the town, and they've rented a limousine, but they're basically just getting drunk at home. And this particular girl, who was only, I think, 18, she was necking it like there was no tomorrow, vodka, and she was diabetic, type 1. And somebody said, you should be careful. You shouldn't really be drinking this much if you're type 1 diabetes. And she said, oh, be fine. In fact, it wasn't. You have to watch the booze. But it's the sugar. It's the sugar, and the sugar's in everything. I don't know what it is in spirits. I'm really not sure. I think you'll probably find it's in most things. But if only there was an easy way around it. But sadly not. Steve, I saw Hayley Mills last night at Richmond Theatre. First preview of the Best Exotic Marigold Hotel, says Laura. Oh, how lovely. How lovely. I think she's great. But in the film Pollyanna, it's the glad town. It's a real Walt Disney, sock him in the eyes and make him cry, and it's got all sorts of famous people in it that you will recognise. Steve, does Halliborange still exist? Yes, it certainly does. I think it was the stock pot, says Dean. Stock pot or hot pot? It was. There you go. What happened to the stock pot? It's closed down. Its interior is now a building site. Oh, no. I mean, it was never going to get stars. Bob Geldof used to come over Sunday lunch. It was cheap. We had a problem with rent. The owner said, we asked for more time. I started selling works of art. And then one day the chef came to open up and start preparing breakfast, and 2 men were changing the locks. I saw that on a shop the other day, actually, near me. And it's a real ale shop. Now, the only reason I mention it... Oh, it was there, was it? Oh, right, Designers Guild. But the only reason I mention it is because it's... If ever I go past the thing, either in the car or on the bus, if I'm going to Richmond, notices on a window and one on the door indicate to me somebody's put them up there, and it's generally a bailiff. And this is a shop just down from Richmond Bridge, and they sell real ales. And I thought, they always seem to be quite busy. Now, whether or not things have changed, I've got no idea. I should really have got off the bus and had a look and investigate exactly, why they've got notices on the windows, because you're going to be seeing it a lot as people come to get their... Have you got a picture of it? If you've got a picture of real drinks, I might know where... That's it, yeah. Is it closed? Permanently closed. Oh, my godfathers. Yeah, that's right. They're on Richmond Road, East Twickenham. And it's closed, has it? Permanently closed. Oh, dear. It's awful, isn't it, really? All these different places. And you're going to be seeing more and more. I wonder why these 2 notices, they just look to me like bailiff's notices. In other words, we've changed the locks. You can't supersede it, otherwise you get into big trouble. And it also means all your stock is frozen. So, you've worked in a business and you put your heart and soul into it, and then all of a sudden somebody takes it away from you. So I suggest that the Prime Minister pulls her finger out very quickly. It would be quite nice, wouldn't it? Lovely one here from Jeff in France. He says, cheap restaurant was a stock pot that was run around the back of the National Gallery. They were all over the place, but gone. Another aspect of our life disappeared, and then they turn into other sorts of shops. Tricia says, morning, Steve. Can you wish Pat and Kathleen Lee a very happy 63rd wedding anniversary and a speedy recovery to Pat? We have done it. And Anna says, love, love, love Enya. Helped me get through chemo treatment in the 90s. Played China Roses at my wedding. Oh, that's nice. That's nice. Anything to get people through chemo. We were talking the other day about one of the hairy bikers, and he looks completely different with no hair and no beard. He said he misses it. But listen, if it gets you through things, that's what you've got to put. It's a small price to pay. It's a small price to pay. I know it's upsetting, and I know it's never great. James says, I'm on painkillers. I've got a toothache. Ooh, the stock pots were fab. Famous people use them, especially in Soho. Bit of history lost. I know. Yes. And Catherine says, please thank Pete the pool man for the advice. I used to live in Cobham. He must be getting it off big time. The Soho stockpot closed in 2015, by the way. More money than sense. Changed over the years. Full of nouveau riche and wags. Yes, I think wags are a bit sort of desperate now, aren't they? They write sort of different things, and it's just basically the wags were wives and girlfriends of footballers. Well, that's all it is, and how intelligent they are. Mandy says, I used to go to the one off Regent Street in the 70s when working at Dickinson Jones. Yes, good, cheap food. Hope the Anadin work quickly, yes. Me too. Me too. They will. It'll be absolutely fine. So Emily Maitlis celebrates birthday today, so many happy returns of the day. And Bake Off's getting harder with new challenges. As I say, I mentioned at the beginning of the programme, I watched Kim Woodburn, basically behaving just really badly. I don't know why anybody ever booked her for this programme. She basically just walks all over people, and it was so unnecessary. She was on a cooking programme with Kerry Katona, who didn't fare much better. I mean, to be honest with you, these people must have to take anything that's going. But Kim Woodburn was absolutely awful. There's too many cooking shows on the television. I'm bored witless with them. I don't care. And when they call them celebrity-based, they're celebrities that you thought had sort of either passed on years ago or their career was washed up. It's very, very embarrassing. Very embarrassing. But Kim, tidying up on the floor, this other bloke was saying to her, listen, people do that for you. Just go away. Leave it. She became quite nasty about it. I was very disappointed. Very disappointed. Because I thought if it was an act to start with, well, then I can forgive you. But it appeared not to be an act at all, I'm afraid. Locked into the spike after watching 4 episodes of Stranger Things on Netflix. It's really good, says Waj. Thank you. I haven't seen it, but I don't think I get Netflix. In fact, I don't get Netflix. The producer tells me how he knows what goes on in my bank account, so I've got no idea. But apparently I don't get Netflix. Yeah, what are you saying? I'm too poor. Can't afford it. Yeah, I can get reruns. I get Bargain Hunt and things like that. No, it's not there. Is it not on there? Oh. I get Peppa Pig. Peppa Pig's good. Very nice. A landlord says he would have to charge 16 quid a pint to survive, his pub's energy bill rising by 500%. His annual bills could be 50,000. He said 1,000 a month is affordable, but 1,000 a week is not. He runs the Wickenham Arms in Cleckheaton in West Cleckheaton. I just love that name. It just sounds old-fashioned, doesn't it? He says, we're frustrated and powerless because nobody in power understands. They couldn't care less. It's not a case that they don't understand it. They couldn't care less about you. That's the problem. Otherwise, they'd have done something. We're going to see. I spoke to my friend Michael the other day, who's got a hairdresser's in Twickenham, in Water Lane. Had it for years. His father bought the freehold. That's how he's surviving. His father bought the freehold, but he's still got bills to pay because they've got electricity that they use. Not a great deal, but they've got air conditioning. Luckily, they won't have to keep that going for much longer because of the way that the weather's changing. But he said he's actually at the moment having his teeth done, but in Poland. He's in Poland. He said in Poland it was about 7,000 or 8,000. Over here, he said 35,000. He said the difference is phenomenal. He's got to pay for the flights to go over there, and they put him up in a hotel, and he's got implants going in. And it's amazing. But he's gone because one of the girls who works in his shop, Kasia, she's Polish and she goes back to Poland to have her teeth done, so he's using her dentist. So it's not somebody that he's just sort of... it's like saying, would you like to go to Russia for heart surgery? I don't think so. We don't go anywhere in Russia, thank you very much indeed. But he said it's so much cheaper over there. And he's flying off this morning to go back for the next stage of it, because I think he'll need about 4 visits whilst they have to sort of take out. They'll put in temporary posts, then they'll put in temporaries whilst they make the other ones. Then you go back and have them fitted, and then you'll have them adjusted and everything else. But he said the difference in price is phenomenal, absolutely phenomenal, and he's very happy with it. And they actually put him out because he woke up last time, he said, to see the dentist leering over him with what looked like a chisel and a hammer, sort of knock these things out. Do you remember Spadoulique? Says Sean. Yes, I love a jacket potato. Well, in fact, you get them in Costco. £2 for a jacket potato with either cheese, beans, tuna or chili con carne. Or a combination of chili con carne and cheese, or cheese and beans, or cheese and tuna and things like that. £2. It's very good value. I do that. Well, I went the other day and I had beans and cheese. Because the chili con carne is a little bit spicy for me. Nice, but a little bit too spicy for just sort of a quick lunchtime visit. I'm a very delicate boy, and delicate palate, definitely. A man in the paper today, he saved a young Jewish girl from being murdered by the Nazis, has finally met her daughter. So his grandparents saved a young Jewish girl from being murdered. In a story mirroring that of Anne Frank, Suze van der Beek was sheltered by a brave Dutch family during the Second World War. Both Suze's parents and her brother and sister were killed at Sobibor death camp in Nazi-occupied Poland. But Suze, then 5, was saved by Justin Anna Schön, who hid her in the loft. When peace came, Suze moved to America. She married and had daughters Arlene and Diane. 80 years later, Arlene Kennedy travelled to the UK where the Schöns had settled to meet their grandson. And Chris from Gwynedd remembers his dad screening a film of Suze's wedding saying, "That's the little Jewish girl that we hid." They were involved in sheltering Allied airmen and used a radio and printing press to pass on information. The Gestapo searched the home but didn't inspect the second loft where the printing press was hidden and Suze slept. And they met at Bangor-on-Dee. Chris said at the meeting, it was very nerve-wracking, but she was lovely. Isn't that amazing? And in fact, it's going to be shown on S4C, which I think must be Welsh television, isn't it? Welsh language television. Tonight, it's called Reunion Hotel. Anne Frank, you know, was the Jewish teenager who kept that famous diary of her years hiding from the Nazis in Amsterdam. She was eventually discovered and died in a concentration camp in 1945. And because their house, there were hidden rooms and things like that, so everybody had to be very quiet. And quite amazing. And I think it's one of the most visited places in Amsterdam. I think the Anne Frank Museum. When you think about the things that went on, oh, goodness me. Honestly, we sometimes have it so easy. Steve, there were 2 places on Panton Street, Stockpot and West End Kitchen. Great food at good prices. Used both of them when I worked at the Buzz Bar, says Bill. Woo! Isn't it funny? I used to get these great places. I mean, sometimes I sort of think about all the places I used to go to in London, which was sort of cheap food and things like, and now you go around London and it's all designer shops. And, you know, and artisan bread, artisan cheese, artisan fruit and veg. And the cheap food. I mean, what is cheap food now? Not even a kebab is cheap. You know, you can pay £9 for a kebab. Bit of pita bread and some concentrated or, I don't know what it is, lamb or something, different formed. It's formed onto these spike things and then they sort of slice it off. I mean, I have to be honest, I've eaten it on numerous occasions, so I can't knock it, you know. And you can buy it in Iceland. They sell it as kebab meat. And you take it home and it's frozen and you put it in a saucepan and you put it on very low heat and then it gets hot and it's delicious. All you got to do is pop a couple of pita breads into your toaster, cut the top off because it'll burn your fingers, and then you open it up and you put in the meat. Got your own kebab shop running in the kitchen. Very nice. Steve, the late lamented Chelsea Kitchen, after years and years on the King's Road, it moved to Fulham about 10 years ago. Is it still there? Chelsea Kitchen in Fulham. See, this is the advantage. Years ago, you couldn't find all these things. You couldn't find anything at all. But with the advent, it's gone. It's gone, I'm afraid. Another bit of history gone. I used to spend a lot of time in Fulham, on the upper. Oh, that's nice, isn't it? Where's that? That's gone, is it? Oh, it's gone. Honestly, how disappointing. Steve. And Andrew Manchester say hello to girls at all the Future for Fairgrounds as it's World Fun Fair month for all of September. I was very disappointed, I'm afraid, to discover, because I used to have a subscription to a magazine or a newspaper called World's Fair, and it was for showmen and different things like that. You could go through it, and you could buy a set of Dodgems or a Helter Skelter or all sorts of things. It tells you where all the fun fairs were, and it went out of business ages ago, because I remember going in to get it from Mrs. Modi. I had it on regular order, and she said, it stopped publication. Like a trade paper. They also used to do car boots and the same thing, but World's Fair. So World Fun Fair month for all of September. Andrew, thank you. Enjoy Oxford Street, Giles Street Fair today. Oh, lovely. And Thomas Bosch, he says, when are you coming down to Bosch Gym for a boxing session? We're also doing completely free kids classes and we give all the kids grub afterwards. Let's get you down for a workout, mate. Thomas, I'm going to slap the back of your legs. There's no... Listen, not with my legs, the state they are at the moment, I'm afraid. In fact, I showed the producer my legs the other day. I had a bit of an accident. And I don't think he's ever got over the shock of somebody standing in the newsroom saying, look at this, dropping their trousers in front of him. Bless his heart, honestly. 2 shocks he's had. The other one was today when I gave him dough balls. Yeah, I saw them and I thought of him immediately because I thought to myself, and he went, oh, they've got a filling of garlic butter inside. Just pop them in the oven, and to him that's a snack. That's a snack. Anybody else, it'd be a full meal, but to him it's just something to eat. I'm going to the news. Very bitter again, you see. All this pushy stuff.
Attention all passengers. You can now book your train tickets on Uber and get 10% back in Uber credits to spend on your next train journey. So no excuses not to visit your in-laws this Christmas.
Trains, now on Uber. T's and C's apply. Check the Uber app.
Leading Britain's conversation, LBC, with Steve Allen.
Well, apparently it appears that World's Fair is back. They've got the 2022 September edition. Now, whether it's available online and you download it or you subscribe to it, I don't know. I'll have to check with my newsagent because I like the Showman's Guild. I'm a big fan of stuff like that. Roger says it's got all sort of pictures. I just like fun fairs and circuses. It's odd, isn't it, really? I don't know where this stems from. I don't come from a history of tumblers or wire walkers or anything like that, or animal trainers. But I used to like them. The idea I liked them as a kid is that you would have a field, the circus would move on to it, and then when it vanished, there'd be nothing left apart from sort of a ring on the grass where the circus ring had been. And the first book I ever read on it was The Circus is Coming by Noel Streatfeild, which was written back in the 40s, which was a really good kids' book. And then I bought British Circus Life by Lady Eleanor Smith, and I got a lovely copy sent to me from America. And that also was written, it was about Rico Circus, and it was said to be the definitive circus guide. The definitive guide to British circus, and it was lovely. It was really super. So I've always liked that idea that they pack it all up on trailers, and then it just disappears off into the night, and then they go and assemble it somewhere else. It's like having a boxing match, isn't it? I suppose, really, because they used to have our fun fair in Newbury. Used to be the Michaelmas Fair, and it was opposite the swimming pool, and it'd be a combination of three fairs, like the Nottingham Goose Fair. There'd be 3 or 4 different fair families, and they would come together and they would take up the whole of the centre of Nottingham. And our one used to have boxing matches. You know, you could chance your luck, you know, win a fiver or something like that. You used to have the freak shows and everything else. It was great. That's why I like it, actually. So whether or not I go to Thomas's Bosch Gym for a boxing session, honestly, oh God, can you imagine? Roger says, used to go to the Stock Pot on the King's Road, but the best place was the Chelsea Kitchen, which I used at the end of the 80s and early 90s. By the way, I've been listening to you since the mid-80s. It's outrageous. There should be a charge. Should be a charge. Did I mention both my Magic Circle shows have sold out? I bought the clothes all ready to wear. How cool am I? Look at that, deciding in September what I'm going to wear. Yeah, I've got... They arrived. I had a look at them yesterday. They're beautiful. And so cheap. People will be... Oh, Steve, you look fantastic. No, they won't be saying that. Nobody ever says that. Victoria Woods was the kind of person I wish so much she'd been my mother or my next-door neighbour, says Connie. It upsets me I'll never see her again, live on stage, and meet her afterwards to give her a hug. Yes, I went to see her at the Royal Albert Hall. And very good she was, too. So Andrew says it's back out, World's Fair magazine. I shall have to go and get hold of it. I used to love reading that every week. I take the stage every week because I'm in showbiz. That's what I tell people, anyway. Anna from Walton-on-Thames, the Stock Pot, Steve, Basil Street behind Harrods. And somebody says it's a shame places like the Stock Pot close, greedy landlords. Well, you know why? They get more money from the coffee shops. And we've got a proliferation of coffee shops. So, in other words, if you've got Starbucks, within less than 6 months, there'll be a Costa, there'll be a this coffee shop and a that coffee. We've got loads of coffee shops. Coffee shops and hairdressers we've got. Tons of them. Chelsea Kitchen, Steve, King's Road. Just mentioned as I did the text. Meal and a pudding with custard for £1. Yeah, meal and a pudding with... I mean, seriously, it was very good value. Very good value. Remember Bistro Vino? Steve loved them. Used to go regularly to ones in Hollywood Road and Brompton Road, says A. No, I didn't. And did you see the Who Do You Think You Are show with Matt Lucas? His mum's first cousin lodged with Anne Frank's family. Quite an emotional show, says Glenn. Oh, wow. That's a good one. I wish I'd seen that, actually. Talking about Enya and Kate Bush, says Paul in Worcestershire. Are you a fan of Stevie Nicks? Yes. Whatever happened to Corey? What indeed? What indeed? Nobody knows. He won the lottery, and then he moved on to Ian Dale's programme, and I think they've just bought an island off Mustique. and they're running it as an exclusive venue. No, I saw him, about 2 weeks ago. We went out for lunch. I always feign that thing at the end of it. I go, oh, where's my wallet? Oh, I haven't got my wallet with me. And then see the look on his face. Steve, World's Fair, says Mark, can be subscribed online and you can get a digital copy as well as one posted to you. I shall go and get it from my local newsagent. That's what I like doing. So over in EastEnders, now, you know they're bringing back Shane Ritchie. I think he's going to be knocking on Kat's door. But Kat is going to tie the knot, I think, with Phil Mitchell. I think this... Well, Sharon, I don't know. Apparently... I mean, the last time Shane Ritchie was seen was 2019. But it looks likely that Kat and Phil will tie the knot. But you're right, what about Sharon? She'll be gutted to hear about that. And will somebody tell Ian Beale? Who's running his fish and chip shop? What's going on? Where's Pete Dean? Why don't we get the fruit and veg people back in again? Ridiculous. I've never heard anything like it. Madness, isn't it? Absolute madness. Diary today, looking at various people, all the rich and the powerful and the glamorous people as well. RuPaul's Drag Race star, Tace. Never heard of these people. There's obviously a proliferation of people out there. Kicked off his UK tour by performing a lap dance for Gemma Collins. Oh, dear. How embarrassing. That must have been some lap dance to watch, I should imagine. She has put on weight. She admitted it the other day. She's on holiday in Mykonos because she was complaining about the drones. And I failed to understand what was the matter with drones. And it turns out they've been trying to get pictures of her. I don't know how many drones there are around there, but I mean, once you've got one picture, you've got one picture. It's as simple as that. But that's what she was complaining about. I don't believe that the diary's that full at the moment, hence probably the lap dance from somebody from RuPaul's Drag Race who we've never heard of. But there again, I haven't heard of most people on RuPaul's Drag Race. I've heard sometimes of the panel, but that's about it, actually. Yeah, Joe Lumley's been booked in for it as well. Matt Lucas, Who Do You Think You Are, is available on iPlayer, says Anna. Thank you. Great documentary, Steve, on the American Circus on PBS, which is public broadcasting something. 4 hours long, Barnum and Bailey, Ringling and more. Well, I used to go to Sarasota, and Sarasota is known as Circus Town in America. That's where they go. But, of course, the circus finished. There's no Ringling Brothers, Barnum and Bailey or anything like that anymore in America. They used to have it at Madison Square Garden. They would take over. And I've got a film at home called Circus World with John Wayne. And it was obviously filmed inside a real circus. But in those days, this was in the 40s and the 50s, it looked completely different. They would have about 3 rings operating. There wasn't just the one ring, it was 3 rings. And so you'd have somebody doing tightrope walking, there'd be elephants in one arena and something in another one. Amazing, really. 7 million to get the COVID jab boosters, which is good. Care homes first. Care homes. And from tomorrow, you can book a jab. So people with special health conditions, I think that's me, actually. I think I'm an at-risk person and vulnerable. But I don't know if they contact me or I contact them. I think they probably contact me and say, would you like an injection? I go, yes, please. Yes, please. I remember standing outside in their car park the last time just to get the jab, and it took about a minute. It was, you were in, roll up your sleeve, injection, ow, and that was it. But millions will be invited. Yeah, you're going to be invited. I love an invitation. I might take sandwiches. Just go and stand at a car park. Yes, I think I'm vulnerable enough because I'm diabetic, so we're sort of high up the list, and I'm of an age, 43 plus VAT. So I'm going to check out that American Circus. I do buy things like that. I'm quite into those sort of documentaries on the television because they're very, very interesting. Bad news, the sports presenter Jo Wilson has revealed she's been diagnosed with cervical cancer. She said she's having radiotherapy. Mind you, who's that Jane Fonda has said that she's got cancer as well at the moment, and she's 87, something like that. She's certainly well advanced in years. Jane Fonda, of course, 84, and she's got cancer as well, but she's fighting it, and she's been diagnosed. I didn't know that she said, she's got this non-Hodgkin's lymphoma, and she started chemo. She said it's very treatable. 80% of people get through it at her age. Isn't it amazing? Amazing, but we wish Joe Wilson, the best. Priti Patel said only her tough Rwanda policy would save lives in the Channel. Don't be so ridiculous. I'm sorry, how many people have you sent to Rwanda, dear? Nobody. How much money of ours have you wasted? Millions. Have you solved the problem? No. So, just as well you quit before they sort of took you out and sort of dropped you somewhere and said no. If you want to read what Piers Morgan thinks about the fake Meghan Markle, then you can you can read all about it in the papers today, if you so desire. And one of them, he talks about delegates attending this One Young World Summit, which I've never even heard of before, apparently are paying £1,000 a day to attend this summit, which does not include either the cost of travelling to Manchester or the accommodation. So, but this is interesting because a friend of mine did one of these things years ago. He set up a summit for world food, and he booked the venue, which was abroad, and all these different countries sent delegates to it. He's got no experience of this kind of thing at all. They all sent delegates, and they paid a lot of money. And even at the last day, people were turning up, and he was taking cash from them. So this one here, so for most of these people struggling, it's about, 5,000 to go to this thing. I've never even heard of One Young World. But presumably they managed to convince Meghan and Harry that it was worth doing. But I've never even heard of it before. Whether it's, in fact, I remember thinking, why Manchester? Why Manchester? But it's supposed to be for sort of poverty and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, right. Good for them. Morning, nice to have your company. Welcome to 7:30. 7:30, you get the Prime Minister, the ex-Prime Minister, doing a speech. What a time of the morning. And I'm suddenly realising, I'm assuming he's still doing his packing. And he's got a few things to take, like the wallpaper, bit of furniture and stuff like that, get it out as quick as possible before she goes in. And then, of course, he and Truss, separately, I think, will be going to see the Queen and then fly. And the reason they have to do it by plane is because they've got things to do. They can't afford to drive or take the train. They'll be there forever and a day. So that's why they're flying. And somebody said, well, what about the cost of that? I think, listen, if you knew the cost of getting government ministers from A to B, watch Yes Prime Minister or Yes Minister to realise exactly what an absolute farce it is of getting people around anywhere. And people saying, oh, why can't he pay for this? He doesn't have to pay for anything. He's the ex-Prime Minister. He will get security. Unlike Harry, very boring, very dull, very dreary. And I would think, actually, Yes Minister is still very accurate. I mean, it was always said, Thatcher always said, that it was the most accurate programme. And she used to sort of say, it's quite uncanny, isn't it? When you watch Sir Humphrey, it was quite brilliant. Quite brilliant. Still worth watching, actually. Mary in Oxford said, St Giles Fair in Oxford has to be the best. First Monday after the first Sunday in September. The smell of hot dogs and diesel is amazing. It is the hot dog, isn't it, really? And Kevin says, move to Chichester, lifestyle change, loving it, bought a fab house. Moles in the garden, oh no. We used to have a field next to one of our houses years and years ago, and once the moles started popping up, the whole field was covered with these blooming... Because all they do is, have I ever had moles? Were we on toast or something like that? No, I mean, no. But we did have them in the field next to us, and they were all over the place. Once they start, and you have to bring a man in. And what he does is he sets off explosions, which ricochet throughout the tunnels. Because all it does, it puts the little, above ground, and it pokes its nose up, goes, yeah, nice, goes back down again, makes another tunnel somewhere else. Little hard hat on with a torch, like a miner. But no, they can be an absolute pain. Absolute pain. Steve, I'm going today for a shingles vaccination and then COVID and then flu. Am I lucky or what, says Jean in Wigan. Well, living in Wigan, you've got the advantage. Goodness sake, honestly. As a visitor, says Paul, to Waterloo and Circus Fam, one of the world's first circus, Astley's, is celebrated with a blue plaque in Cornwall Road. Yes, Astley's Circus at Waterloo was the first one. Horses everywhere. Horses, because that's what circus used to have. And they used to have horses, and they get them, I think we get horses with... Zippo's Circus. Oh, yes, you can use horses. Oh, God, yes. Yes, the only problem is with using wild animals. But you go abroad, you go to France or Spain or anywhere else, they have loads of circus. Germany, especially, they have loads of wild animal acts. Loads of them, because they're bigger circuses. They for some reason, they seem to embrace circus better abroad than we do. So you've only got a few circuses. You get the Moscow State Circus and other ones coming over. and it's basically acrobats and stuff like that. But I think there was a Wild Animal in Circuses Act 2019. You can get a fine and a criminal record for allowing wild animals to perform. And people used to picket circuses if they had lions and tigers and stuff like that. And I've seen quite a lot, actually, in circuses, but no, they use budgies in Zippo Circus. It doesn't quite seem the same, does it? Equal rights for budgies, a bit of a come down from a lion and a tiger. We've got lions and tigers and elephants, and here's a budgie. And the pussycats, I've seen the pussycats and stuff like that. They sort of jump over each other and do little bits and pieces in between sleeping, because that's what pussycats do. They sleep all the time. And I've seen motorbike acts on the Wall of Death and stuff like that. Well, no, the pussycats don't do the Wall of Death on a motorbike, quite clearly not. Although I've seen pussycats surfing. Have you never seen that? Oh, my goodness, in America it's huge. You get them on, surfing, cats clinging on and dogs and stuff like that. They love it. Although, generally speaking, cats don't like water. But there's one here in Hawaii, and it goes surfing with its owner. They love it. They absolutely love it. I mean, you can't get enough of this in Hawaii, because they sort of think it's a good fun thing to do. So this bloke goes surfing with his pussycat, but they don't like water. And then look, it swims. It swims. If I'm in the water, it just comes back, and it's doing doggy paddle. I suppose it's like anything. If we drop the producer into a swimming pool, he'd learn to doggy paddle. That's how it works, isn't it? I wouldn't worry about it. But yes, we know all about Waterloo and the home of British circus. 4 million viewers have disappeared from Question of Sport since Sue Barker was axed as host, with the ratings now at a record low. Apparently, peak viewing figures. How much do you think for Question of Sport? How much do you think? 3 million? 2 million? Good guess. Wrong. 850,000. I mean, it should be axed immediately. It's like EastEnders. Take it off the air. One episode was beaten by a Channel 5 show about a farm shop. I mean, and this is on the BBC. What a waste of money. They've got 3 main presenters, then they've got the guests on as well. What a waste of our money. My money. Your money. Everybody's money. So she's now criticised the Beeb in her book, but then it's not their fault. They decided to hive off the programme. Somebody said, we'll take it, and they wanted a recast. But they've lost the audience. I mean, I don't know if they can insist on having Sue Barker. I don't think so. I mean, it's if somebody else takes over a programme, it's up to them who they pick, isn't it, really? But so used to get 5 million viewers. Now 850,000. EastEnders is dropping like a stone, and they've spent God knows how much money on it. What a wasteful company. What a wasteful company. They should be held accountable. And then allowing that dreadful Tory bias, the accusations on the BBC, it's disgraceful. Some of the things you see on there, and they're not supposed to have an opinion. It's all a little bit embarrassing, isn't it, really? I see that Clemmy Moody, in her column in The Sun, talks about Harry for some reason. Eco-warrior. He reckons 99% of his air travel is by commercial plane, which begs the question, how often does he fly, given he never seems to be off a private jet? Well, he's a hypocrite. He takes private jets. You don't think Harry can mix with ordinary people? He's got nothing to talk to them about. What's he talk about? He's got nothing to talk about. He's a Green campaigner, the man who flew by private plane to a polo match 1,000 miles away from his California mansion last month, did at least reportedly have the good grace to board a bog-standard 747 for his latest trip to the UK. Clemmy says, but I'd eat my EasyJet napkin if it emerges Harry turned up right upon boarding, squeezing into a cramped middle seat beside the toilet and tucking into a dry reheated chicken casserole. Don't think so, Harry. No, of course not. Of course not. You don't. Put it this way, it's not a case of do what I do, it's do what I tell you to do. Harry's not going to take a blind bit of notice. Let's face it, he doesn't even take any notice of his father. What a disrespectful little boy. It's disgraceful. He should learn how to respect people, because he doesn't, because he thinks he's right. Because basically she's sort of blotted his copybook, and said, oh, you don't need to do anything, Harry, you can do what you want. You're Prince Harry, yeah, and you're nobody. Failed actress, which is not so good, is it, really? But anyway, we don't have to put up with them very often. They've done a whole list of, after the licit anti-Tory jibes, of other people, apparently, including, EastEnders likened Brexit to coronavirus. Sharon Watts threw a drink in Sam Mitchell's face, saying, we've had Brexit and COVID, we don't need you. It becomes more political by the day, doesn't it? I love it. BBC News beat broadcaster reported the lack of diversity in English women's football as the Lionesses won the Euros. This was despite non-white players having the same representation in the squad as the nation at large. I mean, the BBC, I said they've lost the plot. Lost the plot. But there was one person here hired as a stand-in for something called Fivvy Live or something. Despite relentless attacks on the Tories on social media, he was dropped immediately. But there again, he never amounted to anything first time round. It's disgraceful, isn't it? I've got to go. I just looked at the clock a minute ago thinking we don't want any more rain today. Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. It's Wednesday, September the 7th. Down came the rain. Came down a bit this morning in London. Not a huge amount. It's tiddly rain. But it might increase a bit later on. There's one super Christmas fan. Her tree's up already and fully lit. I approve of that. It's entirely up to somebody. I love the way that it winds somebody up. You go, I think it's disgraceful. You know, people should put their trees up. They say, whatever, mind your own business, you know, curtain twitchers. Nothing worse. The tree was given to us by Prince Albert anyway. It's got nothing to do with Christmas. Do you ever see the Bible mentioning a Christmas tree went up in Bethlehem? I don't think so. No, there was nothing like that at all. Prince Harry's hired an ex-royal protection officer to keep him and Meghan safe because it's so frightening for him. He's being shoved sideways, I'm afraid. He can't see it. Everybody else can see it. All of a sudden, we noticed it's the Meghan Roadshow. Harry's not included. But how much longer, I wonder? Oh, well, guess what's back? Guess what's back for a bit of a revival? Apart from me, the cast of the hit 80s show, I'm Gonna Live Forever, Baby Remember. They've got 4 members of the original cast. I think the rest of them are dead or in homes or something, so they've put 4 of them together, and they're doing an anniversary gig. I think they're doing 3 dates. I can remember my producer, Uncle Rob, he was obsessed by Fame. He went to see them at the Royal Albert Hall. They came over at the height of their fame. It was the show to watch. High fidelity, high. Because they brought out all the songs and everything else, and it was set at the New York Academy of Performing Arts, and they danced in the streets, and they were really irritating, but we loved it. We thought it was fantastic. I thought it was a brilliant show. So the idea that they're coming back, I think, is very, very good. Very, very good indeed. How to make yourself fashionable? Rent your clothes. Don't buy them, rent them. You can rent clothes now. Really nice clothes, for women this is. 23 quid for a day to rent something, and then it goes back in again. So in other words, you don't have to, but it sort of prevents you having to go out and buy all these different clothes and fill up your wardrobe with something you're never likely to wear but once. Philip Schofield wants to be doing This Morning in 10 years, and probably will be. And I see no reason why I shouldn't. Not if Darren has his way. I was watching This Morning yesterday, and guess who was on it? Stephen Mulhern. He's got a book out, which is a story, but it's his story. He's put all his family in there because his dad was a market trader, and basically gave him the confidence, I think, to do what he does now. He did a very good magic trick, and I tweeted. I said, Stephen Mulhern, go buy the book. Check out his book. And he wrote to me, and he said, I'll send you a copy. It's called Max Magic. It's out now, and in fact, you can get it on Amazon. It's not very expensive. It was $7.99. I think it's a children's book, yeah, but it's got magic tricks in it and stuff like that. It's really good, really good. He's a very good magician, very good. And bless her heart, she's back. Another marathon day for Dawn Neeson. Yes, it's back on the Jeremy Vine show, and bringing you the hashtag Liz Truss first ever PMQ Live with brilliant panellists. I think Aisha Hazariki, Christopher Hope. But first, the Steve Allen show for Jacket Gate. She was wearing a very nice outfit yesterday, very bright, very nice indeed. I liked it. I don't know today. I don't know, because the weather's a bit miz. So come on, make a decision. Purple. Producer says purple, Dawn. Purple, because purple suits her. In fact, actually, all the colours I don't think I've seen her wearing a colour yet that she doesn't look good in. I think it's the hair. A mixture of red and blue for PMQs. There you go. Purple. Sounds nice, doesn't it? The producer's... It's gone all savvy on this one for you, Dawn, which is nice. Mix of red and blue for PMQ. Somebody wrote to me the other day. They said, it's so lovely when you eat your ice cream And in fact, I've had so many people saying it's almost tempted us to get out of bed and go to the freezer and get an ice cream out because it tastes so brilliant. And these little tubs from Haagen-Dazs, very nice indeed. Oh, The Lady's out now. I've got a next-door neighbour who loves The Lady. It's her sort of magazine. She's well advanced in years. That's all I'll tell you. But she loves. Oh, it's got everything. It's a real. Have you never seen it? It's a real glossy magazine. It's beautiful. They used to have their headquarters in Covent Garden. Lovely building with The Lady on the top of it. And it's a really lovely. It's got all sorts of things. It's got recipes and it's got features in it. She loves it. Seriously. You know, if ever there was a magazine designed for ladies, that would be it. You know, for people who want to sort of go there. And it's been going for ages and ages. I mean, I was looking at one the other day from 1885. The Lady, a journal for gentlewomen. How cool is that? Gentlewomen. You don't often hear that. And they do holiday properties. It's been continuous publication. It's not stock publication. And they also notable for their domestic service and childcare advertisements. But my next-door neighbour absolutely loves it. So it comes out monthly. And it's really lovely, actually. I think Sam Taylor, who is the magazine's 11th editor, and it's been shortlisted. I think now The Lady's moved to Boreham Wood. And at the same time, Maxine Frith was appointed as the 12th editor of the magazine. And it's really lovely. You get mentions of... It's not bad, is it, really? It's not bad. They have stability. I didn't like it when they moved out of London. I used to like seeing that sort of big sign up on the side of the wall. Kevin in Luton says, as you were talking about new books, are you not tempted to write a kiss and tell book about behind the scenes at LBC? Well, actually, there would be no behind the scenes at LBC because what you hear on air is behind the scenes. It's no different. Seriously, we all love each other. We go around each other's houses and celebrate our birthdays with sort of, you know, a little tipple. And we have parties and we get... I mean, everybody talks to everybody. There's no sort of not... I wish I could tell you there was some shenanigans. But there isn't any shenanigans. There's probably more shenanigans at BBC Radio Shropshire. So there used to be. Oh, there was all sorts of things years and years ago. Of course there was, because there were two different unions. There was the ACTT, which was all the engineers, and the NUJ. We were a closed shop, which is what they call it when you have to be in the union to work here. And if you're not in the union, somebody would come along and go, are you in the union? And if they said no, then they'd offer them the opportunity to join. And if they still said no, nobody would work with them. So it was a closed shop. They wanted, they wanted strength in numbers. So we all had to join the NUJ. I used to be quite excited. I had an NUJ card and everything. Made me qualify as a journalist, but only had to be a journalist to work here. Ian says, in the mood for ice cream today? I'm in the mood for dancing. Romance. The producer says no. He's lying. He's lying. Of course, in the mood for an ice cream, Ian. Listen, you are listening to people who would sort of bend over backwards and you could rub our tummies for an ice cream. Ian's our saving grace. We have him as a listener, and we have him for... And we don't just have him for the ice creams, because it's always a very nice thing. In fact, he turns up with these little tubs of Haagen-Dazs, and we've had strawberries and cream, we've had... I did like that one the other day, salted caramel. There's the double Belgium chocolate, vanilla. We've had... surprise us. We like a surprise, Ian. And we've had strawberries and cream. No, I don't think there is just strawberry. You think there is? I don't know. I don't know. If there's just strawberry, Ian, but don't make a fuss about it, because I'm the one who has to eat it on air, and I do it in between my little pieces. And it's the only way I can eat it, because they're all right next door, because they don't have to talk for a living. I'm the one who has to talk for a living. That's where, I suppose, if you're writing a book about LBC, it could be that. I remember saying to one of my bosses once, he said, you're doing this phone-in, Steve, on one of LBC's many incarnations. And I said, what happens if we don't get any calls? And he said, you talk. He said, that's what you're paid to do. You're paid to talk. And, of course, no sweat for me. I had no trouble talking. I mean, that's what I thrive on. I thrive on actually talking. And the more interesting you make it and the more stories there are available and the other bits. I should have brought in, I got a great review once. How did I stop taking calls? They sort of got left behind. And what happened was they put up the calls and I'd be talking and getting so much into the thing. The call would have been a hold-up for me. And so they just gradually sort of... And then people suddenly realise... I remember one of my bosses saying, he said, people don't want to hear you taking calls. He said, they want to hear you talking. He said, that's what it's all about. And I got this great review, and I keep meaning to bring it in for the producer because I found it the other day. I think it was in the Catholic Herald, of this bloke who raved over this programme. Raved over it. You know, to the point of almost it was the Pope writing. That's Steve Allen. He should be canonised. And he just sort of said, the unusual thing about this programme, he said, you won't have heard anything like it before. He said, he just talks about what goes on in his life, about various members of his family, his Auntie Enid, you know, the Groovy Gang, and, you know, things on a daily basis, people shoplifting. You know, I mean, we can never remember what we've actually talked about on the programme. We finish the programme and sometimes the producer goes, I've got no idea what you talked about today. I said, well, listen, join the club. I've got no idea either. But we managed to fill 3 hours, which was very good. Now we're told that football is not a religion, it's a lifestyle choice, which I've never seen a football match in my life. I've never also been to a rugby match. I've played rugby. I've never played football. I've played hockey, and I've done athletics at county standard. Excuse me. I was representing Berkshire for the high jump and for hurdles. I was so lucky in my school. I was known as the boy who could get his legs so far apart you could drive a lorry through. It was as simple as that. The police force have fired a sex pest PC. Do you know, I don't know why people are joining the police force at the moment. If you're a sex pest and you join the police force, surely you just sort of get rid of things like that. And you don't do it. And yet this one is awful. Then there was another woman who was complaining about being pestered for sex, and it turns out it was the other way round, and so she quit the force before they could fire her. It gets worse and worse. It really does. Lewis Capaldi tells fans that he's not drunk. He's got Tourette's. He's got Tourette's. And if you like your circuses, there's a shortage of clowns, which could bring down the curtain on circuses. No, there isn't. No, there isn't. You'll always find clowns. Clowns you bring in from abroad. The European circuses have got loads of clowns because they don't need to talk to you. You know, a clown could just do funny things with sort of... Or the favourite one is they have a bucket and you think it's water and they throw it over and it's all confetti. That's very good. Used to be more of a family business, circuses. Yeah. In fact, you would find people in the circus would have about 3 or 4 different roles. Sometimes they'd be a high wire walker. Sometimes they'd be on the trapeze, and other times they'd be doing an act with a donkey and dressed up as a clown. But some people are frightened of clowns. There is a recognised condition, being frightened of clowns. In fact, there was a very good film about a clown in a circus years ago. I can't remember what the film was called. Sorry? It. No, why would it be called It? But this was a clown who'd committed a murder, and he spent all his time in his clown's face. Until the police came, they had a wrecking of the train, and oh no, that's just scary. Stephen King. Oh, Stephen King was a scary clown. You see, I think that's it, is it? Oh, I think that's scary. Something like that. No, thank you very much indeed. I like them when they fall over and they've got big shoes. I went to a fancy dress ball in Vienna, and I dressed up as a clown. I went out. They've got all these fancy dress shops, and they've got shops where you can buy big shoes and everything. I had a squirty flower. I had a lovely outfit. And I went with a friend of mine, and everybody, these balls in Vienna, everybody dresses up. People love it. When I used to work in Cheeky Pete's in Richmond, we would have fancy dress nights, and people dressed up. Now they don't. The only time people dress up now is it Halloween? And you see them walking through Leicester Square, you know, with an axe in their head. And then you suddenly realise there's another attempted murder. But no, everybody dresses up. In those days, they dressed up. Nowadays, people are too embarrassed, aren't they, really? Which is it's always very fun. Oh, look at the time, honestly. I'm hopeless on my timekeeping recently. I don't know whether it's an age thing or not. Probably is. Morning. Apparently, the film was with James Stewart, and I think it was The Greatest Show on Earth. And he played the clown. But what was the clown's name? I can't remember, but he was... Was it Bones or something like that? Anyway, whatever it was, you know, the kids loved him and everything else, but then in the end he gets arrested. Buttons. Thank you. But it was such a good film, but he spent his whole time in the movie. There's a very good one, which is Circus World with John Wayne in. And it's quite eerie. It's not a scary film at all. It's about basically somebody who was in an act years ago and they fell and they were disabled and they couldn't go back there, but they had a daughter. And they used an actual proper circus because they didn't, there was no point. And what do you do? You know, just make a tent or something like that. And it was lovely. John Wayne was very good. You know, get off your horse and drink your milk. And they had Wild West shows. In fact, we had them over in this country. Buffalo Bill's Wild West show with real, what do we call them now? I can't remember. The Indians on the plains. They're in, what do we call them? Native American Indians. He brought them all over. Sitting Bull came over from America to feature in these huge shows over here, which were basically about, you know, the Native American Indians attacking the stagecoach, Buffalo Bill, then they all posed for pictures. I mean, it was huge. Native Americans were over here, but in this time, they came out, all their families came over, and Buffalo Bill was here as well. And he would lead the parade of all the... It was just fantastic. I mean, obviously, way before my time. Mark in Shoreham says, Steve, there's no shortage of clowns in the House of Commons. If there is a shortage. Yes. I like it. James says, it's been a long time since I properly listened to you. And Dan says, I hear you drinking tea by the sounds of it. What tea do you drink? Tea bags. Tea bag. We don't know what it is. We don't know what it is. It says a lot about a man, but I mean, at home I drink Earl Grey, but in here I can have Earl Grey because they've got it in packets and it's sort of a special one. But their tea bags are very good here. I mean, seriously, very good. And I drink a fair amount of tea. Seriously, so that's I can't tell you anything else apart from that. And just arrived back in Melbourne after 5 weeks home in the UK, woken up on the plane by the captain asking for medical assistance. So I went to attend a woman having a heart attack, says Tim. Plane diverted to Azerbaijan, which was a nice 3-hour holiday. I like a 3-hour holiday. I think that sounds quite... Is that the picture of Tim standing in the sea? Can you make it bigger? As they say, I don't know how to enlarge all these different things here. There's so many different features on this system, and we haven't learned any of them at all, actually. But it's a nice picture of the sunset, and it's probably in somewhere like Koh Samui or something like that. What was that place in Australia that I thought of? They were doing some digging for opals and everything else, which I do like, but it's quite a rare thing when they do find the opals. But I still like watching it. Kenny Logan treated for prostate cancer after stumbling over it by accident. Oh, look. There you go. There's Tim in the... See, we're holding the stomach in. God, blimey, honestly. Don't fool me. And he's an ICU nurse. What's that? What's an ICU? Oh, intensive care. Thank you. He says, all things cat and camp. The holding the stomach in is very camp. Yeah, absolutely suits us fine. Thank you very much indeed. Oh, there we go. And sunflowers. Sunflowers as well. Do you know the amount of... We went down Marylebone High Street on Sunday. Always have breakfast and have a scrambled egg and everything else. And they were selling in one of the shops there hydrangeas. One bloom of hydrangea, £8. I couldn't believe that. £8 for one bloom. So in other words, if you bought 4 or 5 of them, you're looking at a serious amount of money. £8. Absolutely unbelievable. Oh, apparently Tim says it's South Melbourne Beach, not Koh Samui. Now you're being pedantic. Listen, just don't kick me when I'm down there because of the stomach gag, you know, holding it in a bit. Oh, we can all do that. And then you get to that stage where you can't hold it in anymore. Gets a bit bad, doesn't it? Do you know, fewer than a fifth of people who get into financial difficulties seek help from the Bank or Building Society. I always like it. I can understand. It's like people having a fear of the dentist. You know, if you have a fear of banks or building societies because you think they're gonna take everything away from me. They did it to me years ago, before I'd joined UBN or nowhere near LBC or anything else. I'd gone overdrawn and I got called into the bank, which was William & Glyn's in Harleston, and the bank manager took away my chequebook and cheque guarantee card, you know, and they worked out a plan for how I was going to pay back the money I owed. And even when I lived at home with my parents, I ran up a bill in the Midland Bank of £100. I went £100 overdrawn. My parents paid it, but they weren't happy. And ever since then, I've never gone overdrawn. Never gone anywhere near it. I've got an overdraft facility. I don't think I knew I was getting into debt But I remember thinking to myself, but before the bank called in the card and the checkbook and had to surrender them, I used to go to these bureau de changes in London and write out a cheque in those days for £50. That was the cheque guarantee card, 50 quid. But they would take about £5 as commission. But it was the only place you could go into, you know, write out a cheque, cash, blah, 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 show them the cheque guarantee card and they would give you the money because, you know, the bank had to honour it. And, of course, it's basically illegal to write out a cheque in those days, knowing that you don't have the funds to pay for it. It's an illegal act. But anyway, I was very good. Got myself into a bit of financial... I think everybody has to. It's the only way you learn. And I learnt that I had to sort of make my money last. It's only because I was going through a bit of a bad period, was trying to juggle bits and pieces. Now I'm on top of it like you can't imagine. You know, if I see that we're sort of going... I mean, luckily my brother is my financial advisor. And if he sees that one of the accounts is dropping down a bit, he'll write to me and say, I've just transferred some money into this account. In fact, yesterday he paid my Visa bill, which was very nice. Very, very nice indeed. Yeah, I've got him working hard. Yeah, of course. You have to. It's your brother. The Welsh rugby icon Gareth Thomas, who is gay, as you know, because he's talked about it. He also has broken his silence over claims he misled an ex. He went out with this guy. Now, I know this story because it relates to Rock Hudson. Rock Hudson in America was a big film star. Rock Hudson was gay. Rock Hudson had been married. Unfortunately, he married the secretary of his fan club, and she didn't know he was gay. It was the worst kept secret in Hollywood. Everybody knew Rock Hudson was gay. And he contracted HIV, and he was in Dynasty at the time, and he kissed Linda Evans, and the papers made a big thing about it, knowing that he'd been to Paris to try and get some sort of cure or something, but you could see that he was becoming iller and more gaunt, and he was a very good-looking young man when he was younger. And he eventually died of an AIDS-related illness. You don't die of AIDS, you die of an AIDS-related illness. And one of his ex-boyfriends took him to court. Bearing in mind he was dead. So the court was fully assembled, and in the middle of the court was a chair, which is where Rock Hudson would have been had he still been alive, but he wasn't. And this ex-boyfriend took him to court because he said we were having sex with him knowing that he was HIV positive. So he was represented. Yes. And in the end, the boyfriend, the ex-boyfriend, won the case. He was awarded $60 million. He did from the estate of Rock Hudson. He didn't get it because I don't think there was that much money in there. I think it came down to about 10 or 50, whatever it was, I can't remember. But I read the book because I did it on my programme. We were in Gough Square at the time, and I did the interview because I think it was called The Trial of Rock Hudson. And it was very interesting that somebody could be put on trial after they died, hence the empty chair in the middle of the floor. They said it was really quite bizarre. So in this particular case, I think Gareth Thomas didn't tell this boyfriend that he had HIV, and his argument is he didn't ask. He didn't volunteer the information, but the boyfriend didn't ask. The boyfriend is seeking damages of £150,000. In America, they were looking for much more because they said basically, you know, this could have killed this person's, dream of working or doing anything else like that. Yeah, Rock Hudson had loads of boyfriends. Parties at Rock Hudson's house, if you read all the books about him, were just full of good-looking young men who wanted to be with Rock Hudson. It was like Liberace. Liberace blindly went on, hoping that nobody guessed he was gay. Was he, says the producer. No. One of those things. Dawn, Steve, should wear autumnal colours today. Beautiful rust or chocolate. I don't think... Chocolate, I love the word chocolate. Chocolate's such a good word. It's almost as good as drenched. Drenched. They used to do the advert for cornflakes on the television, and it was Kellogg's cornflakes drenched in ice-cold milk, and I used to love that word, drenched. It's like being caught in a shower of rain, but it wasn't just a shower of rain, it came down like a monsoon, and you got drenched, which is lovely. The brave teenage boy, 15-year-old, stood up to a train lout. The train lout they've named, and we'll name him on the programme this morning. The glimpse of the Balmoral treasures. When you see how the Queen lives, away from the pomp and the circumstance and the jewellery and the tiaras and all the lovely gowns, it's very simple. Princess Anne is even more simple. If you see the Queen's headquarters, her rooms at Buckingham Palace, she doesn't sit on the throne every night or have dinner at a huge table that seats 1,400 people. It's on her lap on the throne. They have Formica furniture. Her and Philip used to sit in the kitchen. And that's how it worked. And if you look at the pictures of Balmoral, there's things in there, but they relate to her. But it's not very grand. In fact, in one of them, I think, it's got a little fire, like a little 3-bar electric fire to keep her warm. It's very interesting when you see people sitting in her sitting room. It could be anybody else's. It's only because it's the Queen, and you expect that she's surrounded by, jewellery and dripping with gold and all that kind of stuff. I mean, her living room at Windsor Castle is very plain. Yes, it's very pokey and very plain. It's got flowers and it's got photographs, and that's what she does. She's not ostentatious. She's got castles and she's got palaces and all the rest of it. Apart from that, she's just like you and I. Just like you and I.
What do you get when you mix fashion designers, financial advisors, and dance studio? No, not a catwalk of strutting accountants. No, not a ballet piece about balance sheets. I'm actually just talking about Workspace. With 4,000 of London's most original businesses already calling Workspace home, whatever it is you do, there's a space for you here. It all happens at Workspace. Search workspace.co.uk.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning. Apparently hot tubs are fading out. Hot tubs are fading out. I don't know why, but apparently during the pandemic, people were buying hot tubs. They're not... I mean, some of them, they used to sell them in Costco. They would have hot tubs in there. And Britons have snapped up these luxury items. I've seen people, there was one company, they started turning over hundreds of these blooming things. They're very big. They came in from overseas. Some of them have got lights in, disco, bubbles and all the rest. Absolutely amazing. Absolutely amazing. And so, it's never interested me, actually. Never interested. But Pete the Pool Man does service hot tubs, as we know. But I just don't get it. Why would you want to sit in the open air? If I'm going to be in somewhere, I want to make sure my shoulders are under the whole thing. A lot of people bought them during lockdown. Yeah, but what for? Go and sit in the bath. Put a floating tea light in the bath and you've got the same effect. They've got disco lights and underwater speakers and all that kind of stuff. I just think pretentious. Honestly, how rubbish, really. So now we've established, because somebody's got their first Christmas tree up, and as you know, Christmas trees came from Prince Albert. He introduced the Christmas tree to this country because it's Germanic, nothing to do with pagans. Pagans never did Christmas trees, I'm afraid. You'd have to be a bit thick if you want to believe stuff like that. Most people would rather watch Repair Shop than have sex. Nowadays. Must be very shallow people. Given yes, who have they asked? There's that Jay Watts' face who sort of goes on there with his flat cap. And we've got Dawn Neeson's column today. We'll come around to that in a moment. And Halfords, if you please, have been fined £30,000 for wrongly sending out emails. Apparently there's a whole show on Channel 5, says my friend Ian, called Hot Tub Brits. Hot Tub Brits. God knows what that was, but we shall find it, and then we shall bring it to you. And it'll be a bit... Well, it can't just be it's not one of these naff Z-list celebrities, is it? They had a programme on the television the other day, and it was all Z-listers. You've got no idea who any of them are. They found them on reality shows, sort of these ne'er-do-wells. Apparently, look at the rising popularity, hearing from enthusiasts as well as the people getting rich from the... Perhaps that's what I saw. This sort of company that was shifting loads of these things. They bring it in and they install it in your garden or in your bedroom or something. And it's I don't know why people want them. I mean, do people sit there and wash themselves or something? I don't know. It's what we used to do in the swimming pools. I mean, everybody did that. But some of them are huge. Absolutely huge. They had to bring a huge crane in for this other one. Somebody spent a bit of money on their back garden. I suppose they think that the hot tub seals the issue. Whereas I'd be looking at it going, there's a house I wouldn't be buying anytime soon. Thank you very much indeed. Peppa Pig. Peppa Pig, if you've got kids, Peppa Pig is very popular. And apparently they've introduced their first lesbian couple in Peppa Pig. I don't know what age it's aimed at, but I suppose you trying to explain to a 3-year-old what a lesbian is could be very complicated. Very complicated. They've also done it in Thomas the Tank Engine, not a lesbian couple, an autistic one. Disney have a gay character. It's only taken them long enough. in some of their films. I suppose because they think they're being sort of okay, yeah. You know, next you'll be telling me on Strictly Come Dancing they're going to put gay couples on there. I mean, I ask you. As if that would ever be happening. Of course not. Happy Monday star Bez wearing some very odd clothes. It's called a pimp suit. He got married. I mean, I thought he was past his sell-by ages ago. For the football fans who could walk into a booze trap if you're going to Qatar, you know, the homophobic state, which David Beckham takes money from, £10 million, because he's not bothered about the homophobia side of it. And because booze is illegal over there. It's not illegal. It is illegal. Apparently, it's not illegal, but there's a zero tolerance for being drunk in... Well, I mean, football fans, of course they're going to be drunk in public. Of course they're going to be in big trouble because they don't waste time over there. You'll be hauled off into court and put in prison. You'll miss all the games. What a shame. What if there's any gay teams playing out there? I shouldn't think so. So Half is doing that one. Football isn't a religion. MPs blasting the BBC boss over the Joe Lycett antitrust stunt. It was so funny. So funny. But apparently ticket sales for Joe Lycett shows have gone through the roof. He's been doing this for ages, though. This is nothing new. He's been, seriously, I mean, as far as I remember, about the last 20 years, he's changed his name, didn't he, to confront one of the big companies. He goes in there, I'm called Hugo Boss. He changed it to Hugo Boss, which is lovely. I think, that's good for him. Good for him. It's when people take it all seriously, and the BBC take everything so seriously because you're not allowed an opinion. You can't have an opinion on the BBC. Yet the BBC have an opinion. You know, we're going to put together some crappy programmes that don't get an audience, like I don't know what Strictly's audience is. It probably does okay, I should imagine. Most people are just waiting to see Matt Goss with his funny hat on the television, unless they're going to make him wear his hair. You know, I mean, I don't know how they're going to manage this because his brother's bald as a goat. And Mark says, of course, hot tubs are fading out. Everybody's skint now. No, they're not. That's the trouble. They're not skint now. They will be when the bills come in, but they're not at the moment. Oh, and guess which is the supermarket who is consistently cheaper than all the other supermarkets by quite a substantial amount. You save more money if you shop at Aldi. 3 months running, they've got the lowest prices. I've never even been in one, I don't think. I must take one on board. Yeah, what is it? But it's the cheapest supermarket. Meghan's all about her selfie, has pictures with fans. With fans? They don't even know her. Who are these barking mad people? It was at this little conference, and Harry, as I say, just has to walk along, getting no attention at all. It's a bit like Charles and Diana. Diana gets all the attention, Charles, nothing. But poor old Harry, bless his little heart, and of course she's loving every minute of it. Mentions herself 50 times in her speech. How is this possible? So Peppa Pig has introduced their first lesbian couple. Penny Polar Bear tells Peppa that she has two mummies as she draws her same-sex parents. And sketching two female polar bears in dresses, Penny says, I'm Penny Polar Bear. I live with my mummy and my other mummy. One mummy's a doctor and one mummy cooks spaghetti. Little bit sort of elitist, isn't it? One of them's a lesbian doctor. But Peppa, along with Susie Sheep and Danny Dog, have been drawing pictures of their families. Well, I mean, I don't understand whether or not children of that age are sort of ever going to understand what that is. I mean, it's one Twitter user wrote, this is a pointless virtue signaling thing. Little children should not be exposed to this kind of political correctness. I don't think it's political correctness. I just don't think they know what it is. Why would they? I mean, I never sussed out Noddy and Big Ears. I mean, for goodness sake, that was almost talked about in Toy Town, wasn't it? Noddy and Big Ears, here they come in their car, beep, 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 and all those other strange characters. I mean, honestly, we didn't think like that. We just thought, I remember listening to Kenneth Williams when he did Round the Horn, the radio programme. We had no idea. No idea. It never crossed my mind or anything. You don't have to explain to kids because they couldn't really give a toss. It's like explaining the cost of a Christmas present. They don't know what you're talking about. So this is somebody who's... Mrs. Polar Bear's got two mummies. Whatever. They make such a big deal about it, don't they? They sort of draw attention to it. Yeah, it's a polar bear. That's all they care about. They couldn't care less what sex they are. They don't know what sex is. Dear me, honestly. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Let's have a quick look. They've got pictures of the Beckhams and the tension there because apparently Brooklyn didn't do something they were expecting him to do. What do you expect when every time they do anything, they behave like a family of 3-year-olds? You know, they make a big deal the other day. They issue pictures of Harper having her hair cut to go to school. And then they name-check the hairdresser. And I'm thinking, what the hell has that got to do with anything? She's going to school. She's not going to be a hairdresser, is she? She seems to be able to do everything else. But there are troubles afoot, so they say, between Mummy Beckham, because she didn't get to wear one of her little dresses. I don't think anybody's wearing her dresses, are they? The shop's not doing well. The shop. They've had to cut back on everything. But they think there are rumours of trouble between her and Nicola, who apparently wears the designer trousers in her marriage. And Brooklyn I don't think he's intelligent enough to do anything. You know, like when he got stopped by that influencer. What do you do? He didn't know who he was. He said, what do you do for a living? He went, I'm a chef. Said it with a straight face. Everybody fell about laughing because we all know that Brooklyn has no talent whatsoever. A Brit accused of going berserk whilst boozed up on holiday jet is facing jail in Greece. Oh, good. How fantastic. This is a guy called Anthony Maxted, allegedly smuggled spirits onto the EasyJet flight to Paphos, Cyprus. Video showed passengers and crew holding down a raging man while the flight was diverted to Thessaloniki, I think it is, in Greece. Maxted of Chelmsford faces a lengthy jail term. Good. Good. Send him to prison, make him stay there. The man's obviously an idiot. An absolute idiot. What shame he's brought on Chelmsford. Goodness sake, honestly. That is the shoplifter that I saw in Squires Garden Centre the other day. No, it's the same one. I'm hoping to get her arrested and prosecuted. These people, honestly, people for a toy. She stole a child's toy. But she was looking around. You knew that she was a compulsive shoplifter because she was looking around for the cameras. I wonder why she was staring at the ceiling. I couldn't... And she's looking like that, seeing if there's cameras on her. No, there was me. I saw her. Morning, Steve. As soon as Peppa Pig becomes Bertie Bacon and Sally Sandwich, how much better the world will be. Yeah, we've decided, actually, producer and I say we've decided, I decided, that nobody cares. Nobody cares. Just get over yourself. And the people who get excited about it, I mean, it's even more stupid. Annika Rice says her Madame Tussauds waxwork was melted down to make Kim Kardashian's bum. Yeah. I mean, to be honest with you, I've never heard anything so ludicrous in my entire life. Apparently, her waxwork head is being stored in a cave in Wookey Hole. Yeah, because it's owned by Madame Tussauds. They own Wookey Hole, and they keep heads there and in the building off the Marylebone Road. Yeah, they don't. The body is of no interest to anybody. They just keep their heads just in case they have a resurgence. But 9 out of 10 times, they don't really. But they're beautifully done. If you've never been to Madame Tussauds, you can go right up to them, and you would swear to God they're going to go, boo! They do melt some down, but of course my favourite Madame Tussauds waxwork is the one of herself. She was a little old lady, and she would sit by the guillotine, and when the heads rolled, she would take them and she'd make waxworks of them, and she learnt her. And in fact, waxworks were very popular in Madame Tussauds' day, very popular. So they do keep a lot of them. And when you get, as I say, when you get close up to them, you suddenly realise they are so lifelike. It's almost as if they shave and they do. Seriously, we were doing a show at Olympia years and years ago when it was a happy town, and there was who was it sitting opposite us? There was Alan Titchmarsh, and he was looking at us, and there was Anton Deck there as well as waxworks. And I remember thinking, they're so lifelike. They look as though they're going to wave. I'm not at all surprised people get scared by these sort of things. But very interesting, very interesting. But they store lots of the heads that they're never going to use again in Wookey Hole, just in case, something happens and they can bring them back. But I think highly unlikely as it goes. Lots of nice pictures of Her Majesty the Queen meeting Liz Truss. Listen, she's made promises. She's got to adhere to them. She reckons she can get us out of this mess slowly, very slowly, whether or not anything's going to happen. And Boris, or Bozo as they've called him, finally leaves number 10 with his wife Carrie. I don't know where she thought she was heading off to. Strictly Come Dancing by the look of it, wearing this kind of ball gown thing. And telly pundit Andrew Neil said this is not the speech of a departing Prime Minister who necessarily thinks he's going away forever. Oh, I don't think he is either. I don't think he is, although it's interesting. He had James O'Brien yesterday, who was sort of crowing and getting very excited that, I don't know why, actually, that, there might be a change of leadership. I bet there's not. I'm willing to put a penny on it. I like those sort of things, where they say, would you put £1,000 on it? Don't be so stupid. Put a penny on the fact that Boris will be back. And if there was a general election tomorrow, Tories would get back in again. Seriously, that's what I think. Could be wrong. I do love the way you say chocolate, says Kim. You always make me want a big slab of it. I've got a bar of green and blacks in the fridge that I'm trying to keep for the weekend. You're teasing me. It won't last. You won't last to the weekend. You will not last to the weekend with that. Isn't it funny? It's the only thing that I'm really not bothered about. Chocolate. I mean, I wouldn't buy a bar of chocolate or anything like that. It's just not me. Mark in Brentwood. He says the UK has turned into a shambles. Such a shame. Let's give the new PM a chance. Absolutely. You've got her for 2 years. And, of course, you've got to give her a chance. I love the way the other day people were phoning up, because I think James O'Brien attacks people, or sort of attracts people who could be slightly left of Genghis Khan. That's the opinion I roughly get. And so, of course, everybody was saying, oh, yes, she's terrible, she's this, and I'm thinking, she hasn't even done the job yet, for goodness sake. You've got to give people a chance. It's like radio presenters, isn't it? Those people the other day were writing in going, oh, we've got to get rid of Philip Schofield and Holly Willoughby. They'll be there for the next 5 to 10 years at least, unless he goes gaga and she decides that she wants to have more children and stuff like that. They're not going anywhere. Why would they go anywhere? Although they've started using Craig Doyle, who seems to have developed a personality. All of a sudden, they've got him sort of cycling in Ireland. And as I say, when he first appeared, he was sort of a children's television presenter, and he basically sort of just disappeared completely until they sort of put him back on. Do you remember, says Tony in España, round the horn on Sundays, the couple whose catchphrase was, I'm Julian, this is my friend Sandy. Yes, of course I do. Because Barry Took wrote all of those sketches for Julian and Sandy. There was always, oh, hello, Mr. whatever it was. Nice to vardy a dolly old eek. And all those words, eek and raya, came from a book called The Queen's Vernacular. And it was a book that had all the words so that gay people in sort of late times could speak Polari without people. I mean, everybody used to listen to the radio because we didn't have television. No, we didn't have a telly. No, you listened to the radio. And we used to listen to Round the Horn. I didn't understand what it was. We just thought it was funny. There was all sorts of couples on there. I mean, there's some really good characters. But it was Kenneth Williams, Julian and Sandy. In fact, I think they even brought out an album of Julian and Sandy's sketches. And it was very good. It was funny. It was way ahead of its time. But all written by Barry Took. Barry Took and Marty Feldman wrote all of that. They were writing camp stuff, and so you'd have, oh, hello, Mr. Orr, nice to vardy you, dolly old eek, which was basically nice to see your face. Raya was hair. It was also, which was backwards, so you used to get all sorts of words, but the Queen's Vernacular was the book that it all got taken from, which is lovely. Steve, a penny, why don't we just put a tenner on it, because in about a month's time it'll only be worth a penny, with inflation the way it's going. Oh, no, you've got to be positive. If you think negatively, it reacts negatively. You have to sort of go with something because it's not going to change anytime soon. And, and I think even in a few months' time, a tenner will still be worth a tenner. Actually, I went in the other day and I took my keys out of my pocket and I had a £10 note in there. Very lucky, I found it. And as I pulled it out, a little girl went past me. She was about 8, 9, or something like that. She went, excuse me, she said, you've just dropped £10. And I thought, blimey, an honest child. Really an honest child. And so, no, I thought, I know where she lives, so I'm going to go and give her a £5 so she can put in her piggy bank for Christmas. Because otherwise, and you think, that was so nice. And I said, well, that's very honest of you. She said, that's okay. It was a bit sweet, actually. And I thought, that's nice. That's very nice. I mean, some people are quite nice, only when they're young. Only when they're young. There's a chimpanzee that escaped the other day from a zoo in Kharkiv in Ukraine. He went on the run and they couldn't catch... Have you ever seen chimpanzees? They do run. They do run. But anyway, he was only persuaded to go back to the zoo when it started to rain. Apparently chimpanzees don't like rain, and so they put his little coat on him and he climbed onto the bicycle and then went back inside the zoo. Isn't that cute? That's such a nice story. We like that. Britain's biggest book chain has been hit by shortages. Apparently Waterstones are even finding creative ways to fill shelves after bosses blamed computer gremlins for disrupting deliveries to branches. Oh, dear. It's not good, is it? Martin Burton, who's chairman of the Association of Circus Proprietors of Great Britain, warned big tops were imploding. He says they can't bring in unique overseas artists in time. This is because of this shortage of clowns. They want clowns. I mean, I've recommended the producer. He could be a clown. There you go. There's the escaped chimpanzee from Kharkiv Zoo. Then he was given a raincoat, and he was quite happy to put the raincoat on. Bless his heart. He'd never been outside before. Never been outside. And then they give him his coat. I think his name was Chi-Chi, or something like that. Isn't that cute? And so the keeper look, he's holding his arms out to put the coat on because he feels as though he can keep dry. It's amazing when you think they're very human, yes. You've seen the Attenborough thing where they climb trees and they kill another monkey to eat. They kill it while it's alive. They're very organised. But he obviously liked going on the bicycle. He probably thought it was an adventure. We had one in not Regent's Park, another one of our parks at Hyde Park. It was an eagle called Goldie that had escaped from London Zoo. And it sat up in a tree and people were trying to coax it down again. That made the newspapers for days. We love stuff like that. We're very, very happy with those sort of things. It's good. 2.5 billion raised by the sale of Chelsea FC has still not reached Ukrainians, a Labour MP has said. They were expecting it. Chelsea was bought by the US magnate Tom, but so it's not Roman Abramovich anymore. He's sort of sold it. But do we have sanctions on Roman Abramovich? Yeah, we're not sure about that one. And the most frugal Christmas in living memory is predicted as the cost of living crisis hits families. Not going to stop me. I'm going to put my tree up. I'm going to make sure that, otherwise you sit there being miserable as sin. Who wants to be miserable as sin? What else we got? As Therese Coffey is appointed Deputy PM and Health Secretary, meet Liz's closest ally. And this surge in children gripped by vaping. So sales of cigarettes down, but vaping is on the increase. I watched somebody vaping the other day, actually, on a bus, if you please. And it's illegal on buses. This bloke gets on the Strand yesterday on my bus. No, day before. Tell a lie, day before. And he gets out this vaping thing and he starts puffing away. And I looked at him and went, totally illegal. You're not allowed. You can't. No, you can't. There's no. It says. Put it this way, you can't smoke on a bus. You can't vape on a bus either. You can't do any of it. Stupid man, honestly. Mind you, I've sorted it out as well. Judith Durham had a good send-off at her memorial service last night. I know you love the Seekers, says Shane. Yeah. What a voice that woman had. What a voice. I also ordered the other day the Village People's greatest hits. I mean, seriously. They had loads of hits. Loads of hits. YMCA, macho, macho, macho man, in the Navy. That was great. And they had other ones as well. Well, it was enough to fill an album or a CD. And I bought a light. It goes on my umbrella on the patio, and it hinges open, and then you close it, and it's got about 30 lights inside it to shine down, which you either charge up or put on battery. So I'm going to give it to my brother, which is nice. And I've also bought some light bulbs in Costco. They can either be bayonet fitting or screw fitting, and they come with an app, and you can change the colour of the light bulb. 120 different colours from your... it comes with a little remote. You can... and I thought, I'll get that for him. Get that for him. £10 was 10 shilling note now. 50p, says Martin. So £10 was 10 shilling note. No, the 10 shilling note is 50 pence. It's 50 pence. I can't remember what £10 notes became, but they've all changed, haven't they? They've all changed because they've gone plastic. And I used to get annoyed when you go into someone, you give them a note and they'd hold it up to the light. So, in fact, I started doing it back. They would give me change. I would deliberately give them a large note. No, they don't do it. Oh, I don't. Well, I still do occasionally. And I hold it up to the light. I go, well, if it's good enough for you to do it to me, I'll do it to you as well. There's more chance of you cheating me than me cheating you. What else? The drill rapper shot dead by police was about to become a dad. Chris Cabba, known as Maddox, was killed following a car chase on Monday. A suspect vehicle was stopped. Police have been able to say whether he was armed. But the Met Police have referred itself to the Independent Office for Police Conduct. I mean, it's like the Wild West. People used to joke about it, didn't they? They used to go, "Oh, it's the Wild West," and you go, "No, it really is like the Wild West." Racing chiefs, that's in horse racing, want Ladies' Day revellers in Doncaster to outdo Royal Ascot by dressing up like the monarchy. Oh, there's no chance it'll be Chav's Day out. They didn't dress up like the monarchy. I mean, have you seen what they dress up at Ascot? I mean, that really is pitiful to look at. It really is. But they say they want to turn up the heat. This is for Doncaster, by the way, with apologies to Doncaster. They hope to rival Ascot, where the likes of Georgie Toffolo turn heads in elegant outfits. It was a ridiculous outfit. Don't be silly. There's much better dressed people there. And they say look to the Royals for style at the races. Yeah, but it's Doncaster, okay, rest my case. More of your texts and emails coming up in a moment on LBC. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast, with you till 7, then Nick Ferrari will be here. We'll run through what he's going to be doing a little bit later on. And anything you want to talk about, we want to hear from you. So send us a text or an email, all of which happens after the news at 5.
Granny and Grandpa had their hearts set on getting Jess a drum kit for her birthday. And because they bought it on their Barclay card, they were rewarded too. It was music to their ears. Same can't be said for Mum and Dad. What you buy is your business. Rewarding you is ours. Search Barclay card to find out more about our range of rewards cards. Barclay card. Make money work for you. 28.9% APR representative variable. Subject to application, financial circumstances and borrowing history. T's and C's apply.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Do you know, I've suddenly worked out, you look at Liz Truss, she looks so young, doesn't she? She looks so young. There was talk of an affair, wasn't there, some years ago, which they've sort of brushed under the carpet. I think both of them. Her and the hubby. But when you look at her, she just looks very young. She doesn't look like a PM. How old is she? Oh, I don't know, actually. How old is she? 45? She? 47. Oh, right. I wasn't too bad then, was I, really? And there's... that's coffee, isn't it? Yeah. She's on Breakfast with Nick Ferrari this morning. That's like, look at all those people, honestly. All those people who had to sit out there for ages and ages and ages and wait, and the rain came down. Actually, it's tipping it down here in Leicester Square at the moment. Tipping it down. And there's still people walking in this building in shorts. They must be made of stronger stuff than me, I'm telling you. A gang stole 12,500 quid by fishing bank cards out of letterboxes using fly swatters covered in sticky tape. So the crooks supplied for the bank cards and pins in their victims' names. When the card arrived at a victim's home, they stuck the fly swatter through the letterbox and pulled it out. Interesting. One of these people here, Konstantin Barbuk, toured a town's richest areas, targeting up to 10 vehicles. He's been jailed for 19 months. Oh, dear. You'll be enjoying time, and then perhaps we can get rid of you. They think about probably 17,000. This Barbuk from Maidstone was sent to prison but served enough time awaiting sentence, so he could have been freed immediately. However, he's facing other charges and was put back in custody. Once a prat, always a prat, as they say. We found a great gran. I like the title Great Gran. And this one here is Britain's, we believe, oldest shop worker, working 3 shifts a week at the age of 96. See? Doesn't it put people to shame? Mind you, the Queen's working. She's 96. She puts it, not in a shop, admittedly. This is Irene Astbury, works at Pet Food Supplies in Macclesfield. After founding the firm in 1981, she lives in Sandbach. She said, I'm not giving up until they tell me to clear off. I enjoy it. So, oh, right, so she owns the shop. That's why she's working at it. Not quite the same, is it, really? But she's 96. I mean, we've just got a pet supply shop open in Twickenham. Used to be a car showroom. Selling old cars and things, old Rollses and stuff like that. It was very interesting. And now it's been turned into pet supplies. Where you're supposed to park, I've got no idea, because it's on a road leading up to the roundabout, which the other side is Sainsbury's, and on the right-hand side is Homebase, which they're pulling down to put up flats. So it's there. A shame. The top 10 shows which turned our heads and kept us from bonking. Apparently, do you know, they must have run out of stories to do in the papers. I've decided anything is a cheap filler. You know, and some of them here, the Great British Bake Off. Bonkoff, yeah. Gogglebox, MasterChef, Corrie, the Antiques Roadshow, The Apprentice, Dancing on Ice, and Location. Didn't even know that was still on. They said, yeah, that stops you having How's Your Father, and because you'd rather watch those television programmes. The top one, of course, being The Repair Shop, my least favourite programme. It's very clever. But to be honest with you, it's been copied and done over and all. The people just nick ideas for television programmes, which is a shame. Matt Lucas says he ate so much Great British Bake Off cake he had to start a diet. He's 48, Lord Sugar's 75. That's the danger, isn't it? That's the danger. Mel and Sue said they put on half a stone each. Because when you're I know, each series you sort of put the weight on because you've got to taste the food. You don't imagine that you're going to put weight on, but you do, I'm afraid. Steve, before I forget, I think Inside Costco is on Channel 5 tonight. It's a repeat, Ashley. It's already been on before, actually. No, it won't be a new series. What can you do? It's a warehouse where people go into. I love the ones who haven't read the term. Some woman the other day, I went into the one in Fareham. And you hold your card up to them, and they've got a gun, and it tells you whether you're valid or whatever it is. Anyway, so I go past the bloke, and there's another woman, and she's got a gun as well. And she goes, "Can I just check your card?" No, they call them guns. They fire these sort of things at it. And so she went, "Have you ever considered being an executive member?" So I looked at her and I went, "I am an executive member." And she went, "Oh yes, so you are. I do apologise. Enjoy your shopping." That's the top one. I think there might be one above that. I can't remember. It's just an executive member. It doesn't mean anything. It just means you get to go in early on a Saturday morning, 9:30, whereas all the other people have to wait till about 10 o'clock or 10:30 or something. While I brow. No, you can buy. I love pushing my trolley out and you see them outside, the poor old reprobates who didn't manage to afford the next tier up. And also you get money back at Christmas. So however much you spend during the year. Oh, executive member is the top one, is it? Oh, how lovely. And then you get money back at the end of the year. You know, it can be anything from £100 to £200 or £300, because they always go, "Do you want to knock it off?" And I go, "No, just leave it there. It's accumulating. Doesn't make any difference." Steve, off out the door, says, "Pete the pool man, after a bumpy night. Not all bad news, though, as I'm closing another pool today." You've never known a person who doesn't like his job so much that he can't wait to close down swimming pools. Love it. Absolutely love it. Talking to Rock Hudson earlier, did you ever watch his romantic comedies with Doris Day? Yes. I love them, and she was a big friend to him, going out on the age rallies beside him. I loved Pillow Talk the most. My mum had the biggest crush on him. She still talks about him now, says Kathy. Yeah, nobody knew. It was the worst kept secret. Everybody in Hollywood knew about Rock Hudson. It was keeping it quiet from the gossip columnists like the Walter Winchells and the two women who were vociferous. Literally, they could close films down. They would phone up one of the directors, and they'd say, "Oh, so how's the new film going?" And they'd go, "It's going really well, Luella Parsons and the other one," and it was a case of, they said, "Oh, we've heard a little rumour about so and so." "Well, I don't know." "Well, I tell you what, if you tell me about the other star in the film, then we'll leave that one alone." I mean, it was amazing how recently being gay in Hollywood was kept secret. There are lots of gay Hollywood actors who are not. Yeah, they think it damages the career. They think it damages the career. So what they do is they end up marrying them off. The studio will put out lots of stories about, you know, they've been seen out on the town with this girl. You know, they're basically called beards. In other words, it's somebody who's there as a distraction. So people go, I mean, I knew somebody, I didn't know them, I knew of them because they're a very famous person, and they had to find a girlfriend who was prepared to go, "Yeah, we're going out," and all the rest of it. You know, and you think to yourself, no, you're not. No, you're not. Working away from home in Cornwall, says Neil. Didn't plan on listening to you, but thanks to an early start, very noisy delivery lorry outside the hotel, and here we are. So there we go. So we got another person lying. And only, is that just a very small pool? Are you a very large person? Have you seen the picture? I can't. It's the last one there of 507. So is it hot? I don't know. You could float on a hot tub like that. Can you make it bigger? He's heard that so many times now. It's such a lame joke. You don't really want to sort of go there, do you? But, so poor old Neil. So he's got a very early... Let's have a look. Right. Oh, there's two of you. There's two. It's a pool. It's a pool. But the trouble is, in my little picture, it looked as though it was a hot tub, and I've never seen a hot tub like that. So he's lying there on a lilo. It's nice, that, isn't it? You just don't want anybody else to come and spoil your fun when you're lying on it. And he seems fairly happy. Listen, you had a nice time. That's all that matters. So a delivery lorry. It's that time of the day, isn't it, for delivery lorries? That's what they do now. But he's in Cornwall. Dawn Neesom's column today talks about social media influencers who now earn more per hour than lawyers. With the British ones, the best paid in the world. New research has shown that posting stuff on Instagram can make you £117.48 an hour. Molly May Hager, 6.4 million followers on Instagram and has a net worth of 6 million. Meanwhile, they say Megan Barton Hanson is said to earn 800,000 from her racy only fans post. It's basically a little bit trash. You know, you pay her, she'll show you what you want to see. It's that embarrassing. But curiously, both legal and influencing career paths involve briefs. Studying them, says Dawn Neesom in a dusty courtroom, might earn you kudos as a career woman, but taking them down online earns you cold, hard cash. Thank you very much indeed. And she says here, in a shock to absolutely no one, lightning storms have brought our summer heatwave crashing to an end. There have been 36,000 strikes in just 12 hours, something not even the RMT could manage. No, Mick Lynch, this isn't a target to beat. I have to explain to them. And she says here, the climate extinction Tarquins and their Tarquinettas are back. This time it's not oil tanker and refineries, it's milk. She said, yep, you read that right. Evidently, militant vegans have now decided we all need to survive on a plant-based diet, despite the fact that 98% of the UK population are rather partial to nice creamy cow juice. Still, our bovine friends are now apparently destroying the planet, one breaking of wind and cud-chewing session at a time. God give us strength, writes Dawn Neesom. She says earlier this year milk was deemed racist. Now it's up there with the carbon footprint that the Tarquins, trust-funded gap year jaunts around the world, probably had. The reality is that a plant-based diet isn't always great for the planet either, with things like asparagus, avocado and many soft fruits needing lots of water before being flown around the globe. Also, by targeting dairy depots, the supply chain is affected, which pushes up the price for ordinary families who don't have Fortnum & Mason home delivery service on speed dial. They're a bit stupid, aren't they? It's not their fault. They can't help being thick. They're basically, you know, people who sort of come from the wrong side of the tracks. And hopefully they'll be going back there. Steve, me and the hubby, Russell, long-time listeners. I'm Debbie, his wife, and he had a stroke yesterday. I can't sleep. I've never had a stroke, actually. Don't think I want one, really. I'm not sure. I don't know whether... Do you know occasionally what I do? And I'm always totally convinced that certain things that you do make you better. And I keep in the kitchen pickled onions. And every so often, if I get the urge, every so often, I have a pickled onion before I have my cup of tea in the morning. Now, I'm not sure whether it does any good for me or anything else like that. And sometimes it's a bit sort of tart. But I do like a pickled onion. I'm quite into pickled onions. I can't work out if they're good for you, they're bad for you. I don't think they're really fattening, are they? And then I went to buy some other onions the other day because I'm doing a bit of a casserole today, throwing stuff in a saucepan. It's not complicated. And I bought a packet of ready-cut onions. If you think I'm sitting there with tears streaming down my face cutting onions, you can think again. It ain't going to be happening. Oh, we didn't take Noreen. I think Noreen wrote to us, didn't she? I knew there was something. I remember seeing her little name pop up on my screen, which is lovely. Dan says, morning, hearing of targeting milk supplies, I now know why the dairy at Hanworth has a 24-hour police guard. Yes, I know that. Well, we know that very, very well, don't we? And, of course, it's just round the corner from there. So it used to be Adrian Hall's garden centre, and that's gone as well. Another depressing part of life, isn't it, really? Morning, nice to have your company. Coming up 18 minutes, isn't it, past 5? It doesn't make any... I still see people running. You know, I'll be coming out of Twickenham Station, desperately hoping that Marks and Spencer's will have their ham and cheese croissant. I haven't had them for over 2 weeks now, so I've given up with them. I just look there and I walk straight past. That'll show them, I tell you. Noreen says, you mentioned the photo of the queue to see you at the Leicester Square Theatre. It's us. On the right, in a leather jacket, carrying your tote bag, is me. I can see her there. And next to me is Jan Sullivan. We love Jan. And behind in a grey jacket is Brian. With the fur trim on her coat is Michelle. Brown coat with shoulder bag strap is Patsy, Janice and Jill with them. Terry was in the lead, finding the way for us. We've only been about 5 times. It's amazing, isn't it? It's become like a second home. I bet all those people in Leicester Square was going, what are they queuing for? Because there's no signs up outside the Leicester Square Theatre, apart from one saying Steve Allen sold out. And so we look forward to doing it again. I think it'll be next year. But it'll be good. It'll be very good. Ashley sent me in a thing about these. You can buy these lights with little like jellyfish in there. I don't know whether they're dehydrated or something like that. But you can buy a jellyfish lava lamp, jellyfish mood lamp, 16 colour changing in 4 colour modes, jellyfish aquarium thing. It's only 29 quid. And I quite like the idea. I've seen these before, actually. What you do is you add a few drops of clear dish detergent to keep everything lubed up and running smoothly. I think we've wandered into another strange world, actually. I'm not sure about that one at all. But anyway, Steve, I was having a conversation the other day with a gentleman that was still road sweeping at the age of 79. And it gives him a reason, he said, to get up in the morning and keeps him fit to boot, says Kim. Well, I spoke to my driver this morning, John. And he's the same. He said, there's a purpose for getting up in the morning and coming into work. Keeps you young. I'm still swearing by, of course, the pickled onions. The first pickles to bite back. Ash says, he's in Margate, these blooming Tarquins, just keep them glued to wherever they're glued and let them phone their lawyers. My word. Have a lovely day. Yeah, so I've always said if they want to glue themselves to the road, leave them there. Leave them there. Take your chance with the traffic. Because it's a waste of police time. The police have got better things to do than faff around with this bunch of nincompoops. We don't need to bother about them. Just basically, I think what we should do is unglue them and then glue them to the side of the road in a lay-by or something. Just leave them there. Throughout the weather. We're getting wet from the rain. Well, you're going to get very wet, aren't you? But mind you, it will encourage you to wet your pants because we're not releasing you for anything at all, I'm afraid. It's funny you mentioned Round the Horn, Steve. I heard it again recently, says Janet, who's also Dave. And it's brilliant. I understand it's now that I'm a lot older. I was too young first time round it was on. I can't remember what age I would have been when I listened to it. I remember an audience with Kenneth Williams. He also played Rambling Sid Rumpo in the show. It was, again, there were all these, but they all sounded the same. And it was very funny, but we laughed at it. I don't know why. Jack in Hull, he says, very bleary-eyed this morning, hoping when I finish at 4 this afternoon I don't have to argue with the bus driver over using my bus pass. Oh, nothing worse. Well, don't worry, mine's not been sorted out yet. Because they're incompetent, I'm afraid. Eileen in Scarborough says, holiday season is well and truly over here in Scarborough. Lovely to see people enjoying the summer, though. Feels like the pandemic is a dark and distant memory. 65 to 68 round the horn. 65 to 68. Different episodes. So you've got, obviously, 52 episodes a year. I'd have been 11. Not surprised I never understood it. I just didn't get the humour, but we just thought it was funny because he had a funny voice. That's all we thought. We went to watch one of them being recorded, not for that, but for another comedy programme at the Parish Studios here in London. They're not in Paris, they're here. They're on Lower Regent Street. And you'd go down the stairs, and you'd sit in a room with all these other people, and then all the cast would come out in front of you. Very clever, actually. Very clever. I like stuff like that. Here we go. A man has been jailed, basically, and banned from keeping animals for life after 36 dogs were found at his home. And it was terrible. This is a bloke called Christopher Mark Bennett. Dirty person. He caused unnecessary suffering to animals, jailed for 18 weeks. Should have been 18 years, actually. Should have been 18 years. And well-known thicko Kerry Katona has admitted she went on holiday and took magic mind-bending mushrooms. How stupid do you have to be? In your case, you can't go on much longer, can you, being as stupid as that? She said she and her fella took the shrooms, a Class A drug in the UK. She said, so we actually did mushrooms. We were in Marbella with the children. The kids went out for the day. We had 2 professionals come over. They set it all up. You really are thick, aren't you? It's almost embarrassing, actually, that you were allowed to bring children into the world. But there you go. At least you can get your kit off for the people who like to see that kind of thing. Do you know that Scots have eaten porridge for 5,500 years? Which actually is 3,000 years longer than first thought. Tests on pottery from the Outer Hebrides showed it was a key Stone Age food. I wonder why. I mean, they must have been able to grow oats. Well, I don't know. They must have been able to grow oats, mustn't they, in different parts of the country? Don't you think so? I mean, why should it be Scots porridge oats? Why can't it be Twickenham porridge oats and stuff like that? But they don't seem to think about that, do they, really? Great shame. Great shame. But anyway, I'm sure everybody's delighted. So apparently the crop needs lots of light, warmth and water to fill the grains. So long days and periods of both warm sunshine and rain are ideal. This makes the Scottish climate ideal for growing oats. Look at that. We learn all sorts of stuff. And yesterday we were talking about what's the stubby and Tobermory, wouldn't you like to know? Blow me down, the Daily Star today does a 2-page spread on Scotland's Isle of Mull, full of spooky tales of witches, fairies and ghosts. And Scottish history expert Helen Fields, a criminal barrister turned award-winning author, knows all about them, having set her new book, The Last Girl to Die, out now on the island. And we were talking about this the other day. Honestly, it just couldn't be more obvious that quite clearly everybody down at the Daily Star listens to the programme and goes, that's a good idea. Tobermory. What's the story in Tobermory, wouldn't you like to know? Thomas the Tank Engine will have an autistic pal for the first time. New character Bruno, voiced by Elliot Garcia, who is autistic. Well, it'd be a bit ridiculous if he wasn't. So that's good. The 9-year-old said it's great they're representing autistic characters, because I watch Thomas and Friends, and for there to be an autistic character makes me feel very happy. So he'll have the characteristics common with the condition, detail-oriented. Bruno enjoys schedules, routine, and knows where all the tracks lead. So that'll be coming up on September the 21st on Milkshake. So they're getting out there just so people are aware of it. You know, so you don't sort of stare at somebody, which you do get. Philip Schofield has celebrated 20th anniversary of him joining this morning. On yesterday's show, he admitted, I didn't realise. He said, I never forget how lucky I am. He says co-star Fern Britton helped him make a success of it. Yes, absolutely. Without a shadow of a doubt. Speaking about the first day here, he said, I was very nervy. Fern was so lovely looking after me, which is good. And they're still doing this Celebrity SAS. I mean, there must be about 3 people watching it. Who cares? Who absolutely cares? It's on Sunday at 9 p.m. on Channel 4. You might as well just give up and say you can watch it if you get to the moon. You know, it'll be about the best thing, but not going to be happening. I must get a telescope. I've always fancied a telescope. One of my next-door neighbours some years ago used to have a very big telescope, and he would, look at the moon at night and stuff like that. And I thought maybe I could do that. I could sort of become well, exactly, that is the trouble. I am always here. I have been up when they said, oh, today you're going to be seeing this particular moon because it's sort of a special year or something like that. And we can go up onto our walkway at the top of the building and you can see out all over London. All over London. What a beautiful sight. It's great. It's lovely. I love it. I feel like they should be playing on a tape loop. Feed the birds, 2p a bag. Much nicer. Steve, did you ever listen to the Navy Lark? Yes. Full steam ahead. I think John Pertwee was in it and Leslie Phillips. The ship was called HMS Troutbridge. Pity they don't make shows like that anymore, says Tim. Yeah, I mean, they do make programmes, but you're right, they don't make them. You can buy them all on cassette. The Navy Lark is available. And Round the Horn and everything else. You can get them on BBC cassettes. Shouldn't really be plugging the BBC. Apparently, I'm not also Dave. He's my worst half and now and then sends a text using my phone, says Janet, who isn't Dave, but could be if she wanted to be, I should imagine. So that's it. But he still uses my name. It's outrageous. Get rid of me. Honestly, you shouldn't have to put up with things like that. Taking advantage of you. It's absolutely dreadful. I don't know why people do things like that. And then for telling me. Even worse. All drizzle, no fizzle. Oh, this must be the Mirror. Head of politics, Jason Beattie, talking about Liz Truss. Well, let's just wait. I love the way that they knock somebody before they've even had a chance to tell you what they're doing, because they all think they know best, don't they? They all think they know best, and of course, in many occasions, they don't. Mind you, what will happen if we do go to an election? The Mirror's going to be completely sunk if we just get the Conservatives back in again. Big announcement tomorrow, isn't it? Is it tomorrow? About the energy bills. So there you go. And then perhaps you better write about it. But I'm sure the Mirror will have something to moan about. There's got to be something, well, it won't happen or anything else. The husband whose wife died after eating a pret-a-manger vegan wrap told the inquest how she collapsed in the street. Mother of 5, Celia Marsh, who had severe dairy allergy, died in December 2017 near the Pret in Bath. The wrap was supposed to be dairy-free but had traces of dairy protein, enough to kill somebody. Andy Marsh says, we started walking down the side street. Celia was struggling to breathe. Celia collapsed. She was rushed to hospital and pronounced dead. In 2016, Natasha Laperouse died after eating a Pret snack containing sesame seeds. This led to the food label overhaul in 2021. Isn't that terrible? That you can be affected by something so badly, and all because they didn't mark it. Good old Harry has hired his ex-Royal Protection Officer to keep him and Meghan safe. Well, that'll be useful, won't it? What's he going to do? Work 24 hours a day, love? That's going to cost thousands a day for 2 ex-Met police officers. Oh, dear. Mr. Pedantic. It's going to be ghastly, isn't it, really? Got to look after me and Meghan during their European tour. What, as if they were important? She's an actress who doesn't act anymore. And, as I say, doesn't look like she needs him either. Mr. Langdown, who is the... he's protected the Prince more than a decade, retired from the Met, so he's a bit ancient now. How he's going to manage that? He's also understood to be a director of a US security firm, which has protected people like Beyonce and Jay-Z. Ooh, hold back the front pages. Can barely cope with it. Harry claims that the decision was personal. In court, he asked to pay privately for specialist Met police protection. You are a girl's blouse, aren't you? Can't you just walk around normally, love? Nobody cares. You managed to do it when you were living in London. You went out and got the Christmas tree with Meghan. We know, we've seen all the pictures. So it's just a little bit of show-off, isn't it, really? It's which is not particularly brilliant.
Are you receiving tax credits? If so, this message is for you. Tax credits are coming to an end, and most people will be asked to apply for universal credit instead. The Department for Work and Pensions is writing to tax credit claimants. You won't be moved automatically, so look out for your letter explaining what you'll need to do and by when. And there's also lots of support to help you make the move. Get ready for your universal credit switchover. Search Understanding Universal Credit today. Eligibility criteria apply.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to have your company. 27 minutes to 6. I trust you are feeling good this morning. What was the other one? Oh, Katie Price has got a programme, Trauma and Me, on Channel 4. She's revealed all sorts of things about herself, including that overturned car last year. She has been done for drink driving, I think 6 times. It obviously appeared to have no sort of effect on her whatsoever, because she carried on. 6 times be done for drink driving. I mean, you know, normally by that time they sort of have you arrested. Have you arrested? Do you know the most nicked car in the UK? Don't believe it. The Ford Fiesta. Who in their right mind would ever want to nick a Ford Fiesta? Hotly followed by Honda Jazz, Ford Focus and Toyota Auris. Modest cars dominated the top 10. The Range Rover, the Audi A3 and A4 were in the top 20 based on insurance claims. Outside London, Birmingham was the car theft capital. Torridge in North Devon was the safest place to own a car. No mention of Twickenham. As per usual, they just go, where is it safe? I remember somebody telling me years ago, they said, oh, somebody sent me a thing about a car that was nicked here and ended up in Pakistan. They obviously didn't have a car tracker. I mean, you can have, most expensive cars now are fitted with trackers. So the moment your car is pinched, you can track it. You can see exactly where it is. They'll never know it's got a tracker in it. There's no big sign that goes, warning, this vehicle has a tracker. Because otherwise they'd be destroying the car, but they don't. I've got trackers in my cars, always had them. So if anybody nicks it, you can get it back within about 10 minutes. You know, very easy to find. 2 pages on Philip Schofield. marking 2 decades. It's got pictures with him and Fern on his first thing, and then Holly joined in 2009. And Philip says, we work the same way. This is of Holly. We instinctively know what the other is thinking. People always say that. It just means you have an empathy with the person you're working with, and they've got all sorts of bits and pieces. The trouble is, he's a terrible giggler. And he also had... He was making a strange noise. No, Holly made this strange noise, and they couldn't stop laughing. And he said, what was that? And they just corpsed. And he did it all the time with Fern. They were always corpsing. And it was just sort of one of those things that, if you watch people laughing, it makes you laugh. They had the Katie Hopkins comeback. Rent-a-Gob was taken to task by Philip. Also, they had drag on there. They've had just about everything. Philip coming out, all of a sudden, da-da, I'm gay. And we go, da-da, why are you telling us? Why do you feel it's necessary? Nobody was remotely interested. And before it was Holly, Philip was paired with Fern Britton, and the two shared many giggles. I mean, seriously, some of their giggles, they just basically collapsed. I think that one memorable moment was when the presenters fell about laughing at the word Uranus in a quiz question, because it changed. It used to be Uranus, then it was Uranus, and things like that. In fact, there's a thing in the film Beautiful Thing, starts off at a football match, and the master says, one of the boys sort of runs away. He says, "What's the name of that boy there?" He went, "Hugh." "Okay, Hugh. Hugh what?" "Janus. Hugh Janus, come over here." Everybody fell about laughing except the teacher, who didn't get it at all. And somebody says, did you read the news in a slightly different voice? No, it's always been my voice. I've always had the same voice. It's never really changed. I mean, obviously it changes as you get older, quite definitely. And somebody says, I'm slightly older than you. Oh, God, you can't be, Tony. But Sunday morning radio was always spent listening with my parents to Round the Horn, Billy Cotton's band show, and Force's Favourites. I used to love two-way family favourites, wasn't it? They'd have somebody, hello, Jean, how is everything in Hong Kong? It's very nice over here, thank you. I'm calling out now, Flight Staff Sergeant, so-and-so, who would like, Ride of the Valkyries or something, and you get this sort of two-way family favourites. It was always very popular, very popular. Kim says, good plan, Steve. Astronomy is a fascinating hobby. I think you'd love it. Thank you, Kim. And isn't Balamory a made-up place, not Tobermory? It's filmed in Tobermory, or am I having a blonde senior moment, says Catherine. I used to love watching that with my kids, along with Peppa Pig, Ben and Holly's Little Kingdom. Shows my level of intellect. I don't know, actually. Yeah, Tobermory became Balamory. What's the story in... And it was set in a school. What's the story in Balamory, wouldn't you like to know? Because the teacher in it... All the houses are painted different colours, and the teacher in it, her mum used to listen to this programme, because when I criticised the programme, she wrote in and went, that's my daughter on that programme. I said, it's rubbish. Absolute rubbish. Mind you, my favourite was pulling apart somebody who sent in, so they claimed, a picture of their mother's hanging basket. I mean, God knows they can't have watered this thing ever. I said, it's the most awful hanging basket, and they wrote and complained to the management. Steve Allen dissed my mother's hanging basket. Such stupid people. Yeah, here we go. Tobermory on the Isle of Mull, and famous for the children's TV show Balamory. I quite like different coloured houses. Don't you like? I mean, I think that's quite nice. I think that makes it look a bit... Especially for here. I could live there. I could paint mine as well, actually. It would be an awful lot of paint. But, yeah, the school teacher in the middle... And I don't know where all the cast are now, but I thought, what's the story in Balamory, wouldn't you like to know? I never knew what the programme was about. I seriously never knew. I just assumed it was about a school. It was a bit highbrow for me. And mentioned by Andy Peters, Steve, Independent Radio News. He says, please say it. I used to have to go at the end of the bulletin. You'd start off by going, it's 10 o'clock, this is Steve Allen. And you'd then read the news. And at the very end of it, you would do Independent Radio News. It's 3 minutes past 10. And then you'd pause, and all the radio stations throughout the country would opt out. That's when they'd come back and go, thanks, Steve. I couldn't hear them, of course, because we were not linked into them. I stayed on LBC. I had to pause for that 2-second gap, and then, you carried on with the programme, because then I'd go on to the weather or something like that. But now they've changed it, and the newsreaders give their name at the end of the bulletins, whereas I gave it at the beginning of the bulletin, and that's how it worked. It was much easier. I had to be different. I don't know. I mean, I just sort of learnt how to do it. But they'd be rushing. Sometimes they would rush in with bits to add to the news bulletin, because what they would try with me to do was to get me to read 5 minutes or 6 minutes worth of news, but fit it into 3 minutes. The more news stories they crammed in, the happier the news desk was. Me, I was exhausted. And also, I did make a mistake one day, and I've learnt, only ever happened the once, and in all the years of reading the news, I had to run into the studio because I was standing by the IRN desk waiting for them to give me the news. I looked at the clock and I thought, God, I'm on in 15 seconds. So I ran to the studio, sit down. I can't breathe. I'm hyperventilating. So, of course, you have to start off by saying, it's 6 o'clock. This is Steve Allen. I mean, they must have thought I was expiring. Seriously. And then he brought in the rest of the news. But this time I'd just gone to pieces. It was terrible. And I used to corpse every so often. I was a bit of a bad corpser. But there again, you know, that was part of the fun of it, I suppose. But it was reading big words, because you like to get the bulletin in advance so that you could see if there were any stupid words in it that you would have trouble reading. But it's a cornucopia of your life, isn't it? It's always good fun. I didn't have any other disasters. I mean, I did corpse on a regular basis. I'd only have to see, I'd have word association. And unfortunately, I always saw the rude words. And I can remember I was sitting in the studio with Douglas Moffat, who was doing the financial news. And he was our head of finance. And I had to read these just little news headlines. And it was, ironically, phone bills. Phone bills are going up by a whopping 20% or something like that. And then the other thing was about a helicopter coming down, but they called it a chopper. In my mind's eye, I just saw whopping chopper. And so I corpsed. I just sort of went, sorry, and tried to get through it. And I just, it was a helicopter crash, yes. It was saying whopping chopper. And Douglas Moffat comes off the back and goes, I don't think I shall wear these clothes again in here. It obviously is affecting you deeply. And I had to do another thing as well. Charlie Rose, who worked in our news and information department, had a fascination with trains. And he'd read a book and he got the author in to do this interview. And I was playing it overnight. It was a repeat feature. And it was the Great Western Railway something. Well, this cue that went into the actual... Because what you do is you read the cue, which would set up the story. And then at the end you say, Charlie Rose spoke to the author... Betty Boothroyd or whatever. Well, I was laughing so much at the end, we didn't get as far as it. All you can hear is me going, and then going, I'm so sorry. It's just long-winded. It was. I mean, I had no interest in trains whatsoever. And then, and Charlie Rose said to me the next day, what? He said, what? Because he had to get it off the log so he could send her a copy. He said, what happened there? I said, I don't know. I said, it just struck me as funny. Everything. I didn't get told off. No, I never got told off. That happened much later. Steve, beautiful thing. What a good film. I have the DVD. Yes. I'm recommending films for Joe. Every so often I come in, I'll go, oh, here's a good film. You must watch this film. He liked Beautiful Thing. He's watched that a couple of times. And greetings from Ireland from Christine. How are you? I've just heard you'd like a telescope. I have one we bought for our daughter, which I have to say was hardly used. You're welcome to it if you like me to say. No, seriously, no. No, don't worry. No, it's very sweet. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Imagine something that looks like Jodrell Bank arriving on the back of a lorry or something. I'm still trying to work out what this thing is from the post office. There's a parcel for me. I can't remember what I've ordered. I said, it could be, I mean, seriously, it could be anything, but they don't normally tell me what these things are. But this one says, your Royal Mail parcel from Amazon. What do I've ordered from Amazon? I can't think of anything off the top of my head. I can check, can't I? Yeah, but why would it come from Royal Mail? I got a parcel yesterday, and this one says, we received your parcel, and find out more about delivery. I wonder if I've already had it. Well, I don't know. Want to track your parcel? I think I've had it. Oh no, track parcel, push on here. It'll take forever, this thing, so talk among yourselves, call out bingo numbers or something like that. I got 3 notifications from the lottery last night. That'll mean 3 lots of £2 and 6pence. Can't see it being anything else, can you? Never is. But, yeah, and I did get this light delivered yesterday. I wonder if that was it. Perhaps it came from the Royal Mail. I was expecting something bigger. You know what I mean? If it comes from the Royal Mail, I'm always thinking it's going to be something that looks a bit impressive. I think I've had the blooming thing. It doesn't say what it is, though. It says it's reached Jubilee MC and will now be sent to your local delivery office. Oh, what in God's name is that? Honestly, I'm so worried now. It could be anything. I might have ordered a Pantechnicon or something like that. I don't know what I've ordered. I've had, obviously, a breakdown, I should imagine. Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. 13 minutes to 6. It's not still raining, is it, outside? Have we managed to... Oh, it's dried up. Thank goodness for that. Mind you, the good news is that, you know, we do need this water. God knows we need this water. Ochi Mabusi says, Davina McCall is the politest woman you'll ever meet. Yes, I absolutely would agree with that. And forget Liz Truss, writes Polly in her column in the Mirror. The woman of the week is Victoria Beckham, reportedly embroiled in a fantastically entertaining feud with her son Brooklyn's new wife, Nicola. Yes, Nicola, who comes from a billionaire family, is probably looking at poor old Victoria Beckham as the poor relation. Apparently the two women can't stand each other and no longer speak. I mean, I think this is just built up. I mean, it's just, I can't see it. But Nicola's plan was to let VB design a dress she was never going to wear. But, you know, Brooklyn, of course, is stuck in the middle. He got the name Peltz tattooed in enormous letters on his chest. He's also currently living in one of his wife's billionaire father's houses, and there's no such thing as a free lunch even for Brooklyn Beckham. Perhaps you could get a job in one of the restaurants that Mr. Peltz owns. Very risky getting a tattoo of your other half, but, I mean, Brooklyn Beckham's not the brightest penny in the box, is he? Let's face it. He's never had a proper job. Somebody said he's never done a day's shift in a restaurant or anything like that. Of course he hasn't, because he's got mummy and daddy, Bank of Mum and Dad. You know, mind you, Bank of Mum and Dad's dwindling a little bit at the moment, isn't it? Which is not so good. Ex-rugby union star Kenny Logan says he's been treated for prostate cancer after stumbling across it by accident. Wow. And he was inspired to go for a checkup after talking about midlife hormone health in a podcast with Gabby Logan. He says it may have saved his life. He said, I was actually listening to one of the episodes about menopause, and they were talking about hormones falling off the cliff, so he went and got tested and stumbled across his own. So the idea is get tested. It's as simple as that. It's very simple to do, and there's no problem with it at all. So he's going to discuss his... Oh, I've got another podcast out. Everybody who gets something nowadays, if they're in show business, they all want to talk about it. But if it gets people going to get checked, I mean, you can only say, listen, people die. People die. Bill Turnbull died. Bowel Babe died. You know, loads of other people. Laura Kirby of Prostate Cancer UK says, by sharing his story, Kenny is reminding men of their risk, which has increased for the over 50s, or black men over 45. Or men who have a father or brother who's had prostate cancer. Go and get checked. That's all I can't say any more. You can't push people anymore to do it. Pete the Pool Man, he says, I'm poolside Isha again. That's the same coffee from yesterday. Have you got some contract going with, is it a reusable cup? Oh, right. With a coffee, LBC in the lovely dark mornings, I couldn't be happier. I've got 12 to do today, honestly. He always looks happy, though, doesn't he, really? Mind you, paid for the teeth. You might as well show them off, which is very nice. In the 70s, says Winnie, I went to see a recording of Just a Minute, the radio show. Kenneth Williams was on the panel. We were allowed to go up and chat at the end. I asked him for his sheet of doodles and notes, and I still have them in my diary. Yes, Kenneth Williams was very good on Just a Minute. I love it without hesitation, repetition, or deviation. And Nicholas Parsons presided. It was very good. Kenneth Williams was absolutely arch, as they say. Tim says, isn't Balamory where Liz Truss thought she was going to meet the Queen yesterday? Yeah, no. Steve, I rewatched your In Conversation episode with Joanna Lumley and on YouTube. Oh, it's on YouTube, is it? Oh, well, I didn't know that. All sorts of stuff is on... oh, blimey, yeah. I haven't seen any of these things. I don't really want to watch it. It's got a picture of me on the... I hate it. Isn't it funny? Darren doesn't want to talk about cockroaches, and I can't bear to watch myself back on anything at all. And they... yes, thank you. But they started filming all of these. So there was a whole load of them. A whole load of these things. And they just wanted... And they got really good... They got good numbers, actually, didn't they, really? I mean, nearly 50,000 people have seen that. That's 50,000 people I didn't know about beforehand. Very impressed. So I love the way you both described how you may do with little money but still got the best of things. Chris says, will you be doing any more? I don't know. You never know in radio. Everything changes on a sort of a daily basis, a monthly basis, a yearly basis. You never know. Something might come back all of a sudden. It depends. Jack says, as a newsreader and news writer, I always enjoy writing our international bulletins for others by putting in as many difficult-to-pronounce names in it. Always fun. Yes. I used to have trouble with the sports people. Apparently Jubilee MC, says Glyn, is Royal Mail in Hounslow. I've got no idea what this can be. I'm trying to think what I've ordered from America. I mean, would it be anything? I don't know. This is even more bizarre, isn't it? Could be a scam. Could be a scam. Oh, that's the point. It could be a scam, couldn't it? Never thought about that. Never thought about it. How clever to sort of spot that it could be a scam. Yeah. Wow. Well, I'm not... Well, it doesn't make any difference as long as you don't sort of open anything up. So where's... wait a minute. Wait a minute. If it's a scam, it says here, Royal Mail. So it's got a track parcel. You can download an app. And the trouble is, they're so good, some of these things now. You don't know what you might be downloading. But I don't think I've got anything arriving that would warrant them sending me a text. That would be something worth a lot of money. And I haven't got a lot of money. So I don't think it's me. We shall let you know. Steve, do you hear Joanne say thanks, Steve, when you hand over to her for the travel news? Yes, of course I do. She's only about 20 feet away from me. In fact, I can open my door and shout, Joanne! She won't hear me, of course. And she'll just go, thanks, Steve. That's how it works. It's good. Steve, those you missed your delivery text could be a scam. Well, it's not you've missed it. They said that it's out for delivery. They've received it. DHL have been sending me stuff in America for months, and I live in Paisley, says Darryl. Yeah, I mean, sometimes, it could be a scam. I don't know, but the scam is, I suppose you click onto something and then something happens. I've got no idea. Steve, I got 2 numbers on the lottery. My prize, a free lucky dip, says Lynn from Bromley. When did that happen? That would have been last night, wouldn't it? And Lee says, I was looking at you online last night and had no idea you were the longest-serving presenter on LBC and the longest-serving presenter on commercial radio. It's as simple as that. And I'm an honorary member of the Magic Circle. So how cool is that as well? But no, the longest-serving presenter, 44 years. Well, 43, but I like to say 44. Can't wait for it to be 45. I shall celebrate with a cream cake or something like that, which is very nice. Smile before he gets strict. So they've got a few people wandering outside for the pre-recorded launch show. Matt Goss looking as miserable as possible. Do you think he might smile during the programme? Do you think that would be nice, wouldn't it? Kay Adams, who's already admitted she can't dance. Fleur East, who can probably dance. Tony Adams. Richie Anderson. Who's Richie Anderson? He's the travel bloke, is he? Fancy putting the bloke who reads the travel on the television. Have they run out of people or something? Ellie Taylor? Who's she? Do we know Ellie Taylor? No, we're not sure about Ellie Taylor. James Bye. In EastEnders, okay. Jade Adams. Jade Adams? Anybody on Jade? No, we're not sure on that one either. Tyler West. DJ. Oh, right. Never heard of him. Will Mellor, we've heard of. Kim Marsh, we've heard of. Hamza Yassim. Comedian you don't know, do you? You've got no idea. So we don't know most of them. Ellie Simmons, we know. Helen Skelton, we know. But as I say, we're bored with that one already. I mean, already the thing hasn't started. I'm fed up. You know, really, we're scraping the barrel with the bloody bloke who does the travel on a programme. It's a very bad... Even the producer says it's a bad lineup. They can't find these people because you actually have to work unless you're a lazy little so-and-so. It's admittedly an unlikely chart spat. But here it is, Youngblood, spelt Y-U-N-G-B-L-U-D. I mean, that's the real amateur spelling. As we all know, Young is Y-O-U-N-G and Blood is B-L-O-O-D. It's storming the charts at the moment, but Michael Ball and Alfie Boe are determined to dethrone him. They were replaced at the top of the charts by the punk rocker in 2020 and are spoiling for a battle when they release their album Together in Vegas in a few weeks. Apparently, Youngblood, Y-U-N-G-B-L-U-D, is a favourite of the Rolling Stones. How lovely. I think actually I'd rather go with somebody a little bit... he's got really no sense of dress at all, has he, really? Although, actually, I think that Michael and Alfie Hope for a Christmas #1 with Together in Vegas. No, the Christmas #1's going to be Cliff Richard. Cliff Richard's going to storm it. Yeah, well, this is an album. This is an album. Youngblood previously said, my mum bought their album. I think this was the Rolling Stones. And said I didn't think it would count. But, yeah, it's albums they're talking about. Michael Ball and Alfie Boe. But I think Cliff will storm that one very easy. Elton John reckons he's like Claire Rayner, the former Sunday Mirror agony aunt, because he takes troubled younger pop stars like Britney Spears under his wing. He says, I'm a bit like Claire Rayner. I don't know if he means he dresses up or something like that on a Friday night. I have no idea. But she used to respond to 1,000 letters a week. And she said, it makes me happy. He's done this collaboration with Britney Spears, as you know, and it's Tiny Dancer, which actually is one of my favourite songs, but I'm told it's just Tiny Dancer. It's a bit middling, isn't it, on that one? It's zhuzhed up, is it? Zhuzhed up. That's a new word, ladies and gentlemen, for you. Poundland, cheap food range to help with the bills. They've launched a bargain range of meat and fish. So you get a packet of bacon rashers for £1, 6 sausages for less than £2, and beef mince for £3. Yeah, but where does it come from? You know, what's its history? I would have to know. If I'm buying a packet of bacon for £1, I'm going to want to know. Because normally I'm buying 2 packets of bacon for £5. You know, and I know where it comes from. I've seen the little label on the back where it tells you it comes from Happy Pigs. And whereas the Poundland might be from really desperately unhappy pigs. I mean, fancy selling them for only £1. That means if they're selling them for £1, what are they buying it in at? 50p? Price of pig's gone down recently, hasn't it, really? But apparently, Tim Betley is the commercial director of Poundland, said it had been expanding what it sells for customers, and says customers are going to love our new Cook It range. It gives them quality meat and fish at amazing value. Because you get 2 cod or salmon fillets for £3, which is very cheap, isn't it, really? You can get a rump steak for £3 and a cut of sirloin steak for £3.50. A gammon joint costs £2. I don't know, there's something about buying your... No, you don't like gammon? Oh, I should love gammon and pineapple. That was lovely. But it just seems a bit strange, really. But then there's another thing here. You can get 8 slow-cooked meals for £30, including chicken chasseur, boeuf bourguignon, beef and mushroom stroganoff, which I adore, coq au vin, dauphinoise potatoes by 1, an ultimate mashed potato by 1, and a bottle of Cabernet Sauvignon, all for £30. Sounds nice, doesn't it, really? I think it's all long life, so you don't need to worry about sort of hanging it, just shove it in the oven or the microwave. Very exciting, isn't it? Here's the news.
May I have your attention, please? You can now book your train tickets on Uber and get 10% back in credits to spend on your next Uber ride, so you don't have to walk home in the rain again.
Trains, now on Uber. T's and C's apply. Check the Uber app.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. 4 minutes past 6. I'm Steve Allen. This is Early Breakfast. So they're coming over. Doris, Bruno, Danny, yes, from the hit 80s show Fame. It's now, believe it or not, 40 years on. Bruno, you will know, because when they came to Britain last time they played the Royal Albert Hall, they were mobbed. They were absolutely mobbed. Doris says, I won the lottery playing Doris. She saved so many people's lives. And Jean Anthony Ray skipped classes to audition for Fame. Unfortunately, like his character, Jean had a turbulent personal life in it because his mother was a drug dealer. And he was fired from the show when he was arrested for being part of a narcotics ring. He battled drugs and alcohol addiction, left him homeless 3 times, diagnosed with HIV, died from a stroke, age 41 in 2003. But they're all here. Laurie Singer, you know, who played Julie Miller. She filmed 2 series of Fame before she left to play Kevin Bacon's girlfriend in Footloose, beating Madonna. I mean, I thought it was great, actually. We did like it, but when you see how they've aged now, you just have to sort of take it with a pinch of salt. One of them, I can't remember which one he was, actually, but he was sort of, I think his dad was a taxi driver or something like that in it, and he used to, and I can't remember what his blooming name is. Erica Gimple was Coco Hernandez. Debbie Allen was Lydia Grant. I remember that. Laurie Singer, as I say. Albert Haig as Benjamin Sharovsky. He passed away aged 81 in 2001. Carol Mayo Jenkins was Elizabeth Sherwood. I mean, to be honest with you, it sort of takes you back. Originally, it was a film fame. You know, from 1980, it's charted the lives of the students at the New York City High School for the Performing Arts. But it was the spin-off series which had people singing into their hairbrushes. Everybody went mad for it. They all went mad for it, and it was just great. So to celebrate, the cast are performing 3 reunion concerts at Birmingham Town Hall tomorrow, Friday and Saturday. And you can get tickets at fameukreunion.co.uk. So they're going to be there. Jesse Borrego, Loretta Chandler, Carlo Imperato, Paul Rosenbaum, Lee Carrere, Cynthia Gibb and Val Landsberg. I wonder what they'll be, because they're all fairly advanced now. I mean, they're not sort of geriatrics or anything like that. I can't go. I'm busy this weekend. But it looks good, doesn't it? Jason Manford. Oh, look, he's found his dream role. Oh, I thought we found that ages ago, Jace, for you. He says his quiz Unbeatable is a dream job because it's like doing 4 or 5 stand-up gigs in a day. I know. It's another quiz. I know. Your heart drops, doesn't it, really? To save cash on filming, he fronts 25 to 30 episodes of the show a week for several weeks to condense production. Well, when they used to do, I think Jimmy Tarbuck did a quiz, they did 5 shows in a day. 5 shows. So he does 25 to 30 episodes of the BBC show a week. So basically it's a cheap, but it's just another quiz show. You know, and a quiz show is, somebody asking you questions and you either know the answer or you don't. Unfortunately, Tipping Point appears to be the show where all the really stupid people tend to go on. I mean, they've really put some dumb people on that one. You know, Ben Shepherd's, yeah. Ben Shepherd. I mean, he doesn't seem to express any surprise that some of these people are so stupid. You begin to wonder how they ever made it past the auditions. Perhaps you just have to turn up and have your own clothes or something. Have you ever read the Kenneth William Diaries? Yes. God, they came out donkeys years ago. Acid Drops. And this is from Mark in Bronsgrove. Fascinating insight into his life. It was a bitchy one. All the people he'd ever encountered would go into the bookshops and secretly turn to the index. If their name was in it, they bought the book, because you never knew what he was saying about you. And on holiday in Side in Turkey, says Margaret and Jerry, we're 2 hours ahead of you, so it's a much more civilised time to listen. Oh, I hope your weather's nice. Hope your weather's very nice. And George says how lovely it must be for our Queen to tick one more off her wonderful bucket list in her special year too, having a Prime Minister in her reign of the same name. What, Liz? I don't think anybody would dare call her Liz. I mean, goodness sake, she's had 14 Prime Ministers. When I say she's had 14, she's met 14 Prime Ministers. I mean, it doesn't make any difference to her, but I don't think anybody's ever going to keep up with that record. The first one, oh, I've got no idea. Who was it? Alec Douglas Hume or something like that? Churchill, was it? Oh, wow. That was an interesting one. I know she wasn't over keen, it was said, on Margaret Thatcher. You know, really wasn't keen on that one. Because they always say, good morning, Prime Minister. And they have to go in there and they sort of bow and they sort of run through a few little bits and pieces. Some of them look very awkward because you're meeting the Queen. You know, it doesn't matter, you know, what she's wearing or what the setting is. It's the Queen. You know, and you'd sometimes, you know, love to find out what goes through her mind. You know, when she's talking to people and looking at them, do you think she's really concentrating or is she switched off with the fairies? This is her 15th Prime Minister, and nobody's allowed to talk about it. They're sworn to secrecy. And there's pictures. I mean, I think she looks amazing. She's 96. I mean, every day she's got to put those rollers in and get her hair done. Every single day, and the outfit, she's got to get the ironing board out and press her clothes, and none of that at all. But Liz Truss went into the Balmoral drawing room. She was probably a bit disappointed that it wasn't all dripping in gold. Does she get dressed up anyway? No, I think she sees it as like a costume kind of thing. It's the hair, you know. I mean, sometimes she puts on her elasticated tracky bottoms, goes out for a bit of a jog. Yeah, puts shell suit and a headscarf. The headscarf was the one thing that she... I'd forgotten about the ice cream. Forgotten about that. What are the flavours? I can't see what they are. What's that one? Wait a minute. Chocolate, salted caramel. What's that one? Salted caramel. No, I'll have salted caramel. Oh, it's gone a bit soft, mine, already. Oh, we've got to be quick on this one. Ian, thank you. I love it when we get these things in. Do you know, there's something about it because it's very good for your throat. I'm going to recommend that everybody gets a little ice cream on prescription for having a sore throat. I think on the train, they should have machines which you can take out the toilet. No, don't take out the toilets. No, they're absolutely vital, the toilets. But next to the toilet, you could put a machine in that you put sort of £2 in, and out comes a... What? Well, next to... Why not? And you push a button, and you pick your flavour. Because as people are sitting on trains, there's nothing nicer than there was an old man sitting in front of me the other day. I think he was Polish or something like that, because he wasn't speaking English. And he then started watching, on his phone, DVDs, obviously from the homeland, with the volume turned up. It was so annoying. Even the couple sitting opposite were looking over. They looked at me and raised their eyebrows. And you think to yourself, turn it off, you ignoramus. It's so annoying. We had to listen to it. Go and buy yourself a pair of headphones or something. Most phones come with them nowadays. But, oh, God, it's delicious. Happy boys again, Ian. Happy boys. Thank you very much indeed. So we've got Margaret and Jerry in Turkey. Oh, this makes me laugh, Jerry, because it reminds me of the man in The Good Life. Jerry, Margot was so good. So good. So what else we got today? How Liz could ease the bills horror at a price. And... in May, the government promised £400 payments to all households and £1,200 to the most vulnerable. Now it appears inadequate as bills have soared even further. She reckons she's going to bang it down to £2,500, which has got to be better than £3,000, whatever it is. Definitely. The brutal clear-out makes room for most diverse teams. She got rid of somebody and the wife slagged her off on Twitter. I think it was somebody from Portsmouth or something. Was it Johnny Mercer? And the wife was going, how dare she do it? And I'm thinking, well, you're not going to be going anywhere, sweet pea, are you? Goodness sake. But you know that the Deputy Prime Minister and Health Secretary, Therese Coffey, is going to be with Nick Ferrari this morning. I still can't get over what on earth Carrie Johnson was wearing the other day. I mean, she looks like she's wandered out of the film Hair or something like that, or she's off to Woodstock. But the amount of people who cram in outside Downing Street, nearly as many as went to the garden parties. So popular in the summer, weren't they? And Nadine Dorries and Rachel Johnson were having pictures taken. Nadine's going to go back to writing books, very successful books, and the House of Lords, because that's easy. You just go there for a sleep. You just sort of, do it. What else we got? COVID-fueled house boom nets over 55s, $1 billion each day. These are flats everywhere. They build them, and what they've started putting on the sale of the flats is how much the service charges are. A very average one the other day, 15,000 quid service charge a year. £15,000. I mean, our one we managed to keep down because Lynn and I sort of set it. As long as we can cover all the bills and enough to put in. Yeah, it can go up every year. And the ground rent. But the ground rent's not, that could be £400 or £500. Yeah, it's very you need to check. You need to make sure who's putting this money up and what are you getting for your money? Because in many cases, nothing. It's just covering the bills, but they have the right to put it up. You need to take over the running of your own block. So much easier. So much easier. And Widdicombe's column today, talking about the heads of state paying a lack of respect towards Gorbachev. And vital to whip up discipline in the Conservative Party. The Trump card will solve the nation's identity crisis. And apparently the head of undergraduates medicine at Glasgow University, who was once a stand-up comedian, is the subject of an inquiry into discrimination and sexism. Lord. Apparently after he showed students a cartoon of a woman's brain with areas devoted to shoes, driving ability and gossip. I shall say nothing at all, because that's my brain. She's just described my brain. It's one of those things. Morning, there was just another piece, actually, just while we were on the subject of Meghan. When she was out there, they're in Dusseldorf at the moment, apparently, had a freebie trip up the Rhine. And she was talking about her really hard school days. Firstly, she was the ugly duckling with no one to sit beside. Nobody wanted to sit next to her at all. A bit like her family. Nobody wants to talk to her. They don't care about her. She doesn't care about the family. And... apparently, they went for a cruise on the Rhine. I hope they paid. I would hate to think that somebody who's got 100 million in the bank didn't actually pay and expected a freebie. But there again, that is their life, isn't it, really? A physics lecturer, fed up with his bus being late, spent 4 months researching timetables to prove to transport chiefs their inaccuracy. Ben Hansen, 31, found services scheduled on electronic live tracker displays on 2 routes in Leeds were late 8 times out of 10. This is funny, actually, because I do rely on it. I do get annoyed when I sit at a bus stop and there's no little reader where you can see where the buses are, because you've got no idea. Well, most of them are always right. Sometimes the order changes, so it'll say 281 or whatever it is, and then all of a sudden the 281 vanishes, and you think, well, where's that gone? Yeah, it's either sort of a Harry Potter moment or something like that. But most of the time it seems to be fairly accurate, which is okay. I told you the story of the brave teenage boy, and this is a lad who stood up to a rail passenger called Alex Laidlaw. Alex Laidlaw was drunk. He coughed and spat over other passengers on this train before relieving himself against the carriage door. And so he's been ordered to pay £50 damages to the teenager. It should have been £1,000, shouldn't it? He vomited on the floor of the carriage. Then he was arrested by police. And he's obviously a waste of space. You only have to look at a picture of him to realise a complete and utter bozo. 50 quid, that's all. Should have been £1,000, and if he couldn't pay it, in prison for a year. It's as simple as that. He admitted assault and outraging public decency. Oh, he was also fined £200 with £530 in costs and victim surcharge, and ordered to do 30 days of rehabilitation activity. Oh, well, it's getting better. We're getting better. He will now also have to complete a 6-month alcohol treatment programme. It's not enough, is it, really? You know, this teenage boy stood up to him at 15 years old to deal with this drunk who urinated in the carriage in full view of everybody, vomited, spat on people. That should have been a year in prison at least. That time we started coming down heavy on these people. So football is not a religion. I never said it was. Who ever said that football was a religion? I couldn't understand why that was. I mean, most people are religion. You know, I mean, for me, magic is a religion. You know, but it's not really. It's not properly a religion. But a judge has overruled it and says the game does not have larger consequences for humanity. Some of the greatest players, like Pelé and Diego Maradona, have famously claimed their devotion to the game put it on a par with religion. They do talk rubbish, footballers, don't they? Even some of the bigger footballers, they talk the bigger load of rubbish than everybody else. But there's a man here, he says, I live my life in accordance with being a Rangers fan. I don't go to church, I go to Rangers. It's a belief to me. If people say their religion is protected, how many times do they go to church? It's as important to me as somebody who has a religion. So he's launched a claim. He's a diehard fan, and he says that he thinks now the court has concluded it does not constitute physiological belief in the same way as humanism, atheism or veganism. They were ruling in the case of a subcontractor who claimed he was discriminated against by 2 firms because he's a diehard fan of Rangers Football Club. I mean, it is ridiculous. But they said, no, it was just merely a lifestyle choice. And he wants £80,000. Well, as you can well imagine, ain't going to be happening anytime soon. Rejecting the claim, you know, after this sort of bloke got there. He said he didn't get offered work due to the team he supports. I don't, you know, how would somebody know? You know, unless you wear your shirt all the time. He's probably wearing football shirts. That's the worst thing, isn't it? You go on holiday and you find all these people wearing football shirts on holiday. When we were in Lanzarote, there were loads of people wearing football shirts. I, of course, didn't. Being the over-35 nudist leapfrog champion, we haven't actually got as far as making T-shirts yet. And in which case it would defeat the object. And I suppose we're going to get round to it as well. Oh, I knew I was going to celebrate a birthday. There are a couple. I do like celebrating the birthday. If you're celebrating, by the way, your birthday today, I wish you many happy returns of the day. Might be one of those big ones, mightn't it? You know, where you get the people go, I don't want to say how old it is. In show business, of which I am a small cog in a very big wheel, but everybody tells you their age. They can't wait to tell you their age. I remember going to a club years and years ago, a very show busy club, everybody very theatrical, and people would come up to you and go, I'm 89, you know. And you'd go, you're not. They go, yes, I am. Also, they've just jailed a Christian teacher who refused to address trans pupil as they instead of he. And he said, I won't give up my beliefs. He teaches German and history Enoch Burke, and he's been locked up for contempt of court in Ireland because he had insistence on calling a pupil transitioning to become a girl he. Anyway, he went to teach at the school, and last week the school's Board of Management obtained a court order preventing him from teaching or being physically present at the premises. I mean, this has moved a pace, hasn't it, really? When he turned up again on Monday, he was arrested and hauled before a court where he was jailed for contempt. He represented himself in the High Court. He said, I don't want to go to prison, I want to be in the classroom. That's where I was this morning when I was arrested. I love my school, but it's insanity that I will be led from this courtroom to a place of incarceration, but I will not give up on my Christian beliefs. So there you go. I don't know how long they've sent him to prison for. But to be honest with you, he breached the order, 400 pupils he was teaching, and they basically said, no, we don't want him back there, which they have a right to say. I can't understand whether he's got... it's not the first time he and his evangelical Christian family have courted controversy, because last year, so he's well known to the court system, Mr. Burke and 3 of his 9 siblings lost a court case against the University of Galway over a decision to ban them from membership of college societies for life. Apparently the court heard Amy, Enoch, Isaac and Kezia Burke distributed flyers which implicitly connected gay marriage to paedophilia. Oh, he's a lunatic. He's an absolute lunatic. He says here, it connected gay marriage to paedophilia and incest. All 10 children were homeschooled by their mother, who runs the Burke Christian Schools. Oh, God, you had to get rid of him. Put him in prison. Burke by name, Burke by nature. I mean, can you believe somebody's that? I mean, and if you're sacked, you can't just carry on turning up. He's obviously an idiot. They always think they're being very clever. But, of course, the courts have the last laugh. Thank you. Can't stop singing Tobermory, says Kim. What's the story in Balamory? Wouldn't you like to know? I think it sounds quite good, don't you? I think it's very good, actually. In bed on holiday, says Dean. Listening to you, a pleasure as always. Pleasure is ours. Pleasure is ours. And John says a couple of years ago there was a play on in London called Handbagged, about how Maggie Thatcher and the Queen didn't get along. I never got to see it. Did you? I didn't. I did. It was always said that the Queen was never over keen on Margaret Thatcher. I don't know why. I mean, I'm just one of those sort of things, I suppose, actually. And, Steve, I've just opened the back door for the cat, and a frog came in. Are you living in an aquarium or something? Steve, there are apps to give you live bus time, says David. Yes. Helen Mirren did a play about it, The Queen and All Her Prime Ministers. The choice, I don't get out as much as I used to. Oh, God, honestly, how bad does that sound? Going out to the theatre. It's the hours. If I went to the theatre this evening, if I was going to the theatre this evening, I'd be asleep in 2 minutes. Seriously, the lights would go down. When I used to go to the Barbican and the Palladium and every theatre in London, known to man and beast, if it was the Barbican, the seats were so comfy. It's like sitting in an armchair. And you'd sit down, the lights would dim, and as the lights dimmed, at the end of each row, there were doors, and they closed. So it became a closed theatre at the Barbican. And the moment they closed, that was my cue to go to sleep. Seriously. I'd sort of, when it's comfy and it's warm and it's not, well, where do we get the warmth this year? I've got no idea. But I liked the idea. And then you sort of, like that, and you're not sure if you've snored or anything. It's really embarrassing. Really. Yeah, you wake yourself up with a snort, which is not very good, is it? Sarah Vine, talking today about a new NHS survey revealed that nearly 1 in 5 15-year-olds is vaping with e-cigarettes. When I was a child, says Sarah Vine, you used to be able to buy cigarette sweets. They were later banned, of course. Now we just sell children the real thing in the form of sickly sweet vape liquids. So much for progress. I didn't know that sweet cigarettes were banned. I thought you could still buy them. We used to buy as well. There were chocolate cigarettes wrapped in a paper, and there was also, what was the other ones that we got? We used to buy at school broken cigarettes. They would sell them in big jars. They were the offcuts of the proper sort of things. Yeah, and we had a school shop over the road, like a little sweetie shop, and you could buy lemonade powder and things like that. But broken cigarettes, you bought a bag of them. They were great fun. They were just candy sticks, little candy sticks, but very nice. I don't even know if you can still get this stuff nowadays. You probably can't, actually. You probably can't. What else have we got here? J-Lo J. Law. Jennifer Lawrence. I didn't know I could love my baby boy more than my cat. So that's the trouble once you've got a cat. Mind you, sometimes cats and dogs, you have to be quite careful, don't you? I think introducing a baby into a household if there's a cat there, because cats are a bit territorial, and it's a case of, you know, the cat's going, one of them's got to go. They make films about it, cartoons and stuff like that, and it always used to make me laugh. The cat's looking at the baby going, I don't know who you are, but I don't like you. Good fun. Birthday today, Toby Jones, the actor from London who played Captain Mannering in the 2016 film version of Dad's Army, and Dobby, the house elf in the Harry Potter. He was Dobby. That's good, isn't it? He never gets seen. It's just a character that they've created. He said he often cries watching TV's Dragon's Den because he says they're all dreamers. That's something that touches me. Everybody's got a dream. Everybody's got a dream now. If you go on, you know, these reality shows, the dream is I want to make lots of money by getting my boobies out. And that's the dream for some of these people. So they go on there and try and pretend they're intelligent and they can hold a conversation. Whereas, in fact, they're just like the alley cats in Towie and in Made in Chelsea. They hate each other. Everybody hates each other. Even, I was looking at the Real Housewives of Beverly Hills. Oh, my God, these people are mad as fruitcakes. Seriously, they've all got therapists who come in and discuss things with them. And hold this crystal in your hand and that will give you... Go away. You're mad. Absolutely stark, staring mad.
Are you receiving tax credits? If so, this message is for you. Tax credits are coming to an end, and most people will be asked to apply for universal credit instead. The Department for Work and Pensions is writing to tax credit claimants. You won't be moved automatically, so look out for your letter explaining what you'll need to do and by when. And there's also lots of support to help you make the move. Get ready for your universal credit switchover. Search Understanding Universal Credit today. Eligibility criteria apply.
This is LBC with Steve Allen.
We're not sure if you can still buy the fake sweets cigarettes. I bet you can. Barrett's used to make them. Barrett's. I just remember, I've seen the name Barrett's, and it was a little packet, and you got about 12 in there or something like that. Sweet cigarettes. You used to be able to get sweet tobacco. There you go, candy. They call them candy sticks now. But they're still made by Barrett's, surprisingly. And it's the same sort of thing. But you used to be able to buy sweet tobacco, which was sugar. And it had tobacco on it, or it had to have sweet tobacco or something. And that was really nice. That was really, really nice. But again, terrible for you. It was just sugar. Small and encouraging. Yeah, with the smoking thing, everybody did that. I mean, how many people used to hold a pencil and go... Oh, just me again. I thought everybody did that, didn't they? I remember when I first started smoking, sitting at the top of the bus, leaving school, because the buses used to come in, and we'd all climb on it, it would take you down into the town, and then you could get your own buses back. And we'd all sit there smoking at the back of the buses. Why nobody ever said anything to us, I've got no idea. But in those days, every British film that was made had people smoking in it. Sometimes you couldn't see the characters, it'd be like a fog. You know, you could smoke everywhere. You could smoke in pubs. Panel shows, people would sit there smoking. But it was only the top deck for smokers on the bus. And at the back, you had to sit there. And then you stubbed them out on the floor. There was no ashtrays or anything. Well, I don't remember there being any ashtrays. But still very good. Steve, says Jamie the Skip. When you wish somebody happy birthday, it reminds me of my nan. She would call me every birthday, wishing me many happy returns from the day. Great show, thank you. No, I mean, people do that. People wish people happy birthday. Only if it's your birthday. You can't have the greetings if it's not your birthday. That's cheating. But bear in mind, the Queen has 2 birthdays, doesn't she? I still can't remember why, but there's probably some reason for it. So, Toby Jones, 56 today. Sonny Rollins. I bet you don't know who Sonny Rollins is. If I tell you... He's a US saxophonist who played with Miles Davis and Charlie Parker, hailed as jazz's greatest living improviser. He spent 2 years playing on a New York bridge in sessions of up to 15 hours. He's 92 today. 92, which I think is quite something. Actually, somebody... the other day we were talking actually about the Magic Circle, as indeed you do, and a friend of mine reminded me that we've just lost somebody at the Magic Circle, and he was MIMC, which is member of the Inner Magic Circle. He also had an MBE, and his name was Henry Lewis. He was the oldest member of the Magic Circle, and he was a great supporter. He helped finance the new headquarters and did all sorts of things, actually, and he was lovely. And he was still working up until a short while ago. He was in a care home, and he was just lovely. 102. I'm hoping to reach the same dizzy heights, but bless it, yes, not too long to go now. So Henry Lewis, you get your mention, and he was lovely. He just loved doing his magic. He was one of those people, a bit of a legend at the Magic Circle. There's been quite a few over the years. We have quite a few legends, some of whom appear on television, some of whom, you've never heard of. But I promise you, they're the most talented people you'll ever see. And if you come along to the Magic Circle Christmas shows over Christmas, you will see some very, very talented people. And you'll sit there with something happening literally a foot in front of you going, how does this happen? How does this happen? I've always been fascinated by it. Breathtaking. The wife who sniffed out her husband's Parkinson's. So now experts have created the first ever test based on odour. She's been a major asset to scientists. She's a super smeller. She can tell by sniffing somebody's T-shirt exactly whether or not they have the disease. I mean, I don't understand how it works either. But there again, I never fathomed out these dogs they use at the airports that can smell money. They can smell money. So in other words, if somebody's got a lot of money with them, which they're taking out of the country, there's only a limit to what you can take out. These dogs go, and they're super sensitive. It's like drugs. And they find, we get it all the time at Twickenham station. Sometimes you'll get the two drug dogs, all the police and everything else, and people are coming through the barriers, and the dog will just sit down in front of them, and they take them to one side, and then they either get carted away because they've got drugs on them, or they've smoked drugs the night before, but the smell lingers, so the dogs, students especially. I've never known anything like it. Most of the students who go to the college in Twickenham seem to be on drugs. It's like a military operation. They've got the police vans there. There must be at least. Of course, I stand there pretending I'm waiting for somebody just so I can watch, because I don't know. I can't remember what dogs they're using now. They're not Alsatians, but they can only use the dog for a certain amount of time, and then it has to have a rest, apparently. Perhaps they're in a union or something like that. Yeah, they get too high as a kite. But they literally sort of sniff around and say, don't worry, just keep walking towards us. The dog can sniff it, from quite a way away. And you could see some people thinking, how can I get out of this station without having to go past the dogs? And it's the most unlikely looking people. But as I say, I always stand inside there pretending I'm waiting for a fellow traveller so I can listen to them. I want to listen to these people trying to justify why they were smoking joints the night before. What else we got today? We've got Terry Wogan. Overslept. On this day in 1982, he was nearly an hour late for his radio broadcast. It meant that Ken Bruce got more than he bargained for. He'd overrun by an hour until a breathless Wogan arrived. Yeah, a breathless Wogan. What did he run? I've never done that. I'm far too professional. Far too professional. Said Wogan, it was... Sorry? Have I ever been late? Certainly not. What an outrageous thing to say. I have woken up at home before and I didn't know what time of the day it was. I couldn't remember if I'd been to work or not been to work. Yeah, but Wogan one time, what annoyed me, I got very cross about it at the time, his car broke down on the motorway. The local police took him into his job. I can just imagine if I phone up one morning and go, hello, Twickenham Police Station, it's Steve Allen. My car's just broken down. Can you send a car out to run me into work? Pfft, can you imagine? Short, sharp shrift on that one, actually, I would think. 1921, the first Miss America beauty pageant was held. Do we still have these beauty pageants? We used to have Miss World, Miss Universe, Mr. Universe. It's a bit dated now, isn't it? It is a bit dated. I remember when the Women's Lib went to the Royal Albert Hall, and when the girls started coming on, they threw bags of flour over the top, so they all got... And then, of course, there was the great Carry On film called Carry On Girls, where the women's libbers in that one were pouring oil onto the stage and the girls were falling over and all the rest of it. Just an excuse to see lots of girls in wet bikinis, I think. But, yes, I remember the women's libbers at the Royal Albert Hall. It was put on by Julia Morley. I think she... with her husband, used to put on Miss World and stuff like that. But I never understood what the purpose of it was. I was working at the time in a department store, and we had a woman coming round to open our escalator, which seems very... I tell you, an escalator was quite a thing in those days. And so Eva Rubinstein came down, and she just looked like anybody. I mean, I thought we had prettier girls in the town, but, you know, whatever. She obviously came down. She got paid a fee, for declaring the thing open, and then she posed for photographs, and that was it. The local mayor was there. The owner of the store was there. It was all taken quite seriously, but cutting the ribbon on escalator. We'd never had an escalator before. And there was one up and one down. We got very excited. Very, very excited. All very nice. All very nice. But now, I don't think you have these things anymore. The worst ones for me are those little girl pageants. America is famous for doing them, where they literally primp and preen little tiny girls, and their hair's been done and their full makeup on, and they have to sort of curtsy in front of the judges and do a little dance. Oh, it's ghastly. Beauty pageants, they're quite revolting. And then you see the mothers. Quite clearly, the mothers are living out their fantasy or their dream through their children, which is not very good. What have we got here? What was not a religion? Actually, it's funny. Some papers have made a big deal about this. Football's not a religion. And some papers haven't really bothered with it at all. And more than half of hot tubs are now lying unused because they cost too much to heat. Apparently, about £100 a month. And I've got no idea, because my former producer, Corey, bless his heart, his parents have one in the garden. I think they also have a shed that they've converted into a bar. I can't say too much about the family. They might be listening. But so now people are saying it's too expensive. See, more than half of hot tub owners said they now rarely or never use it. But you've still got to drain the water out, haven't you? Because you can't leave the water sitting. That's why if you go to a gymnasium, they have sometimes hot tubs, and you think, why would you want to sit in a hot tub with all these other people? It's also got like foam and scum on the top of the water. Oh, God, no, thank you. So it's about £100 a month to run, which is a lot of money, isn't it? I mean, it depends if you're going to use it all the time, or if you're just going to use it once every so often. I mean, the weather we've been having recently. You know, why would you want to get... I mean, now we're into autumnal times. Steve, I read the Queen and Lady Thatcher got on. She and Prince Philip honoured her by going to number 10 for dinner once. Am I dreaming, says Elizabeth? They didn't really get on very well. They really didn't. I think Margaret Thatcher wanted to get on with the Queen, but they clashed a little bit. And yes, I do remember the Queen and Prince Philip going to number 10 Downing Street. I remember Margaret Thatcher standing outside when the Queen's car turned up. I think the Queen dressed up for it. Tracksuit bottoms, hoodie, that kind of thing. Steve, I think I read somewhere that Labour MP Uncle Jim Callaghan was the Queen's favourite leader. I don't know, they were always very good at not telling you who Her Majesty's favourites are. She will never... I mean, if she wrote a book on all of the things she has to do, you would be quite surprised at some, but she would never do it. Even if she hated them, she still could never show it. She still had to be terribly polite, and let's face it, she met Paddington Bear. How cool does that get? She never hated Paddington. He sat there and he was telling her about marmalade and everything else. It was very good. Dawn Neeson, Steve, had a red and then a green jacket on the last 2 mornings. What colour do you think today's choice, says Ron? Oh, we thought purple. We thought purple because it's all the colours suit her. All the colours suit her, but we thought purple today for Dawn Neeson, who's in for Jeremy Vine. I can't believe it's 6:45 already. Morning, 10 to 7 is the time. Chris Lowry over in España, because they have a hot tub. And they've got a pool as well, actually. He said, we use it a lot, but heat it by solar power. So it's not so expensive. He said, you have to keep adding chemicals to keep the water clean, then it doesn't go foamy or scummy. Hence, pool man Pete, there's a lot of upkeep to do, but they're using solar panels, but they get more sunshine. We don't really get enough sunshine. We don't really get things like that here, but they do use it, which is very good, actually. Steve, we loved it when Mam, says Conrad, would buy us chocolate misshapes in Woolworths. All the markets used to do chocolate misshapes, honeycomb in chocolate and stuff like that. And anything that was, Woolworths, you could go in and buy a tin of broken biscuits. broken biscuits, all the sort of, bourbons and custard creams and all these other things, which were very good. Liz in Potter's Bar was a sweet tobacco fan. And I was enjoying listening to your whole show whilst recuperating from bronchitis following a summer cold. The NHS really should prescribe Steve Allen's early breakfast as you are the best tonic. I get no end of people who go into hospital who listen to the programme, or they've downloaded all the little bits and pieces. And I heard you talk about Dale and Supermarket Sweep. Did he ever come in to do an in-conversation? I don't think he did, actually. I don't think he did. I mean, he came in on quite a number of occasions. We did him on television. We did him on Five's Company. He's on there. And he turned up at one of my shows at the Fairfield Halls in Croydon. He turned up. Well, I have to be honest and truthful. We knew he was coming in, but the audience didn't know that he was coming. So I'd be chatting away, and then he walked on stage behind me. So I then had to feign, oh, can't believe it. And so that was it. Steve, if the Queen has 2 birthdays, says Mike, every year, does that mean she's not 96 but really 192? There's probably some days she feels 192. Deb says there are dogs that can sniff out Parkinson's too, and also cancer-sniffing dogs. Yes, I've heard of them. I have heard of them. They're amazing. In America, they sniff fruit. They sniff out fruit. So if you bring food in off the flight, sometimes they come around and go, would you like an apple? Like some big deal. And you go, no, I'll have a banana. And so they give you the fruit, and the dog will sniff it out. You can't take it into the country. It's as simple as that. Very frightening. Karen says you must try Barrett's Sherbet Fountain ice lollies. The lolly stick is licorice. Oh, I loved sherbet fountains. Loved them. Apparently, the drugs and cash dogs are normally Cocker Spaniels, says Hugh. Yes, I think they are, actually. I couldn't remember, actually, what the dogs were in Twickenham. I think you're right. I think they are Cocker Spaniels. Steve, I've just booked my tickets for the Fame concert. Didn't know anything about it, so thank you for sharing. Isn't it, honestly, instant? You mentioned something on radio, and immediately somebody goes, they're doing Fame over here in Birmingham. Let's book the tickets. So people do. They're only doing three shows. Have you seen the film, says Jackie in Cheshire? Little Miss Sunshine. It's brilliant and includes a great send-up of little girl pageants. Yeah, I just thought they were creepy. I remember seeing little girls, very, very young, who were sort of crying as their mother was sort of teasing their hair. And they'd end up with bouffant hair and full makeup and false eyelashes and, dressing up. I think I might have seen Little Miss Sunshine. I'm pretty certain the theatrical poster looks familiar to me. Steve Carell. Very serious man. Very serious man. Steve, Ross from Somerset. On the subject of hot tubs, there's a new type where they can be wood-fired. Basically a log burner on the side, so you don't need to use electricity. A log burner on the side of a hot tub. That sounds a bit fatuous, doesn't it? My friend Barry was the press officer for Miss World from 66 to 69, and his stories are legendary, Steve. He told me Eric Morley was a real gent, and that the most problems he had were with the celebrity judges, some of whom acted far more, says David in Stone, like prima donnas than any of the girls. I can't remember those ones, actually. Tony in Southend, thank you. And Roger in Brentwood, he said, you don't need sunshine for solar power, only daylight. Oh, right. I'm still not too sure, actually, about it. I'm still not going to get hot tub. I don't care what anybody says. I did sit in one once. Paul, no, you can't persuade me. Paul Savory had one in his house. You traipse across the grass, and then you get into this water. I didn't see the purpose of it. It had different lights inside, different coloured lights and music playing. Bubble? No, Paul Savory. I mean, whether you called him Bubble, that was your business. I don't know. I don't know him that well. And I remember looking at it, and I spent a very uncomfortable 10 minutes in it. Because you sit in there in your swing trunks. And I didn't have any swimming trunks. So that made it even. I didn't like the whole experience of it. I don't mind a swimming pool. That's okay. I can swim up and down in a swimming pool, but I can't sit in a hot tub in my pants, which is what I had to do. Which wasn't the best look in the world, it has to be said. Yes, those little Y fronts, honestly. It was just one of those strange things. So I've always been against them, actually. I don't know why. There's a picture of Eddie Izzard, who announced that she wanted to be based in girl mode from now on. I always thought he was absolutely brilliant, Eddie Izzard, and I haven't changed my opinion. She was down at, she was down at, I get so confused by the whole thing. She's got to change the name. got to be called something else, I think. But he finds love is a struggle. Finding love. And he came dressed in a floral frock and high heels, previously in a long-term relationship with somebody called Sarah Townsend. They met at the Edinburgh Fringe, and in fact Townsend directed the documentary Believe, the Eddie Izzard story. Such a good comic, such a good comic. I used to go and see him in the Shaw Theatre. Sorry, see, you have to keep remembering all these things. It ran loads of marathons, but always remember seeing her at the Shaw Theatre, and it was brilliant, absolutely brilliant. All I remember is from it, if I was going to be asked anything, the monkeying up a tree or something. That's all it was. Did it in French, and I can't remember why she did it in French. Anyway, it worked out. So together we can ride the storm, so they say. Freezing energy bills at 2,500 will definitely help. Well, it's better than the 3,000 something, isn't it? If, of course, it can be done. If it can't be done, we're all in for a very cold, bleak winter. Thank you very much indeed. I feel sorry for all the businesses who might not get any help at all. An awful lot of them don't get too much help at the moment. I think you're going to see pubs closing. Now, to be brutally honest with you, I'm not too bothered about that because I don't go to pubs. But if you're somebody who goes to pubs and you're used to it because it's company or it gets you out of the house or whatever it happens to be, well, then you're going to miss things like that. And I think you're going to see them getting bills in, which are going to be, even the Magic Circle. You know, there's a building. They survive. They are a charity. They're going to have to survive. But they don't get any special dispensation. All they'll end up doing is having to sort of spread the cost. But I mean, how that happens, I've got no idea. I really don't know. I mean, in between that and running out of clowns, I wasn't really too sure where we were heading on the programme this morning. It's not a good day at all. And Lewis Capaldi, who's in the papers today, says people think I'm on cocaine, but I've got Tourette's. I didn't even know. I know nothing about Tourette's at all. I just know that there was a guy in the Big Brother house some years ago who lived in Brighton. It was Pete, I think, and he had Tourette's. But where it comes from, they tried to do programmes on television about it, and they were trying to explain what it is and how it works. And I came away at the end of it none the wiser. Knew nothing at all. Nothing at all about it. So hopefully with Lewis Capaldi, this might make people more aware. That's it for this morning. Thank you very much indeed. We've had some rain this morning. We've had the nice pictures of Liz Truss meeting Her Majesty up at Balmoral. The Queen was standing unaided. She had a stick, but she didn't appear to need it. Morning, nice to be company. I thought it was Wednesday. I got confused. It wasn't until I checked my telephone this morning I suddenly realised it was Thursday, and yet when I changed the time of my car yesterday, I said, and for tomorrow, I said Wednesday. She must have thought I was mad as a broomstick. But anyway, it is Thursday. It is September the 8th. It's lovely to have your company. It's Steve Allen with you. Until 7 this morning, you've got 3 hours of this. 3 hours. Braced yourselves, as they say. Busy weekend ahead, and boy, did the rain chuck down this morning. It's still not enough to take away the hosepipe ban. For some inexplicable reason. I don't know how much rain we need to get, but twice we need to get a lot more, don't we? We need it to rain for, I think, 40 days and 40 nights. I see that, who's the latest celebrity to appear on Have I Got News For You? Yes, good old Michael Lynch. So working class and yet loves the celebrityism side of it. They're going to annihilate him. They're going to absolutely annihilate him, and he's going to be stuck in a studio with an audience who are baying for his blood, I should imagine. Harry ignores William, but then Harry ignores everybody who doesn't agree and sing from the same hymn sheet as himself, which is probably just as well. William makes the front pages of the papers because the children went to school like they're supposed to, and it's costing $50,000 a year, but you don't need to worry about it because they're just like us. They're just like us, and so there's a nice picture of them. They weren't surrounded by 40 paparazzi, unlike Meghan's furtive imagination. 40 paparazzi, and they were surrounding us, and it was dangerous, and they were calling us the N-word, all of which were blatant lies, I'm afraid. The least sexy accent in Britain, the Cornish accent. The Cornish. I never really thought about that. Isn't that how they? I don't even know how they talk in because they say Cornwall land. They think like that. It's a little bit like that. I'm from Cornwall. Yeah, I think so. The least sexy accent, I don't know, probably Geordie, I would think. Brummie, I don't know, I can't tell the difference between it. If somebody said, oh, this is Brummie and this is Geordie, then I'd probably go along with it. But to be honest, it's not going to affect my life in any way, shape or form. The Queen misses the Privy Council meeting on the orders of the doctor. She needs to rest. She's 96. But as I've pointed out over the years, I'm a huge fan of the Queen, huge fan of the royal family. Don't like Andrew, Fergie and the two ghastly children. The rest of them I can just about tolerate. I don't have any problem with them at all. But when you think about the Queen should live to 96 like her mother, because she never has to do anything. She doesn't have to drive a car, even though she does on her own land. She's never known, to be sitting at red traffic lights because she goes over them. She's never pushed a trolley round Aldi. She doesn't have a driving licence anyway, although she did get one during the war, I think. She was driving lorries, I think, during the war. But she doesn't have to do anything. She doesn't have to sit there going, oh, God, I forgot to pay the gas bill. She doesn't have to do anything like that. So basically everything's taken away from her. All she has to do is sign a few cards at Christmas. She doesn't have to write out the envelopes or put the sticky stamp on it or anything. She doesn't have to do anything like that. She doesn't have to get the ironing board out to iron anything. She doesn't have to go out and buy clothing. She doesn't have to push a vacuum cleaner around. She doesn't need to do washing up, although I'm told that she has done on occasion, in which case everybody throws their hands up and goes, hallelujah. I mean, I don't think she's ever done anything like that. The Queen Mother certainly didn't. She just sort of sat there, staring out of the window, waiting for the next drink. Princess Margaret, of course, by that time was face down in the gutter. There was no end of excitement with Margaret's life because she just decided to kick her heels off. She was party girl. And in fact, that's what you need to do to get a long life, although it didn't quite work for Margaret. There's a woman who just celebrated her 107th birthday, and she puts her long life down to having fun. Having fun. If you have fun and you go through life going, oh, I don't really care about that, sod it. I'm going to enjoy myself. We haven't got any money in the bank account. But don't worry, some money will come in. And she just, that's how she, gets through life. I do it roughly the same, actually. Yeah, what's her name? Oh, it's Marjorie Crocker. She's in a care home in Bath, and the mayor turned up. I don't know who is he? Is he an ex-boyfriend or something? But they just go through life and have fun. You can't change anything. You sort of go, oh, can I do this? I mean, she was born 1915 in Norton St Philip on August the 31st. Same date as my brother. Different year, of course, but I mean, apart from that, exactly the same. Somebody's come forward to claim £110 million on the lottery. They're not telling you whether it's a syndicate or a single person, but it doesn't really matter, does it? We hate them anyway. Makes no difference whether it's a single, person. Theatres are beginning to include fat accessibility information. This is for people because, surprisingly, unless it's a council-run theatre, which is fairly modern, all the theatres we have in this land are Victorian. And very lovely they are too, but the seats were not meant for ginormous bottoms. It's a case of they're quite narrow. And if you're a person of huge girth, Queen Victoria could never have managed at the theatre, not with a 51-inch waist. God, can you imagine the size of her toilets? She would have to sit in the box, and even then it would be reinforced. But no, they're now having to put down accessibility, just in case you get to your seat and you suddenly realise you can't fit into it. They are snug. They were always meant to be snug, but of course Victorians were thinner. They never had Spaduli K and KFC and, all these other burger places. They just had, and they were shorter. They were a lot shorter. So if you go to, good indication is the Hackney Empire. They've got the seats, which are small, and then they've got big, what they call promenades. So at the back of the first, seated upstairs, people would they'd have their big dresses on and they could sweep up and down. It was also, in the case of, some of the big theatres in London, it's where all the hookers hung around. That's what, who was the one with her oranges? Nell Gwynn. She was flogging it. Basically, and they would walk up and down and people would pick them up. That's it. It was nice and warm inside. You could have a drink at the bar and you would wander up and down, and that's what they did. They promenaded. Oh, yeah. Don't you remember? You were there. There she is. Old tart herself. Nell Gwynn and her oranges, which actually weren't oranges at all. They were apples. She had apple. Want to buy an apple? A bit of how's your father? You do all right. Yeah, that's what they did, actually. But she was best known as the long-time mistress of Charles II. And she was one of the first actresses. Yeah, best known as... Basically, she put it about. Basically, what's she going to do? Sue? I think highly unlikely. Highly unlikely. And low buildings, low doorways in old buildings. You could see them in some of these places. Oh, they must have been great. I'd love to have lived in those times, wouldn't you? Admittedly, the roads would have been filthy. So they used to have little boys who would sweep in front of you for you to cross the road so that you didn't step in all the horse poo and everything else. And if I could go back to any time in history, it'll be then. Charles Dickens' time, because every day was Christmas. Every day was Christmas. If ever you read any Charles Dickens, if you're able to read, you sort of realise that most of it was all set at Christmas time. You know, the snow came down. We had bleak Christmases. Bleak Christmases. London was a dump. The River Thames had dead bodies floating in it, and animals and everything else. In fact, the smell from the River Thames was so bad in the House of Commons, they put curtains up at the windows slaked with lime to stop the smell from permeating inside the building. And of course we had the frost fairs, which were very well known. The frost on the Thames was so deep you could put a fun fair on it, and that's exactly what they did. But the worst thing was the summer, and I think really 1858, July, August, something like that. The stench was so disgusting. Untreated human waste. People just opened the windows and chucked it out. The River Fleet was, you know, amongst one of the worst. And there'd be dead animals floating in it. It was so disgusting. But the frost fairs, they'd have big fires on there and everything else. People would buy their sort of cooked apples and potatoes. Just a treat to buy potatoes, not chips. They didn't know what oil was, but they used to do potatoes. In fact, if you read the book Tom Brown's School Days, they would go down to the local shop and she would be cooking potatoes in a big metal skillet over a fire, and you would buy a bag full of cooked potatoes. That was your treat for a penny. You know, it really was. It was pretty good, actually. Mark in Purley's getting ready for the 0501 Thameslink from Purley. It'll be soon leaving Brighton, 0412. How come you have to change the time of your car every day? Isn't there a fixed pickup time? I change it daily. I change it just to wind them up. I love it. I change it every single day. I don't think there's a day goes by. Sometimes I sort of think, I can't be bothered to change it. But no, I have it set for a certain time, but then I change it. I like to get in early, like to sort of, settle down, have a three-course meal. Because I don't want it changed permanently. I just like phoning up and annoying them. And it seems to work so far. Thank you. Steve, I passed my bus driver test, says Michelle in Essex. Yesterday, I was told by a member of the original Steve Allen's group, I've joined the ranks alongside tanker driver Phil and trucker Del. What an honour. And I want to thank everybody from the original Steve Allen's Facebook group for all the support they've shown. I start my workday at 5:55 this morning. So unfortunately, I only get to hear you today for the next 2 hours, but I will catch up tonight. Ooh, I tell you what I saw. You know that every year we have an item that we sell for Make Some Noise. And yesterday they sent me a photograph of it. Now, I've only ever seen it in the early design stages. And they sent me the picture and I went, that's a winner. It's a winner. And the producer's seen it. He thinks it's a winner as well. But we don't have very many of them. We don't have very many. And I'll have to tell you, have to wait, because you're definitely going to want this. You're definitely going to want it. And because it's only limited supply, and we announce it on the day, and then they'll put up the picture of it and things like that. Oh, so some people seem to sort of jump the gun and find out what it is, but you won't be able to find this one out. We're keeping it very much guarded, but you'll like it. I'm absolutely, totally convinced you will love it. Marilyn from Noel, Sierra Leone, fans of the Steve Allen Group. So my nephew Alistair gets a 19th birthday today from his mum Suzette, who introduced me to the programme 10 years ago, and I'm now an addict. Blimey, and I listen to wherever I am in the world, which is good news. And my cousins Zach and Freya, who are 11 and 7, and love listening to your show and catch up when they go to bed and think you're very funny, says Hayley. Is that funny ha-ha or funny peculiar? Makes no difference to us. Make Some Noise Day is this year, 7th of October, which is 4 weeks tomorrow. 4 weeks tomorrow. And we always have a competition to raise the most money. And most years we kind of succeed and the management get very excited. Go, Steve, you've just sold X thousand this, X thousand of that, and you think, that's good. The money goes to a very, very good cause. They were having a thing the other day. I don't know if you saw this morning. I saw it, and I failed to understand the implication of it. And they had Craig Doyle. They seem to be liking Craig Doyle at the moment, even though he's been in a fallow period, I think, to put it politely. And he was in a food warehouse in Ireland. It was a food bank in Ireland, because that's where he lives. And they did that, and then they went straight into a competition to win money to pay your bills. And I remember thinking, on a premium rate, but it didn't kind of register with me to start with. I just remember thinking, oh God, not Craig bloody Doyle again, you know, as you do. And then they went into this competition. Well, the internet went mad, absolutely mad. This is insensitive. This is this. This is that. And I remember thinking, well, they're sort of trying to help people out, you know, by sort of offering it. Maybe it was perhaps they should have thought about where they were putting it, but that's down to the producer. The producer sets the agenda and says, we're doing this, 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 and this. Why don't you do the food bank? And then he obviously thought, or she obviously thought, I'm obviously thinking they're very young, because they didn't understand that you can't go from showing somebody what a food bank is straight away to now your chance to win £100,000, because there's a lot of people who are in food banks who wouldn't have the money to ring a premium rate number. I mean, the household bills could be paid off. It is quite right. Only one person out of the thousands, I should imagine, who'd be entering that competition. The viewers dubbed it tone deaf. They've obviously sort of missed the point of it, because it didn't hit me first. I never thought about it. I never thought about it at all. I was sort of thinking to myself, oh, that means at least they're giving you a chance. And then I thought, do you have to pay to be in this competition? And it's a premium rate number. So it's a couple of quid or something. But, I mean, I suppose the answer is you could win £100,000. In Andy Peters' days, when he was on the other day and they had a camper van, they like their camper vans. They like their camper vans. I wonder what the deal is with the camper vans. Because I've always fancied a camper van. I've always fancied one of those Winnebagos. Have you seen them? Oh, some of the American ones, they're absolutely stupendous. They're literally like sort of metal canisters with double beds and pull-outs and showers. And, I mean, really nice. Really, but they cost a fortune. No, you could spend $250,000 on one of these Winnebago. Oh, God, easy. In fact, actually, have you not seen the programme? $1 Million Homes. $1 million they cost. Some of them, they're like huge tour buses, but the sides all move out. And they're fantastic, absolutely fantastic. Bad news for Ryan Giggs. He's been told that he will be facing a retrial next year on charges of assault and controlling his ex-girlfriend. You know that the jury couldn't agree on a verdict, so they cancelled it, and they have to do a mistrial, so they start all over again. So God knows what this is costing. God knows what it's costing. What was the other one? Putin. He's looking iller by the day, honestly, he really does. Not so good. He's threatened to cut off Europe's energy completely. Apple have launched their iPhone 14. Is it his birthday? No. Not what, Putin's? Why would you want to celebrate that? The only thing you'd want is a cake that goes like that. That'd be the only good time, isn't it? So you can launch your Apple iPhone. You get them from next Friday, but you've got to do a pre-order from 1 p.m. tomorrow. You can also buy the iPhone 14 Plus for $949 or the Pro for $1,099, and it does all sorts of little bits and pieces if you really want to change it. It looks slightly bigger to me, unless that person's got small hands. It's got the longest battery life ever, which is good news. I might change it this time round, because I've had mine for God knows how long, but I have to do it with a friend of mine who knows how to, then they transfer everything from your old phone. Oh, it's different colours. Oh, probably, I don't know, white probably, I would think. I don't know, I toyed with red or blue or something like that. I don't know. I think if you pick a particular colour, when people see you on it, they're going to know exactly what it is. Whereas with my phone, they've got no idea. And I think my one at the moment is red. My one's red. Yeah. So whether or not I want another red one or just a white one, I've got no idea. But I think I'll go for the Pro for $1,099. I might have to... It is a lot of money, I know. Yeah, but I paid over $1,000 for this telephone, and that was all those years ago. So, in fact, really, they sort of... I was going to say they appear to be good value. They are expensive. They are expensive, but it's quite good. I've noticed, actually, I've got Apple something, and it's $7.99 a month for the extra gigabytes on my telephone. It's now gone up. It's going to be $9.99 from next month, which I was a little bit fed up about. I don't like things when they go up in price. You think, how greedy do you want to be? How blooming greedy. Also, an ex-England footballer has been jailed after becoming involved in a plot to import drugs. This is Faye Dunn, thick as a brick. Arrested at an airport when police rumbled a £1 million cannabis trafficking operation. Dunn, who played for Leeds, Tranmere and England under-19s, was an accountant for an organised criminal enterprise and smuggled ill-gotten cash abroad. The mum of two admitted conspiracy to supply cannabis and money laundering, jailed for 3 years and 5 months. That'll teach you, you prat. What's the matter with these stupid people? And she's got kids as well. They'll be taken into care. The court heard that she ran various businesses which failed due to COVID. The judge told her, you took your considerable management skills into drugs. Yeah. Now you're spending years in prison. 3 years and 9 months. Rot in hell. Rot in hell. And what the hell's going on with Cara Delevingne? Fears for her. Shoeless, bedraggled, bruised and twirling. And she was kicked off, I think, Puff Daddy or Big Daddy's aeroplane, mainly due to her behaviour. I don't know what it is. I've heard various rumours. Jay-Z's jet. I know that there's various rumours about what goes on in her private life. She describes herself as pansexual. I mean, whatever that is. But whatever it is, her behaviour is not normal. Not normal. I've seen other people heading in this particular way, and you start thinking, you need to get yourself in order, love. OK? You're not so clever. Not so clever and heading in the wrong direction. Steve, there was a show on television, says Jeannie, about the London smog of 1952. I was 4 in 52 and was rushed to hospital with pneumonia. Was in an oxygen tent for many weeks. This programme is an eye-opener. I remember the smogs. I remember that. I mean, we didn't, London had loads of them, but the 1952 was the severest. But, they went for, I can remember driving, and I can remember where it was exactly. I was heading up to Gillette Corner, and the fog came down, or the mist. I couldn't see in front. I couldn't see the end of the bonnet of the car. And it was so dangerous because cars came out of nowhere. Literally, and you think, because they couldn't see me either, even if you had your lights on. You imagine. High danger. You wouldn't get it now, no. But I think 4,000 people died. 100,000 people were made ill by the smog. But you literally couldn't see your hand in front of your face. It was really bad. Really, really bad. But that's the way it goes. So can you really believe that theatres are going to have to do fat accessibility? Proving what I said all the time, that all the Victorians, because they made the theatres, were, those seats were probably ginormous for them, but people are now a lot bigger. And so there are people here in the papers who are going to have to be warned when they're buying a theatre ticket. You know that the seats are normal sizes. And so if you get there and discover you can't fit in a seat, they can't put you anywhere else because they're all the same size. There's never enough room. When I sit in a seat, the other thing that I hate, and it's happened a few times in a theatre, you put your hand under the seat, people have stuck their chewing gum under it. I tucked my legs under the seat years ago, as you do, and when I sort of pulled my legs out from under the seat, there was chewing gum on my trousers. And, of course, you know what you have to do? You have to sort of roll it up, put it in the freezer. Then when it freezes, then you can break off the chewing gum. Otherwise, you'll never get rid of it. Or failing that, you can put brown paper on the top and iron over the top, and it will go into the brown paper. I'm full of useless information. But now they've included fat accessibility information. The fatties are getting radicalised, writes Rod Liddell. He said, comedian Sophie Hagen, who I suspect is not a regular at the Marks and Spencer salad counter, will not play in venues which don't make room for people like her. I mean, I didn't know that venues had different size seats, but anyway, huge seats, each equipped with a chicken nugget dispensing machine and cola intravenous drips of the future. I bought something the other day, actually. I didn't really want a drink from Costco. I just wanted the ice. And so I got the cup, which cost, I'm obsessed with ice, I know, £1, and I filled it with ice to the top and then just put a little tiny bit of orange aid in it. And that was it. That was enough to send me around the bend. Thank you very much indeed. And I'm having a look at Sophie Hagen. She is, let's just say, the fuller figure, the Rubenesque figure, but she won't play in venues which don't make room for people like her. Now, if it's a medical condition, you can understand it. But unfortunately nowadays, there's so much fast food and it's so easy to get hold of. Kids can go out on their way back from school, find somewhere that sells chips, buy pizza. I had a piece of pizza the other day from Costco. 5 cheeses pizza. It was very nice indeed. I loved it. But I don't do it very often. I might do it once every 3 months. Just to make sure I'm looking after my fuller figure, which is very nice. But, to be honest with you, by the time we get to the new show, which I think will be at the Leicester Square Theatre, you're going to wonder where I've vanished. All you'll just see is a little head on the top of a pencil, and the voice will emanate from that. A Brazilian... Oh, no, it's not Brazilian. He's brazen. He's a people smuggler. Caught with a 32-foot boat, 50 life jackets and fuel in French Woods, claimed that he was dogging. He's 21. He told police the gear hidden under his rented Peugeot van was for use in sex games. Do you know, honestly, these people they've got quite a few brain cells missing. I'm sorry, you were dogging with a 32-foot boat and 50 life jackets. Are you really as stupid as we think you are? Yes. Yeah. But he's too young to be identified under French law at 21, believe it or not. But he's got 6 months suspended. He's got a 10 months jail for running a people smuggling network, 6 months of it suspended. Well, all he'll do is just go back to it. I mean, how stupid are the French? Duh. Really dumb. Really dumb. What have we got here? There's another story about Lewis Capaldi and how Richard Arnold is Tricky Dicky taking the mickey. What do you think that's about? And you have to look at Richard Arnold to realise that he's been, taking the mickey as Tricky Dicky for quite some time. Used to be another one, the entertainment person, who, in fact, he used to feature on LBC until I saw him sitting in, then he was going through the internet to find celebrity stories, which he then put down as his own, which I thought was very odd, very strange indeed. And The Sun have accused Richard Arnold of passing himself off as one of television's most inoffensive personalities. And they basically said, he's nicking stories. They're not his stories at all. He's just making it up. Or failing that, he's taking it from the newspapers, but passing it off as his own, which is what this other person used to do. So what they've done is they've actually fed him false information to see whether... It's like Wagatha Christie all over again. Feeding them out false information. And... it'll be quite interesting, won't it? Because all these people, they think that nobody knows where these stories come from. But sometimes all these people have got the stories from the internet. You can go onto the internet and you can find all sorts of things. Yeah, so what they say he's doing is he's taking their stories but not crediting them. If you've taken something from the Bazaar column, you say in the Bazaar column, or the Sun today are running with a story like this. If you pass it off as your own, you're a liar. And if you start messing around, old Tricky Dicky could be getting a little bit of a sticky wicket. Can't sit there with your little happy smile, dear, passing off somebody else's stories as their own, as if people phoned him. I can remember there was somebody on LBC once, years ago, and they did a story. It was a fake story about Dale. And Dale phoned up and complained. And so the person said, well, listen, give me your private number and then I can check stories with you. I thought, you old creep. Anyway, luckily he was dropped, this other person. But I said to Dale, I said, why did you phone up? You drew attention to him. You drew attention to him, and he was then able to have a long chat, pretending he knew you and knew what was going on. He didn't have the faintest idea. He was a liar, a compulsive liar. But, of course, the boss at the time was delighted. He couldn't be happy. He said, but Dale phoned up. I said, I know. So I tried to persuade him not to. But it must be very hard to let them get away with writing rubbish and stuff like that. But this particular person had basically made up a story. They didn't want Dale for this certain programme, which, of course, they did. And so he thought if he made it up, nobody would say anything. But he used to check the internet and go through to pull off stories that he could pass off as his own. That's why he was eventually dropped from a certain programme.
This is a passenger announcement. You can now book your train on Uber and get 10% back in credits to spend on Uber Eats, so you can order your own fries instead of eating everyone else's.
Trains, now on Uber. T's and C's apply. Check the Uber app.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning, 27 minutes to 5. So, Tricky Dicky is Richard Arnold, and they say here in The Sun today, in the Bazaar column, with a cheery smile and frothy breakfast patter, Richard Arnold passes himself off as one of television's most inoffensive personalities. But for many months now, ITV's supposed entertainment guru has been hoovering up our scoops each day and passing them off on air as his own without so much of a mention of Bazaar or The Sun. Yesterday's show saw him pass off as his own our quotes from Lewis Capaldi, telling how he has Tourette's, and also our revelations about Rihanna. And so what they've done is they've sort of set out a script for him to trap him. It's Wagatha Christie all over again. And Richard, good morning, viewers. Yes, it's me, the Scoop Meister General himself, Richard Arnold, King Richard, if you like, the shiniest, sparkliest, best-connected man in show business, to tell you all the goings-on from my very own head this check day of week from Front of the Sun morning. The big news from my latest shift down the tinsel mine today is that Meghan Markle is to represent the UK at Eurovision. You heard it here first, folks. So they've fed him all this sort of stuff. Because people like him, they've got no idea what's going on in show business. They don't have a hotline to anybody. And all they do is they just pinch it from the front of papers. So the Tourette's thing we got yesterday. And he says, also, my rock and roll insiders tell me, again, this is just pure fantasy, as you know, that Oasis have secretly reformed and are soon to release their comeback single. It's a cover of Wigfield's Saturday Night. And straight from my top Hollywood contact, this year's leading actress Oscar is going to be presented to Harry Styles. You know, they're basically seeing just how far you can drag him down there, because they just pinch it. They just nick it. I'm not sure if there's any copyright, but if you're doing actual quotes from people, you know, then you've got to be very careful. And once they've got it in for old Tricky Dicky, they'll be going for him. You know, it isn't made up. Harry Styles is actually rumoured to be getting Glastonbury. Yeah, next year headlining, and I'm sure he'll do very well. Get your tickets in now. Get your tickets in now. Lewis Capaldi, as I say, he's got Tourette's. He's had it for some time. It's not always swearing. It manifests itself in other tics and makes it look as though you're on drugs or something. As he said, it makes it look as though I'm on coke. Well, you know, I don't know. I've known a few people with it, but I don't know enough about it. Elton John is eyeing up a collaboration with Harry Styles. I bet he is. Whee! Do you think Elton is trying to garner as many young, attractive people around him as possible because David Furnish is looking a bit ancient? You know? Apparently the British musician icon says he has nothing but respect for the One Direction singer. Yeah, but he does have tantrums, doesn't he? Did you ever see Tiaras and Tantrums from Elton? Oh, you had to watch it to realise what an old queen he was. Oh, no, it's not available. It's not. I think you'll probably find it on YouTube. But as you certainly couldn't find a DVD, he wouldn't have that released. It was basically what happens when he goes on tour. They have to lay out all his glasses. They have to do. I mean, it was years ago. But the funniest bit was he's in the south of France where he's got a villa, which I think is outside Cannes or something like that. And he went to play tennis outside, and somebody passed because you could get quite close to the tennis court. Went cooey. He went ballistic. He threw his racket down and had the biggest tantrum you've ever seen. It was so funny. And you think to yourself, is it on YouTube? Yeah, I thought it might be. You have to watch it because it's very funny to realise that, you know, he's been big for ages and ages, but he's obviously deeply depressed. You know, if somebody going, gooey, and waved at him, he threw his racket down, he did everything. He was having basically a little breakdown all by himself. And I suppose he feels better because I have to be honest, the cover version of Tiny Dancer of his own song with Britney is average. Oh, there we are. That's the tennis thing, isn't it? He just didn't want it at all. He stormed off the court. You know, mainly because sort of somebody... But then, if you choose to buy a house where people can see the tennis court and somebody shouts out cooey, you know, and it dates from 1997, I promise you'll get such a buzz out of it because he just doesn't know how to deal with... There you go, he throws a tennis racket. Ooh, bit of a tantrum. Ooh, throw it over there. It's just one of those things. It was, and then he had to go into recovery practically. It was, and this was when I think he had his own hair before he started wearing dead hamsters and ferrets. Was it not his own hair? Oh, right. He just didn't know how to cope with it. And I began to wonder. It's a bit like watching somebody going through a breakdown. Now, whether or not it was because of drugs or because of drink. Actually, I don't think he drinks. I have a sneaking feeling, not anymore. I think he did all the other substances that were available. And you sort of watch somebody slowly breaking down and you think, that's why he works. Because if he sat at home, he'd be bored. You know, it's like anybody who works in the business that they absolutely love. It's very easy to fall off the wagon. You know, I've seen people, you know, presenters in this business fall off the wagon. People who have been sort of really good and then all of a sudden the work dries up or something. And for some reason... they seem to turn to drink and drugs, and they're looking for people to go out with. It's all a bit embarrassing, really, because you don't really know what to do. I mean, I've had all sorts of people who phoned me, you know, over the years. A couple of people, in fact, one person who was in the business, and they sent me a text. I remember thinking, oh, I'm not sure, perhaps I'm reading wrong into this. I thought they were going to do something terrible. And so I sent them a text back and said, listen, if you need a chat, I'm here all the time. Luckily for you, I wake up early in the morning, just the time that most people go into deep depression. I said, phone me. Phone me, for goodness sake. I said, it doesn't matter, you know, at what time as long as it's not too early. I do need some kind of sleep. And they then wrote back and said, no, it's all right. I'm just feeling a bit sort of down. People get like that. People get like that. It's just the way life is. Life is never a big bowl of cherries. It's never so easy, is it really? We're still trying to find out, actually, Michelle in Essex's bus route, just so you know. When you get on the bus, you can go, hello. She'll like that. Eileen says, thinking of buying an air fryer today. Lots of people have recommended it to me. Obviously saves on electricity. Do you have one? I know I'm not allowed stuff like that. They don't let me have anything in the kitchen. I'm far too dangerous with it. Wayne the Trolley Dolly says, I left a parcel at Global with Pat. Yeah, we did it yesterday. You're obviously not listening. We said big thank you. We talked all about it. So you're obviously not podcasting. My goodness, come down like a ton of bricks, I think, for you. Connie says, I read an interview with Hugh Bonneville in a magazine. If the title of Paddington 3 is called Paddington in Peru, I look forward to watching it. I love Peru, the music and the people, but still doubt that Paddington is from Darkest Peru because he doesn't speak English with a Spanish accent. No, but I think he learnt that from his great aunt Lucy. I think Paddington's a canny bear, and I think he just sort of picked up on different accents. We love him. We love him. We think he's fab. There you go. Paddington 3 is now officially called Paddington in Peru, and it will be directed by Dougal Wilson. That's from Studio Canal, the people who make it. And he's responsible for some of the biggest music videos. He also did the John Lewis Christmas advert that went viral. And so it's going to be Paddington in Peru. That's what it is. Perhaps we get to see Aunt Lucy. Have we seen Aunt Lucy? I can't remember if we've seen Aunt Lucy in any of the films. Probably not. Probably not. Here we go, Aunt Lucy. Because she's in the Home for Retired Bears in Darkest Peru. I thought it was in Lima. I thought that's where she was. But the voice, of course, of Aunt Lucy is done by Imelda Staunton. The lovely Imelda Staunton. There you go. We give that one to Tricky Dicky, shall we? Because, he can then pass it off as his own story, which, of course, it isn't. Diet fizzy drinks can raise the risk of heart disease and strokes by 10%. As the producer downs another can of Diet What's-It. Millions guzzle the sugar-free sweetened drinks because they have 0 calories. Well, I no difference. I don't know. I haven't noticed any difference. I mean, you drink it because you like the taste of it, aren't you? That's what you're doing. No, obviously you're not going to lose weight. I mean, that's patently obvious. But, I mean, you're drinking it because you like the taste of it. Yeah. I do the same with milkshakes. I have a thing about milkshakes. I like ice-cold milkshakes. It tastes nicer than the full-fat one. Does it really? I suppose what you get used to, doesn't it? Yeah, it's too sweet. Oh, right, OK. I used to keep a fridge full of Diet Cokes and Pepsi. Not Diet, just full-fat Pepsis and Coca-Colas and things like that. Yeah, but that was years ago. I haven't done that for years. Seriously, my fridge is taken up too much now with smoked salmon and bottles of water. I love my bottles of water. I really do. Jenny in Farringdon says, Steve, good morning. A northeastern accent is lovely. Howay, man. Oh, the Manchester accent is the worst. Oh. So I'm not very good with these sort of things. The GB Rail Freight team are up this morning. That'll be a first. And the post office are on strike today, so there's no letters today. 17 cubes of sugar in a glass of Coca-Cola. Yeah, but that's what makes it appealing to people, isn't it? It's the sugar and the liquid that they sort of make it. They used to do it in Vienna, in the machines in the ORF, where I used to work out there. It delivered glass bottles of Coca-Cola. Glass bottles taste so much better in a glass bottle. Very nice. Costa are getting a roasting for axing filter coffee from its menu, with alternatives costing more than twice the price. Well, all you have to do is vote with your feet. Go somewhere else. Don't go to Costa. Apparently, that means that instead of paying around 99p for a small filter coffee, shoppers have got to fork out $2.55 for a small Americano or $2.70 for a small flat black. Wow. Well, just go somewhere else. Go somewhere else. It's these sheep that go there and they go, oh, it's terrible, the price of this. Well, go somewhere else if it sounds too expensive. I mean, can't you make coffee at home? I mean, I don't understand. I buy Nescafe in the capsule, not capsules, they're like little sachets, and you rip it off and pour it in and add some water and there's a cup of coffee. You can go and buy yourself a coffee machine, or you can go to Pret a Manger and you can spend 22 quid a month or something and get 150 drinks. Why don't you do that? Don't worry about going to Costa or any of the other places. You can get it cheaper elsewhere. And you can have up to about 5 different coffees a day in Pret a Manger. I've still not done it, I know. I'll get round to it. One of those sort of things, isn't it? Oh, I see that a yacht called 007 ran aground and capsized off the Greek island of Kithnos. 5 people had to be rescued. It literally, it's a beautiful looking yacht. You see it in the papers. And it literally started keeling over on one side and then... very expensive. Very expensive. And very, very expensive. Here we go. Boxer Tyson Fury leads the stars at the Glitzy Health Awards. OK, we dragged out for this. So here we go. Denise Van Outen. Matt Goss. That hair gets funny. Do you think he's going to smile in the Strictly Come Dancing programme? I've got a sneaking feeling he won't. I think perhaps he's working... I don't think he can smile because he's had so hard work done. He can't do anything. It's the hair that's the funniest thing. I mean, he must have the most receding hairline you've ever seen. But Emma Willis, we like Emma Willis. Christina Lampard. Hiya. She's a bit sort of cheery. Somebody called Jess Carter. Not a clue, I'm afraid. Piers Morgan, like him. Who's Declan Rice? Footballer. Oh, right. Never heard of him. Kate Garraway, we love. Harry Redknapp. Karen Hoa. No idea. Frankie Bridge. Susanna Reid. And they've got people here. So it's the knockout celeb guest. But Tyson Fury... I'm not really sure that was busy. Oh, and Gordon Ramsay, you know, the man who bullies on television, shouts at people, obscenities and everything. Dreadful. Morning, nice to have your company. 12 minutes to 5. 12 minutes to 5. Wayne has apologised, saying, I missed yesterday's show. I think it's outrageous. I don't know how you can ever miss a show. Goodness sake, honestly. How are we supposed to get 1 million downloads when you're delivering things? I do a big thing about it, and then you don't listen. I mean, it's dreadful, honestly. I see dreary old Pete Wicks has revealed how he almost drowned on Who Dares Wins. We don't care, love. We really don't care. We've got to put up with you in a dating programme, haven't we? Have you seen that one? God, Struth. Gets worse and worse. And fresh from his EastEnders debut, Bobby Brazier says Dad Jeff is chuffed because it means he's finally paying the rent. I thought he was a successful model. So obviously not a successful model if he's obviously not been paying the rent. He says of his late mum, he said she'd be proud. Well, I mean... obviously, every mum would be proud of their sons, but I don't think he's been to acting school or anything. They just sort of take people and then they give them... I mean, it was a bit of a lame storyline, wasn't it, really? But we'll wait and see if it goes anywhere. Lenny Henry, he founded nearly 40 years ago Comic Relief. It's his charity. And he reckons a lot has changed, but he says it's not really enough. He said, I look forward to the day when there's new comedians coming on, new actors, new writers. If we're going to change, it's going to mutate. And... he says it's awful that we're still having to talk about food banks. We've only just started talking about food banks. It wasn't a thing a year ago, was it, with people talking about food banks? Was it really 5 years? Blimey, I'm very, very surprised, actually. Also, you would think that locking lips with a Strictly siren would be good for business, but Sean Walsh is still struggling. He's been begging fans to help fill his gig at Brighton's Theatre Royal. I'm not really interested. I'm sorry, actually. Not really interested at all. He had an affair. I couldn't care less whether someone else. That's nothing to do with me. But they made a big deal about it. I didn't find him funny. You know, couldn't care less. There are more food banks in the UK than branches of McDonald's. More food banks. Isn't that amazing? I wouldn't even know where they were. I wouldn't know how, because they were saying a short while ago they have to vet people because some people just go in them and take it when they don't necessarily need to go in there. But they seem to do a really good job. Only Fools and Horses legend Sir David Jason has made a cushy deal that even Del Boy would be proud. The veteran Acton's firm banked £2 million last year from royalties, book deals, documentaries and voiceovers. Wow. It's amazing, isn't it? Accounts for Jason's TV production company, Peglington Productions Limited, shows the huge profit with David paying himself a £600,000 dividend as a result. They must get really decent repeat fees. He played Del Boy for 2 decades, but also had starring roles in Open All Hours, Darling Buds of May and A Touch of Frost. He's now kept busy by making documentaries. Wow. Goodness me. He's 80-something, isn't he? 85 or something. Amazing. For someone who once had the catchphrase, this time next year we'll be millionaires. He's doing very well for it. If he paid £600,000 in dividends, that's not a bad lifestyle, is it? I didn't know they actually could take over things. He is an old man, that's the trouble. I used to watch A Touch of Frost all the time. In fact, you still get those as repeats. But you tend to forget he doesn't look like that anymore. He looks completely different. 82 he is. 82! Oh, my God. Heading up for that 100. I wonder if you get to 82, you start panicking and checking the obituaries every day. We start looking in there going, oh, it's okay. I don't need to worry about things like that. Gabby Roslin still gets asked if she bedded Chris Evans. What? Lord above. Lord above. She says TV is so much safer now because they had, it was it was good, actually. And 3 decades on, I'm still asked if I ever slept with Chris Evans. The answer is no. Oh, dear me, what a thing to say about somebody. Obviously, as if I never would have thought of that at all. I thought she was quite happily married, and then I think that split up. And I think her former husband appeared in Hair down at Waterloo at the Vic. But no, Chris is far too professional to ever do anything like that. He's just a professional person. Just because somebody works with... I love the way that people sort of put 2 and 2 together and come up with 4, which, of course, is completely incorrect. Ridiculous. Alcohol will be sold in select areas of stadiums in Qatar, the homophobic country where you don't want to go to if you're gay because they won't like you. They'll do their best to get you arrested. And 71 beaches in this country, you've been told, don't swim there. Don't swim because of pollution, because of, all this stuff which is coming out all over the place. The bad news is the Geordie Shore stars have been reunited. What a disgusting piece of waste of television that was. What a horrible programme. So there you go. Sewage makes beaches unsafe. 70 are hit by pollution, and people paddle about in the water and everything else. I mean, really. Apparently there's a charity called Surfers Against Sewage. And 71 beaches in England and Wales were known to be the site of sewage dumps. And it's being pumped into rivers. The water companies don't care. They're not bothered by things like that. Why should they care? They just sort of pump it out there. To be honest with you, I don't know how they're allowed to do that. But it saves them all this money, and then what they do to cover the cost of the fines, they charge you extra. You're actually paying for this sewage. The water companies aren't paying for it. Ghastly. Love my tea. Love my tea, which is great. Steve, were you not tempted to go on tour with Mr. Moyles? He was at the Tiptree Jam Factory yesterday, says Lewis. No, I wasn't invited. But that's the way. And somebody else was talking about different accents. Oh, Wayne says, I'm glad that you got the book. Yeah, it's a great book. I said it was fabulous on there. I was raving about it, thinking it was the best thing I'd ever seen. Fury versus AJ, bring it on. I'm so bored with boxing. It's like tedious. Honestly, a bunch of sort of overgrain, ne'er-do-wells who sort of, fight you there, fight you here, all the rest of it. It's ghastly. Thank you, Mike. He says, just listening to you after our long night shift, volunteering at Suicide Prevention UK. Oh, wow. Wow, you have got a good job. You have got a very good job. And, of course, more and more people need you. A friend of mine, it's not the same thing at all, but it's people who volunteer for different organisations that look after different people. And he was one of the first people to volunteer for Gay Switchboard. It was set up in somebody's house in an upstairs bedroom. They had people sitting there answering the telephones, basically to help people who'd come to London or around the country on where they could go. Because it was all a bit hush-hush. And when you're dealing with something like suicide prevention, I mean, it takes an awful lot for somebody to phone up and say that they're feeling suicidal. And it could be anything. It could be as a result of drugs. It could be as a result of drinks. It could be a result of a relationship breaking up. It could be the fact people have got no money. People don't see an end in sight. There's all sorts of different ways that people will need somebody to talk to. And people do need somebody to talk to. That's why they said, and it was very interesting, that so many people listen to the radio now, especially speech radio, because you feel as though you know the person. Gay Switchboard is now called Switchboard. Today it's expanded considerably to more than 15,000 callers each year, and also provides support through email, instant messaging, and it's a listening service for people to discuss their feelings in an impartial and non-judgmental way, as well as information and advice. And I should imagine Mike will probably say we get a lot of the same people phoning up night after night because they need somebody to talk to. And it's organisations like that need financial support. It costs money to put these things on. Somebody's got to go and sit there. You've got to provide tea and coffee and everything else. It's not an easy job. I remember when this friend of mine auditioned, and you had to audition for Gay Switchboard. First time round he failed because you have to be a listener. You've got to be able to listen to somebody and then say, it's like people phoning up, a cancer helpline. They need somebody to listen to them, but they want to get it all off their chest. Why me? You've heard the adverts on the television. People phone up and they might just not say anything at all. That's their first contact with anybody. So there you go. You've got to, think about all these different organisations. We've got so many in this country, and they need help, financially and otherwise. Michelle says, for the next 4 weeks, I'll be learning 24 routes with a bus buddy before they let me loose on my own. 24 routes? God. Unfortunately, I will not be doing just one route. I'll be covering Basildon, Canvey Island, Billericay, Wickford, and many others. Oh, Michelle, that's fantastic. So drivers don't do the same route all the time. 24 routes she's got to learn. That's a lot, isn't it? That is a lot. But I suppose it's like, me sort of learning how to operate the equipment here. I can't do it. It's as simple as that. I just sort of leave it to the producer. Producer Joe does it. Before that, we've had the Groovy Gang and Corey and everybody. I wouldn't even know where to begin. I'd have had the news is coming. I wouldn't know what to do. I couldn't even turn my own microphone on and off. I'm that useless. But there again, at my age, you're not supposed to learn how to do things like that. But to learn, no, I've never done it. Never done it. I used to be able to do it when I was recording interviews. I could sit there because it was a tape machine in the corner, and I could start it, and then push the faders up and get it a bit of level in front of me. I could do that. But the moment we put computers in, I was done for. Seriously, it's because everything now in radio, and has been, unless it's hospital radio, and even those are moving with the times, it's all digital, touch screen, everything, and it's just a bewildering array of lights and stuff like that. So I could edit with a tape machine. Oh yeah, absolutely. Oh yes, with the razor blade and the China graphs, and oh yes, I could do all of that. You have to learn, if you're editing on tape, to leave the breath in, because otherwise it sounds like somebody's doing a whole sentence without breathing. People think you take that out. No, you leave that in. And I was very good. Oh, yes, I could see it in my mind. I was brilliant at editing. Very good. But to learn 24 routes, Michelle, mind you, you're on the way to earning a small fortune. Because people, yeah, she'll earn some money. Of course she will. She's in Essex. Good Lord, I tell you, she'll earn some money. She will. She'll do overtime and extras and bits and pieces like that. And then coming up Christmas, all of these opportunities. I was talking to somebody here, actually, who's just moved into an apartment, rented, and he's had to buy everything. He's had to buy the bed, he's had to buy this, that, and all the other. And I said, blimey, have you won the lottery? He said, I wish. What he's done, getting into the apartment, is he's had to spend his savings. He was going to go on holiday, but he didn't. And, some apartments come furnished or they come unfurnished, and he's had to put in a bed and everything else. And I said, wow, you must be loaded. He said, no, I'm having to do extra shifts. Unfurnished is always cheaper, but then you've got to get the furniture in and out, haven't you? And if you do have a place that comes furnished, you need to change the mattress or put a cover over it or something like that, because God knows what's gone on. Don't want to know about things like that, do you at all? 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. We take all your texts and emails. Why? Because we're like that, because we're HAPPY. Especially on a Thursday morning, September the 8th. This month's going to go by. So we've had rain. We're probably going to get more rain a little bit later on, I should imagine. Boy, did it bucket down. It really did. I could have actually put more water butts in all over the place to capture all the rain from the roof. It's filled up again. I emptied it about half, to water the baskets, and then blow me down, it chucks it down again, which we quite like, don't we? Who's saying no to Eccles cakes? You won't believe it.
Sometimes running a business can feel like cycling uphill with square wheels. But Xero Online accounting software can help predict the future cash flow of your business, so you can stay one step ahead. Soon it'll feel more like freewheeling downhill. Woohoo! On a tandem. All right, mate. With a masseur on the back.
Oh, that's nice.
Search Xero with an X, because healthy business is beautiful business.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to be company. Steve, I love hearing you talk about London history. As you know, I've never been out of Australia, but my relatives came from England. Well, of course they did. They were obviously crooks and criminals, and we had to deport them. That's how it works, Shane. Goodness sake. Yeah, absolutely. Of course they were. Why would you think they just arrived there? They weren't indigenous people. His relatives came from England. They'd have been on those manacled, trying to row the boats over there. My godfathers, honestly. That's how it works, Shane, as you know. Some of them might even have been gay. Can you imagine? Perish the thought. I wonder what people did in Victorian times if you were gay. I mean, they can't have had gay bars, can they? Or drag bars. No, they did have... No, they didn't have drag bars. They had something. They did have... Well, in fact, it was quite normal in Shakespeare's time for little boys to play girls. In all of Shakespeare's plays, there was cross-dressing, which went on because that was how they sort of they got the actors and actresses. Molly houses. It was a meeting place for gay men. They were generally taverns, public houses, coffee houses. Men could either socialise or meet possible sexual partners. This is in the 18th century. Good Lord above, can you imagine? Molly houses. I mean, it just seems so dated, doesn't it, and antiquated, and you sort of think, really? And you think, well, I suppose so. Where else would people go? And somebody go, oh, you need to go to the Molly house. And you get a nicer class of person there. Because there are all sorts of pubs, but surely people would realise, wouldn't they? They'd be looking through into this room and going, oh, looks like a bunch of Mollys in there. Apparently, from 1533 onwards, gay relations and sexual activity remained illegal and were frequently prosecuted. They remained capital offences until 1861. I think they were all deported, actually. I think they all ended up going to Australia. And from the 16th century onwards until 1861, particularly the 1720s, Molly houses came to be the scenes of raids and arrests, and their customers frequently became targets for blackmail. I should imagine they were all over the place in London. You know, landlords say, oh, yes, you can have that room there as a Molly room, and then try and deny it, but then get the police to come round. That was how it all started with the Stonewall riots. You know, the police raiding places in New York and people getting to the stage, the gay guys who were going to the bars. And it was mainly gay guys. There were gay women as well, but mainly the gay guys. And they went, we've had enough. We've had enough. And they retaliated. And that's how you got the Stonewall riots. But when you look at the cartoons of the day, you know, it was a bunch of people looking for the company of other people. And just basically, I suppose you'd have worked it out. There's a bunch of blokes in a room, you know, smoking away and things like that, you know, there's obviously something going on. I mean, people can't have been that naive, can they, really? I don't think so. There's a piece about Gary Lineker in the paper today. I'm a bit bored of reading about Gary Lineker. He's sort of, all he's famous for, basically, is being a high earner at the BBC. Nothing to do with him. That's what they negotiate. They do a thing, and he advertises potatoes. You know, not particularly good. But what they want to know in the Daily Star today, in their editorial, is they say, how does he get away with it? The BBC boss, Tim Davie, promised to make his highest-paid presenter, Gary, fall in line with the corporation's commitment to impartiality. Yet now he admits the spud flogger hasn't stamped all of it out. In fact, Gary still seems to tweet pretty brazenly. Even his Beeb colleagues call him out on it. It isn't about agreeing or disagreeing with him. It's all about the fact it's one rule for Auntie's biggest stars and another for the rest. And this hypocrisy totally undermines any scrap of credibility the broadcaster is trying in vain to retain. Yeah, they have different rules at the BBC for different people, and yet there is no impartiality. Seriously, I mean, he says it's because he doesn't work in news. Well, then keep your trap shut, then. Keep your trap shut. You know, be like me going on there and sort of start tweeting about football and stuff like that. You know, it's not really of that interest to people at all. Loads of Cara Delevingne. She's obviously on a sticky wicket at the moment. It's all going wrong. She was spotted in her socks with her pet in an airport in Los Angeles. She got on a jet but disembarked 45 minutes later. They didn't want her on it. I mean, when somebody's a bit not the full ticket, and she's not the full ticket at the moment. You can tell by the behaviour. It's very, very odd behaviour. Very odd behaviour. So Ryan Giggs says he was obviously disappointed that he will face a retrial in a year. He's got to wait another year. They're dragging it. Who's paying for this? Presumably he is and she is, I should imagine. So it's going to be on July 31st of next year. I'm not sure really whether I can be bothered to wait for it. I'm sick to death of these people who go to court and, you know, people deny it and then people say this happened, then other people say it didn't happen. And at the end of the day, the judge has got to make a decision. Or the jury. And in this case, the jury couldn't make a decision. So obviously it's all a little bit vague. It was like sort of watching Rebecca Vardy lying through her teeth in court. You know, and then sort of going, oh, I'm going to appeal. And then somebody said, well, so far it's cost you about 3 to 4 million. Want to risk it again, Sweet Pea? And the answer is no. Definitely not. A 19-year-old woman has given birth to twins. That's good, isn't it? Till you read the rest of the story. She had 2 different dads after having sex with both men on the same day. She is only the 20th known case of heteropaternal superfunctation. I don't know what that is, actually. So she had sex twins with 2 different fathers because she had sex with both men on the same day. Unprotected sex. So, yeah. And the man who she believed was the biological father of the boys took a DNA test when they were 8 months old, but the result came back as positive for only one of them. And then she remembered she'd had sex with another man on the same day. Woo! Look at that, lovey. You're an amazing person, aren't you? She's a Brazilian woman, and the doctor says 2 eggs from the same mother are fertilised by different men. It happens once in a million. Well, in her case, she's 1 in a million. How are they going to fight over that one? I remember seeing these programmes, we used to get them all the time on the television, and you do see them now, but they just look a bit dated, where they get somebody on there and go, OK, we're going to do the lie detector, a bit like Jeremy Kyle, but with a bit of class. Most of Jeremy Kyle's audience and the people on the stage were toothless, you know, tattoos and all the rest of it, and then trying to work out who'd slept with whom. It became a bit tedious, and so it had to go. We don't want it anymore. We don't want things like that on the television. But this was one in America with a woman who did the managing to cry, but no tears. It was completely dry because she was lying. And she had a bloke there, and she'd been going out with him, but he wasn't too sure about it, and they wanted a test to find out if the children, 3 of them, that he'd been, you know, looking after as his own, were in fact his children. And so she sits on television. How confident are you? I'm very confident. I'm this and that. And he's sitting there. Anyway, the first child, and the test proves you're not the father. Well, that kind of sort of sends him over the edge a little bit. She, of course, does the usual drama queen bit by sort of pretending to cry and saying, it's not true, it's not true. And I'm thinking, yes, the lie detector test in most of the cases is pretty accurate. Second child, no. Again, he was not the father. And finally, the third one, who was, I think, a 13-year-old girl. And this particular person, well, it was a woman, actually, was saying, unfortunately, this also is not your child. He'd been looking after them for years, thinking they were his children. She lied. She was basically one of these people who'd slept around, and she believed in her little tiny mind that he was the father of all the children, because it was easier to say that. You know, you're definitely the father. I remember. Oh, by the way, you know, the 2 people they were looking for in Canada, one was found dead, who has been responsible for the deaths of 10 people, or is it 7 people, and 3 are still recovering in hospital. Either way, the one that they caught the other day, they were waiting for him. His name was Miles Anderson. He's the final suspect in the recent mass stabbings, and I predicted he'll be dead. Lo and behold, he's died. Now, he'd only just come out of prison for similar offences. How he was released, God alone knows. Officers rammed his vehicle off the road into a ditch. He was taken into custody, and then he went into what a spokeswoman described as medical distress. Read into that what you will. 10 people were killed, 18 injured in the attacks in and around the James Smith Cree Nation, an indigenous community in the central Saskatchewan province, on Sunday. So he was taken to hospital but died shortly afterwards. Now, that basically saves them the trouble of having a court case, because you can't have a court case with somebody who isn't alive anymore. But they weren't looking for anybody else in connection with the murders. But I did predict. I said, I bet you he won't be found alive. He was found alive, but then didn't live. So, I mean, it's a dreadful thing, isn't it? Steve, I love Eccles cakes. Well, strange enough, the people who live in Eccles don't like them. Producer thinks they're too dry, which means he's not eaten proper Eccles cakes. The proper ones, they're like sort of puff pastry with little sultanas in. They do them in Marks and Spencer's, wrapped individually. They're very nice. Really nice. They've got crusted sugar on the top of them. Eccles, there they are. Oh, look at those. Woo! I mean, I don't know whether you could ever heat up an Eccles cake. But whatever they are, they're very delicious. But the people of Eccles don't like them. And you have... I don't know why they were invented. They've got butter, real Lancashire. Yeah, you've had the dry ones. You get the ones individually wrapped. And you could really have it, actually, and then just pour custard over the top, which would be quite nice. I've only had a few because they're just, unfortunately, as you can well imagine, full of sugar. Margarita Taylor, as I was coming into the building, she was coming out of the building, and we always have a little 3-second. Oh, there we go. Somebody's put custard with it. And she said to me, I've left some cakes for you upstairs because you always put food out for people. And it was Classic FM who were celebrating their 30th birthday. And so they had lots of cupcakes made. And I have to be honest, I have to hold my hands up to say that I did eat 2. I ate 2, I know. I should normally be up on the ceiling by this time, floating around with a feather duster, because sugar sends me through the roof. But it didn't happen, and they were very much like, there's so much icing on it. Well, it wasn't so much icing, it was like a swirly thing. But she did say, and she held the door open for me, and as it was raining, and I said, where's your umbrella? She didn't have an umbrella with her. So Margarita Taylor was one of my favourite people in the building. I've got lots of favourite. She's always so sweet, though. Not only a very, very good radio presenter, but she's an actress and she turns up on Country File and all sorts of... She's lovely. She's absolutely lovely. That makes two of us in the business. Absolutely lovely. Oh, the other one is me. I'm the other person. Robbie Williams has all but given up trying to compete with today's pop stars. Well, he's 48, for God's sake. He's way past his sell-by. Way past it. In fact, he thinks he has more in common with Elton John, Rod Stewart than Stormzy. No, you don't have anything in common with any of those people, I'm afraid, dear, because they're still touring and working around the world, and you're not. They're also a little bit more sort of, in touch with people, and you're not. Although there was a rumour the other day, let's see if we can get old Arnold to fall for this one, that Gary Barlow wants to reassemble all of Take That to go out on tour. That's Robbie and Jason Orange. So there's three of them, but he wants to put 5 of them out on tour. They're still doing it every so often, but Gary's he's by himself, really. He's written his book. He went out and did something the other day. The other two, they probably made enough money. They don't need to worry about it, which is fine. We don't have any problem with that. I mean, he's very popular, but he nearly got an ape's name. He was almost named after Guy the gorilla. He caught his parents by surprise when he was born because they were expecting a girl. That's always the way, isn't it? They say, expect it, because some people, you go, oh, you're having a baby. What is it? And they go, I don't want to mention it. And they go, well, have you not had a scan? I don't want to know. Don't want to know at all. And then when it comes along, they go, oh, there's going to be another one. Thought we were having a fridge freezer. But it turns out no. So he would have been named after Guy the gorilla. Gary the gorilla doesn't quite work, actually. Luckily, they changed their minds and thought Gary says he hates his moniker. He insisted it was better than being named after a monkey. There you go. I don't know. No, I don't think there was any choice for me. I didn't really think about it, actually. You never ask that, do you? Obviously, my parents went through one of these baby books and decided that Stephen means king or something like that. I think so. I mean, I might have got that completely wrong. Yeah, thinking of Stephen King. So basically, somebody writes horror stories. Hilarious. So now we found out Stephen means wreath, crown, and by extension, reward, honour, renown, and fame. So I was quite, I was sort of near, royalty. That's with the PH spelling of the name. And that's no different to I thought. It says, and by extension, reward, honour, renown, and fame. So I get the wreath and the fame. Which kind of figures in, doesn't it, really? I don't see any problem with that. Ash says, oh, yes, Eccles cakes, love them. My dad used to make them for me. He was a baker and confectioner in Oldham many moons ago, and he said that the Eccles cake was his favourite. I'll have to go and get a pack now. Have a most glorious day. I used to get them from Marks and Spencer's, but you can get them from any supermarket, I think. Marks and Spencer's did the individual ones, and then you can get packs of them. I love them. But, I mean, they are full of sugar. The pastry's full of butter. And then you've got sugar on the top. I mean, really, it's a nightmare for me. Whilst away in Corfu, says Sidcup Julie, I read Miriam Margolyes's book. Actually, she said lovely things about Barbara Windsor. I always thought Miriam was a horrible person. Oh, no. She's very rude. She's very rude. But I stand corrected. She had nice things to say about some celebrities and came across like her. Oh, she's lovely. She's lovely. She always used to describe herself to me as a short, little, fat Jewish lesbian. And she's kind of traded on it. Because there are other people in the business who are gay, who you would know as being very established actors and actresses, but they're not out, and it's not up to us to out people. But she's been famous for a long time. But she's famous because Kenneth Williams used to appear on chat shows after his book. He had a very fallow period. It's twice I've used that. A fallow period after the carry-ons and things like that, and then he became famous through radio programmes, and then he decided to write the book Acid Drops. And Acid Drops was basically a rundown of all the people he'd ever worked with and who he liked and who he didn't like. And it turns out there were more people he didn't like than he did like. And so he put them in Acid Drops. So celebrities, when the book came out, and he came into LBC, as always, and he had the book on sale in all the bookshops, and people would go out, pick it up, go to the index, see if their name was in it. If there was in it, they put it in a brown paper bag, and they bought it to find out what he was saying about them, to find out whether or not he'd actually ever liked them. And in many cases, he really didn't like them. I mean, I was not in there, thank God, actually. But I remember saying to him, he came into LBC to do an interview on our Sunday evening programme, and he was always very, very, very dapper. He used to hold himself and be very dapper. Always this sort of light grey suit and all the rest of it, like that. And he was very, very arch and all the rest of it. And he was doing this interview, and I came out of my studio, and he was by the coffee machine. I said, "Oh, is it going well?" He went, "I thought it was a woman." He was so rude about everybody. It was just, but it was Kenneth. And I think he enjoyed his life. He enjoyed being the centre of attention. He really did. He would go to Joe Allen's, and he would sit there quietly with sort of a friend or whoever it was, and nobody would notice him. And if they hadn't noticed him, he would then go like that, so that people noticed. Once they'd noticed him, he left. I mean, I don't think he ever came out as such, but then Dirk Bogarde never came out as such. There were lots of people who were people just didn't in those days. You know, nobody really thought. It's like Charles Hawtrey. Nobody really thought about it. It's like, you know, old man Wilfred Bramble from Steptoe and Son. He never really came out. Everybody knew, but nobody ever thought about it. But Miriam was always very funny, and now she gets booked, I think, onto chat shows because she tells such rude stories, and it happens to fit in. Mind you, I've heard some language on the television recently, which I never thought I'd hear. I mean, really, really bad language, you know, and people just go, I can't tell you what it is. That would be dreadful. But no, Sid Cup Julie, no, she's quite good. I'm glad you liked her book, actually. So you must have seen her on a television programme when she was plugging it. And they used the C word and Have I Got News for You, which uncensored. And they wrote it as well, for those hard of hearing, just in case you missed it. Steve Selwyn here, desperate for somewhere where I can buy pineapple upside-down cake. No, you make them. You make them. Pineapple upside-down cakes. You sort of make them in the tin, and then you turn it up, and pineapple upside-down cake. I've never heard of anybody actually selling it, but I'm sure it must be. Linda in Beverley says, when we were little, we called Eccles cakes fly pies. Well, it's like Garibaldi biscuits. They were fly biscuits, weren't they? I used to love Garibaldi's. They were the same sort of thing, only different pastry. Much, yeah, even drier. Producer's got a thing about dry cakes and biscuits. He doesn't do things like that. Oh, look, here's model daughter of Karen Brady. Her daughter is so desperate for attention, she's had to wear a lacy white lingerie set. Core. That's really sexy. Honestly. It is desperate, isn't it, now? If you want to get anywhere, get your boobs out. Get your boobs out, wear your see-through stuff, and apparently that makes you a celebrity in this day and age. Brad Pitt being sued by Angelina Jolie, who claim he stole the couple's wine business. She's suing for $218 million. Obviously not much work around at the moment, I should imagine. I can't bear her. I don't know why I can't bear her. There's no particular reason why I don't. I just sort of... It's just... I couldn't tell you any film she'd been in or anything like that. I'm so with him. I'm really not interested. You know, there are certain people you couldn't care less about. You know, you see them on the television or they go, so it's like the other day, what we say, oh, yes, there was Max George. Was it Max? No, not Max George. It was the one from The Wanted who's going out with that Maisie Smith. Is it Max George? And they go, oh, they've confirmed their relationship. And I thought, who gives a stuff? What, 2 3-year-olds go out with each other, grow up and get over yourself, for God's sake. We don't really care. We're not remotely interested. Oh, we're keeping it a secret. So here we are, pictured on a plane, holding hands secretly because we're going on a secret cheap holiday because we flew economy. You know. Oh, there was another secret. It was somebody else. And they go, was it what? Oh, Kylie, that's right. Kylie secretly had flown back into Britain. I went, no, it's not secretly. Her agent would have said Kylie's flown back into the country. It's not secret at all. Why would you be remotely interested in anything she'd done? She'd only flogging an album. She makes secret trips to London to play Label Bosses, her new album. Well, it could have saved yourself the money, love. You could have stayed in Australia and just sent them over a CD. Then they can hear it. You don't need to come over and do it. And also, Kylie flying in secret. How could she fly in secretly? She's only about 2 foot tall. I mean, you could pop her in the overhead luggage locker and then just drag her out when you get to London. Go, shh, are you secretly flying in? Yes. I should be so lucky. Yeah, is Kylie in the overhead locker? Yeah. I mean, really, flying. She'd have turned up with dark glasses on, a bit like Matt Goss. He'll turn up for the opening of a fridge at the moment because he's so desperate. We can't wait to watch and see how he doesn't smile on the... I think there's something the matter with his face. Why can't he smile? He never looks happy. Even his brother smiles. Poor old Matt, honestly, living in the past. Steve, talking to Kenneth Williams, those brilliant interviews with Michael Parkinson. Well, in fact, yes, I mean, Michael Parkinson used to put him on there because Kenneth Williams was what's called penny in a slot. That's what we used to call them. You would literally ask him the first question and off he'd go for 20 minutes. It was as simple as that. I mean, the only downside for poor old Parky was that they sort of ran out of big Hollywood stars for him to interview, so he was so desperate that he actually had to put on Victoria Beckham and Dave Beckham, and Dave didn't say anything at all. Just sat there and she talked for him. I mean, comedians say what they want to talk about beforehand? No. They just, I mean, put it this way, Billy Connolly, you knew he was penny in a slot job. You know, you didn't need to sort of set anything up with Ken Dodd because he just had everything was a gag. Every single thing was a gag. You don't need to set anything up. They used to want to do it on the television, a lot of people. They'd say, can you find out what you're going to be asking people? You go, no, that ruins the interview. The whole idea is it's supposed to be spontaneous. You know, on Des O'Connor, I mean, I should imagine on his programme, they would have a little chat to it. Mainly the people he interviewed were people he knew anyway. You know, you wouldn't sit down with Bradley Walsh and go, what are we going to talk about? OK, let's talk. And you make note. No, that's not an interview. That's called a pre-recorded, you know, set up kind of situation. I don't like doing things like that. You know, they say, would you like to meet, you know, so-and-so and sit down and run through what you're going to talk about? No, absolutely not. I used to put my foot down on any of those sort of things. They say, oh, sorry, the guest wants to know what you're going to talk about. I said, I've got no idea. Don't ask me. I really haven't got any idea at all. It's as big a surprise to me. You have to gauge it and see how it's going to go. You know, you meet somebody and you go, hiya, and they go, hi, how are you? And I go, I'm good. I said, this is only half an hour, don't worry, it's easy peasy. And once you've done the first question, they suddenly realise it's a chat. It's not a list of set questions, which I used to do in the very beginning. I used to write down questions, and I suddenly realised, no, listen to what they're talking about. So if somebody within their first 5 minutes says, oh, you know, when the group first started, we were playing all sorts of venues, and then in your mind you've remembered venues. And so you'd then go, you know, you talked about those venues. What sort of places were you playing? And then you go into that bit, and then you go, you know, was it easy to get in and out? Did you make much money? It's a conversation. American talk shows used to have people who interviewed the guests beforehand to get the funny stories. You know, do you have any funny stories about going to the toilet? You know, have you ever had a colonoscopy? Do tell us. We can't wait to find it. Have you ever thrown up over a guest or a co-star? Yeah, I can remember when Mickey Rooney and Anne, what's her face, were playing in Sugar Babes at the theatre down the road. Sugar Babes. It was called Sugar Babes. And it was, she was big famous star, and Mickey Rooney was big famous star, but everybody hated him because he'd been married about 300 times or something, and he was playing at the Savoy Theatre. And I told you before that the Daily Star had given it a review, but in fact when the Daily Star was printed they hadn't even finished the show, so they'd made it up, but they didn't get on at all. They had separate, you know, they just didn't talk to each other. I thought, I can't imagine ever being in a situation like that where the person you're working with on stage you don't like, or you've got nothing in common with them. And I always think that would be rather sad. But you're right, they have people in American show, they've got to get it so right. Have I ever fallen out with a producer? Yeah, of course. Absolutely. I should imagine you'd be hard pushed to find any presenter, radio, television, who has not fallen out with a producer at some point. Seriously, I mean, it's the way it goes. You know why? Because it's got to be right. It's as simple as that. You know, I can name you chapter and verse. I had one producer, and we used to have a big guest once a week, like a big guest. That'd be like Alan Sugar, David Liddermont, who used to run ITV and things like that. And I came in and the producer didn't have anybody. He said, we haven't got a guest today. And I said, why have we not got a guest? And he said, well, I can't find anybody. I said to him, it's so stupid. We're in London. You know, if we were on the Isle of Skye or the Isle of Mull, you know, what's the story in Ballamore? Then I could understand it if you couldn't find anybody. We're in London, for God's sake. I said, pull your finger out and find somebody. And he threw a tantrum. So I got him removed from the programme. There's no point in having an idiot who can't actually put a programme together. You know, you're looking, it's like, imagine on Loose Women, they go, oh, we don't have any guests today. The researchers can't find anybody. Matty'd have a field day. Get out. You're wasting our time. You're wasting our space. Although Laura Kuenigberg, he's still spitting blood, isn't she? Fancy putting that Joe Lycett on. Somebody would have booked him. They'd have known exactly what they were doing. Got all the wrong publicity for all the wrong reasons.
Attention all passengers. You can now book your train tickets on Uber and get 10% back in Uber credits to spend on your next train journey. So no excuses not to visit your in-laws this Christmas.
Trains, now on Uber. T's and C's apply. Check the Uber app.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to have your company. 26 minutes to 6 as we head into the weekend. All very exciting. Very, very exciting. We like a weekend. I'm off to a big party on Saturday, which is quite nice. There should be about 100 people, I think. It's in a marquee, and there's 2 bands they've booked, and they brought in a food wagon. Because the thing at parties is, do you sort of bring in caterers, or do you sort of make the food yourself and go and buy everything from Iceland and put... But it's too complicated. So what they've done is they booked this Greek food wagon. And what it is, it turns up, a bit like towing a little caravan, like the thing you find at car boots or whatever else, and they'll do all the cooking of all the food, and you'll just line up and get chips or burgers or kebabs or anything like that, or salads and everything else. And I think there's all the booze is there and everything else. There's a magician. They booked a magician for a couple of hours. But it's 2 bands. One is a soul band and one is another sort of band. I can't remember what they are. But it should be fantastic. And the weather should be good. Should be okay. Friday, I think it might rain tomorrow. But I don't think it's going to rain Saturday, which is nice, isn't it? So, and they've got, luckily, loads of room to park cars. They'll have to. They'll have to. I've no intention of driving my car over a field. About 100 people, I think, 150, something like that. But you know what it's like? You invite 150 people, and at the last minute, people sort of drop out for various reasons. But so tomorrow I've got to make sure. Today I've got to charge up my electric toothbrush. Because you've got to take your... Because I'm spending the night, so I'm going to take my toothbrush down, an extra shirt and stuff like that, and fill the car up with petrol. Oh, welcome back. We were just talking about you, actually. We couldn't work out if you were actually having a cigarette or whether you're vaping. And I said I thought you were vaping. You're between cigarettes. Oh, right. So did you just have a cigarette? Or oh, right, OK. Oh, well, I was wrong again. Wrong again. We were talking... Sometimes you know, I've seen it. I've seen it. Putin's first hint, the war's not going to plan. No, and it's really not going to plan. You'd have thought by now he'd have taken control of the country, but he's a dismal failure, I'm afraid, even after all the murders. Mind you, did I tell you I heard somebody phoning up? Who did they phone up? I can't remember. Whoever it was that they phoned up, this was possibly the stupidest person I've ever heard in my entire life on the radio. That's a lie, I've heard worse. And she was an apologist for Putin. She said, nobody understands him. And I'm thinking, are you serious? Or is there something mentally the matter with you? I mean, why on earth would you say that? And so the presenter was saying, but he's murdered men, women, children and babies. I don't know. It might have been on Ben Kentish, actually. And I remember thinking, and he said, are you serious? And she was just going on about, she said, well, if you let me finish, she was quite clear, she had emotional issues. You know, he's a bit misunderstood. He's just defending the Russian people. I thought, well, the Ukrainians didn't go to war with Russia. I mean, she really was so dim, it was almost an embarrassment to hear. Almost an embarrassment to hear. The Euro Millions claim has been made in the UK. Well, thank God it's a UK winner. I don't want to be sort of, bitter about this, but I don't like it when they say, and the winner comes from Spain or something. I would say, no, it's ours. I know they say Euro Millions, but it's 110 million. It's taken long enough to come forward, isn't it? Perhaps they're sort of opening up the bank accounts so they can see it all in cash. Once the ticket's been validated and paid, the winner will then decide whether to go public. They'd be mad to go public. Mad. Although the last couple did it quite well. They went public, went off on holiday. But I don't know how... Well, I think people have got used to people winning huge amounts of money. 15 UK players have won a jackpot of over 100 million. The record was 195 million in July. This was this couple, 195 million. You always hope that their relationship's going to last, don't you, really? But the National Lottery have said it's an absolutely incredible news. Well, of course it is. Of course it is. Somebody's actually come forward and says, I've got the ticket. Thank God they did it. You imagine if you'd forgotten about it. And then you sort of, you went to claim it. They went, oh, I'm sorry, the deadline's passed. That was the last couple. She looked very happy. This is Joe and Jess Thwaite. They've got 4 children, but they won £184,262,899 and 10 pence. And they come from Gloucester, and they even put a picture of the house in the newspapers. But I don't think people are bothered by things. What do you think they do? They keep it in the sitting room, stacked up in an ottoman or something like that? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. It'll go into the... Can you cash the... No, the big cheque is just a funny thing. The rest of it be transferred automatically. You don't need to do it. If I'm transferring money, threepence, I'm going to the bank with this huge cheque. They give you that as it's for the photo opportunity. The actual cheque is much smaller, but they transfer electronically now. Makes it look... Can you imagine? They say, we've got it in this Securicor van, or Group 4, or something like that. Steve, I have tomorrow off to take some friends to the airport. I work at the same airport, so is that a busman's holiday? Yeah, why are you taking friends to the airport? Make them get a taxi. Honestly, that's too good. You mustn't be generous about things like that. Be bitter. Be bitter. Make them walk. Don't be generous. Catherine says, I loved Kenneth Williams doing the voice for Will-O-the-Wisp. Very talented man with such an expressive voice. I found a narration he did of Wind in the Willows on YouTube. He makes the characters come alive. Well, the trouble is he always saw himself as a really good actress. It's only because he played the Dauphin once. And the rest of the time, he made his money in cheap comedy films. He made his name in the Carry-Ons. If you say Kenneth Williams, they go, oh, he was in everything. He was in all the Carry-Ons. He wasn't in all of them, but he was in a fair number. No, in fact, actually, I think he might have been in all of them. I think he might have been. He started off with Carry-On Spying, I think Carry-On Copper, something like that. But, no, he was out, from the early days. But used to live down opposite Great Portland Street, in a block of flats there, and the flats have gone now. They put offices. There used to be... No, his mum used to live in the flat next door, but he had a blue plaque on the building, and I don't know where the blue plaque's gone. But he died, and they weren't sure if he'd taken his own life, because I think he said, oh, I've had enough. That was supposed to be his last word. 1988 he died, and I remember it very, very well indeed. But, yeah, his mum lived next door. But apparently he didn't dust. He said after the first few years, nobody noticed. But he didn't want people coming in using his toilet. He didn't like that kind of thing at all. And it was a very tiny little flat. But he used to, on the radio programme, he said, I've not come all the way from Great Portland Street. And then he changed it to another street a little bit later on. Jesus is said to have been first recorded playing cricket, apparently. Williams rarely revealed details of his private life, although in 2 half-hour documentary programmes entitled Carry On Kenneth, he spoke openly about his loneliness, despondency and sense of underachievement. His last words recorded in his diary, oh, what's the bloody point? And the cause of death, they say, was an overdose of barbiturates. However, he got an open verdict on the inquest because it wasn't possible to establish whether his death was suicide or an accident. He was in a lot of pain. I think he had piles and things like that, and used to take all these bits and pieces. But he'd be very entertaining, very entertaining. But it was the book Acid Drops that kind of gave him a resurgence, So apparently, cricket by the Sea of Galilee. I mean, I don't know whether it's true or not. An Armenian scholar makes his pitch based on an ancient document which he unearthed in a monastery in Jerusalem, and it apparently shows Jesus wielding a bat 2,000 years before the game is thought to have started. Well, that'd just be like bat and ball, wouldn't it, really? I should imagine everybody over the years has done bat and ball. But somebody said, it's a big name. It's Jesus. It's a big name. You don't get anybody bigger, do you, really? And people throwing balls and he's hitting it. The catch is Jesus. When he chases the ball, he can run onto the sea. Well, that bit I don't believe. I mean, any of that old toffee. I mean, don't believe that kind of thing. But didn't Channel 4 do a great programme explaining all of the, the burning bush and different things like that? And, there is a certain time when bushes in wherever Jesus was just burst into flames because of the heat. We get it here. You get forest fires. Similar sort of thing, actually. So they tried to explain. And the parting of the Dead Sea and all of that kind of stuff. Did you ever see the film which actually they recreated the parting of the Dead Sea, and as all the soldiers came down, Jesus went, and the waves crashed over the top of them and they all drowned. And then they played cricket, and then they went home for some hot buttered toast, which was very nice. Steve, in the 70s and 80s, I used to work off Tottenham Court Road, says John, in London. Used to see Kenneth Williams in his beige raincoat walking along Charlotte Street, probably on his way home to Great Portland Street. I never said hello, wish I had. Yes, I mean, I don't know how he would have reacted, actually. I don't know how he would have reacted to something like that. As I say, I just met him and just spoke those few words to him when he was at the coffee machine in Gough Square, and that was it. Steve, I love your phrase, put a penny in the slot, in reference, says Anna in Dorset, to Kenneth Williams. I could think of a few people I could use that phrase about. Yeah, they were commonly known as, actually, in theory, a nightmare for most interviewers because you didn't get all your questions out because they just went on and on and on. Billy Connolly was another classic one, penny in the slot. You put a penny in the slot, and as long as the penny was still ticking over, they kept talking. And Kenneth Williams would just go into stories. I remember he was on with Maggie Smith. And once he picked up on the fact that she thought he was hilarious, of course, he played up to it. And so he'd be going, well, anyway, wouldn't touch that. It's like if you watch, what was I thinking of? If you were watching, oh, God, I'm hopeless. I keep forgetting these different things. Drag Queen, got his own show. Paul O'Grady. Yeah, if you watch Paul O'Grady, he goes on as Lily Savage onto Michael Parkinson with Sharon Osbourne and Barbara Windsor, and he just dominates it. He just talks and talks and talks, and he basically does his act. And it was just hilarious because Barbara is laughing and everybody, and it's so brilliant. It was so brilliant. And he just seems to fit in to all these things. They had exactly the same. Dame Edna, another one, does the act, and until the act's finished, you're not going to get a word in edgeways. But penny in the slot jobs, they were penny in the slot. It's 5:45. I'm penny in the slot. It was very interesting. The other day, Linda Robson on Loose Women was talking about, you get a job on the television, and it was very good. And she was talking about Birds of a Feather. She said, we worked together for years, she said, and then a company took over making the programme. They wanted to fire all the staff. You know why? They wanted to pay less money. So they fired all the staff, and apparently Linda and the other girls put their foot down and went, no, we want to stick with this team because they know how to do the programme and you're just trying to save money. And they got their way. And the audience gave them a round of applause, actually. I was quite surprised. But that's the way it happens. You have to... Yeah, the audience is back now. I don't know where... I think they get them from a home. Chris in Brentwood says Kenneth was in 26 out of the 31 Carry-On films. First was in 58, which was Sergeant. Last was in 78, which was Emmanuel. Oh, hated it. That was with Sylvia Kristal, wasn't it, I think? He was not in Cabby in 63, Up the Jungle 70, Girls 73, Columbus 91. He also didn't take part in the Carry-On Christmas movies in 69 or 72, 73, or the TV series in 75. So he was in 26 out of 31 Carry-On films. Most prolific was him, and then it was Sid James who did 19. Charles Hawtrey did 23. Then they dropped him, and he wrote to them saying, could I have some more work and all the rest of it? And apparently he was a bit difficult to work with. And the formidable support from Joni Sims, 24. Hattie Jakes, 14. And Barbara only did 10. And I think you'll find her assets shone out. But yeah, Joan Sims, 24. A friend of mine used to live opposite her in a block of flats. She liked a bevy, and I always thought she was great. I'd love to have talked to her. All these different people. Hattie Jakes I'd have loved to have talked to as well. Barbara, of course, I spoke to on many an occasion. Wayne, the trolley dolly, again, 3 times in a programme. Good Lord. Regarding Kenneth Williams, I grew up in Bloomsbury, and Kenneth used to shop in Safeway Bloomsbury, a few minutes' walk from his flat. I was a toddler, but I have a vague recollection of people making a fuss when they saw him in Safeway every Saturday. Little did I know I'd grow up to be a lifelong Carry-On movies superfan. Yes. I think everybody did, because they were good movies. You can still watch them now. I still remember key bits from them. Elle's Bells. They went on holiday, and poor old Hattie Jakes was in the kitchen with this blooding machine. She couldn't get the cooker to work, and then they had a flood, but everybody was sort of they were great. They were really good, and they seemed to form I think there were little cliques within the Carry-Ons, because that Kenneth Williams went on Barbara's honeymoon. I mean, how bizarre was that at the time? When she was married to... I can't remember who she was married to. Yeah, I think it was the gangster one. I think so, actually. Kenneth lived in Follett Court. The blue plaque is now in a building in Allsop Place by Madame Tussauds, says Mitch. There was another place. Kenneth Williams' father's hairdresser has got a plaque on it. Because I think my friend Darren and I passed it one day and he went, that was Kenneth Williams' father's shop, the hairdresser. Kenneth Williams' father didn't really approve of Kenneth Williams at all, which was a shame. And on what would have been his 88th birthday, 2014, Kenneth was commemorated with a blue plaque on the London apartment block where he lived during the heyday of the Carry-On. He lived in flat 62 on the 9th and top floor of Farley Court, which was a 29 1929 apartment block located between Madame Tussauds and Baker Street Station between 63 and 70. And I think Barbara was there beside the blue plaque. Look at that, honestly. Happy days. Happy days indeed. All of which will probably be revealed in Scott's book, which comes out in October, I think. Did we say it was October? I'm pretty certain about documenting his and Bar's life and what they got up to, because they were the terrible twosome. They really were. They were sort of, they couldn't live without each other. They were simply, absolutely. It's called By Your Side, My Life, Loving Barbara Windsor, by Scott Mitchell. And it's on sale 13th of October. Okay, and I think you'll probably get a few. I mean, she was. You won't see her like again. And he's lucky to have been there. He was there when everybody wrote them off at the beginning and said, that won't last. That won't last. There was a huge age difference. But in fact, it did last. And last very well indeed. She was so show business. Really so show business. She'd been there, done it, bought the T-shirt and opened the shop. That was the way it went. The family of a black rapper shot dead want a probe into his racist killing. This is Chris Cubber's parents, who demanded to know why police opened fire on the father-to-be, aged 23. And Mr. Cubber's Audi was boxed in by 2 police cars in Streatham Hill. A round was then fired from a police weapon. Last night it's been confirmed that no gun was found in the car. What in God's name was going on? Of course the family should get an answer. Of course they should. You can't just have police going around killing somebody. Apparently, police conduct, this is the Independent Office of Police Conduct, claimed the car was being chased as a number plate camera had linked it to an earlier firearms incident. Seriously, you begin to wonder. We'll have to wait and see what happens with that one, because they're not going to let it drop. As indeed they shouldn't. And also, more than 40 years after Alan Sunderland scored one of the most famous goals in FA Cup final history, the celebrations have started again. His winner's medal from the game in '79 has sold for £21,000, which is double what it was expected. This stuff goes for an awful lot of money, doesn't it? Thank you. Where in God's name did you get that mug from? What on earth is that? We just made the mug. It is a big mug. It is a very big mug. Big and red. Thank you very much indeed. Sir Bobby Charlton's Boyhood Bible has been sold for £2,200. Did you have a Bible when you were younger? Did you have a Bible? I had a Bible. At school you had a Bible. I had one, which my parents, it had a wooden cover made from the Garden of Gethsemane, one of the trees there. And it was a wooden, and I was given it when I was 7. And it was edged in gold. Not proper gold, obviously, but, in the days when you got to proper Bibles. Because every kid used to have a Bible. I don't know why, we just did. One of those sort of things. Police unveil the trike force to catch the crooks now. Eco-friendly electric trikes. Northamptonshire Police have added 12 petrol hybrid Yamaha 3-wheelers to its fleet. They cost about 14 grand each. So it'll be quite interesting, because if they work there, then they'll probably bring them down here. We'll have police whizzing around all over the place. Sausage rolls can be the gateway food to obesity. Because they're very addictive, sausage rolls, aren't they? Very addictive. I wish that they would just get, like, a little Frankfurter and encase it in pastry. That's, as opposed to all the gunk that they put inside these places. I mean, I bought down at Waterloo Station, a sausage roll. They're about £6 each. Well, it's quite long. It's about, oh, sorry, your idea of between 10 inches and a foot. Whatever it is, what it's full of, I've got no idea, because there's no ingredients printed on it. It could be sawdust I could be eating. I've got no idea. But they say these ones here, pastry, allegedly acts like a drug to turn teenagers on to unhealthy eating, along with sweets, chocolate, ice cream and frozen yoghurt. Oh, I like frozen yoghurt. Have you ever had that? Sorry? Froyo? What's that? Oh, frozen yoghurt. They don't call it Froyo at all. That'd be so ridiculous. No, they don't. You've been watching those Essex programmes again, where apparently people go, what do they call it? What does Joey Essex come up with? This ridiculous childish language. Wait a minute, let's have a quick look here. There, organic frozen yoghurt. Doesn't say Froyo at all. Definition of Froyo, it's frozen yoghurt, because people can't speak properly. Goodness sake, what's the matter with everybody? Froyo. But they do Snog frozen yoghurt. It's very popular in gymnasiums. The Barbican Health and Fitness place does frozen yoghurt. They don't do froyo, they do frozen yoghurt. And it's quite nice because it's non-fattening, apparently. You must try some. I'll also see if we can get Ian to get some. Frozen yoghurt, we used to have it, and I used to quite like it. Mind you, they do frozen ice cream in Costco, and you get a big tub. I can't eat all of it. I have about 3 or 4 spoonfuls. I'll throw it away. It's only like £1 or something like that. But sausage rolls I am partial to, occasionally. And apparently they're engineered to be addictive, and they're cheap and convenient. Oh, it's not so good, is it? Lead author Maria Balhara from a college in Florida said ultra-processed foods are designed to be hyper-palatable. So in other words, it's sort of supposed to be addictive. What did I used to get, actually? Oh, I used to go to Pret and get they used to do a hot dog sausage in puff pastry with cheese over the top of it. And then they stopped doing it. Like most things, as I say, in our Pret, I've given up. I don't even bother going in there anymore. It's ridiculous. No hot food. Can't be bothered, basically. We're not really interested. And even the Marks and Spencers up at the station, totally useless. You know, 1 or 2, in a huge cabinet, 1 or 2 sort of measly-looking bacon rolls. They don't have any of their usual things. I don't know why. Perhaps they've just given up, or nobody was interested. I don't know why they don't stock up. I feel like saying to them, you know, your electricity bill's going to come in. You're heating up nothing. What's the point? Give up now. And they seem to have like 3 staff or 4 staff in there. The place is about as big as a postage stamp. I get so cross. So cross, honestly. Doesn't matter, though, does it, really? Other stories. Ere they come, the Royal Gang on the new school run. 50 grand's worth. You've got to pay for these kids. Why can't they go to the local little schools? Do they have to go, do they have to go to sort of a posh school, which they can walk to? But as I say, it makes Meghan look as a little bit of a fibber because she said, all the press and all the rest of it. No, there are rules and laws, darling, so don't tell fibs, OK? Try and learn to tell the truth. Also, all the new cabinet, it's amazing how many of them went to elitist schools. It's almost, you would think that they would be people who'd been educated in the local sec mod. No, not a bit of it. Not a bit of it. But what they have to do now, it's a shame that they're all friends of Liz Truss. That's the problem. Because as somebody said yesterday, I was watching who's that bloke with the hair that's all over the place? Boris Johnson. No, not Boris. No, Mike, is it... No, not Fabric. No, Fabricant's not even his hair. Let's not be silly about it. The Peston. Is it Robert Peston? He looks like he's on another planet, doesn't he, half the time? I sort of sit there. But they were saying, they had people on there saying, she's obviously made a mistake, because what she's done is she's put people on there who are her friends. They're not necessarily the best people for the job, and so she's sort of sacked all the other ones. I mean, Therese Coffey has known her for like 25 years, and she smokes. Not particularly good for a health minister. We'll have to cut that out very quickly. But at least we got rid of Priti Patel. I mean, where she's going to pop up again, God alone knows, or care, I'm afraid, because she never managed to achieve anything. The Rwanda thing was an absolute disaster. I mean, it couldn't have been worse. Cost us a small fortune. Oh, look, music. That means the orchestra's arrived. And if the orchestra's arrived, we have to wait and see. Prince Charles is talked about by Virginia Blackburn today. It's a very interesting story because you'll remember that he edited the September edition of The Voice, which is Britain's leading black newspaper. A fine step forward in race relations, you would think. Not so, writes Virginia, and I'll tell you why after the news. Plus, we take more of your texts and emails, 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Apparently, Meghan Markle has revealed, she says in her column, that when they first got together, Harry told her that he thought he was the lucky one rather than her. What do you want to bet that she's totally in agreement with that, says Virginia. Naughty.
Attention all passengers. You can now book your train tickets on Uber and get 10% back in Uber credits to spend on your next train journey. So no excuses not to visit your in-laws this Christmas.
Trains, now on Uber. T's and C's apply. Check the Uber app.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, 4 minutes past, nearly 4 minutes. We don't worry too much about it, unless you're catching a train, in which case you're going to miss it. Steve, Kenneth Williams lived in Follett Court. The blue plaque is, now on this building. Yeah, that was one that Barbara did, wasn't it? Lost my mouse, actually. Steve, in these days of conspiracy theories, says Anna, do you think that the Joe Lycett incident was actually set up by Laura Kuenssberg to publicise the show? Oh, I shouldn't think so. She hated it. She absolutely hated it. I mean, you know, when they say there's no such thing as bad publicity, oh, yes, there was. Steve, our local butcher in Thatcham makes an amazing Marmite sausage roll. Oh, not sure about that, actually. I think that sounds disgusting. No, not Marmite sausage roll, definitely not. Anyway, going back to Virginia Blackburn, writing in her column in The Express, she talks about Charles editing the September edition of The Voice, Britain's leading black newspaper, a fine step forward in race relations, which is what I thought it was. Not so, writes Virginia. There have been whinges from readers, including a demand that the royal family pay reparation for the slave trade. And Virginia says, pay what and to whom exactly? And why are these demands never made of Ghanaian leaders whose predecessors sold their own people into subjugation? Who are they supposed to pay it to? Do they pay it into a fighting fund or something? Absolutely not. I thought he did okay. I wouldn't have thought it was the best decision they've ever made, because you know what it's done for. But, you know, you have to go for these sort of things. And, oh, look, there you go, Steve, says Pete the Pool Man. I ran the Amsterdam Marathon with Scott for dementia. Scott's one of the nicest guys I've ever met, says Pete the Pool Man. Barbara obviously picked the best of the best to spend her life with. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. They met in pantomime. In Reading. And he was in it. He was an actor, singer, dancer. And she was in it as well, and they met. And they hit it off. And I think he took her home to meet his parents, and they all got on really well together. And they started going out. She liked him young. Oh, she liked him young. You know why? She liked him young. And anyway, and I think he actually calmed her down as well, and he gave her that stability. He's a very calming influence. Seriously, I've sort of met him on so many occasions, and he's ever since they were just right for each other. They were just right. It's the way it goes. Sometimes you go through your life, you know, you meet loads of different people, and then you meet that one person. You might meet them later in life, because there was an age difference, and that's what people picked up on. They kept talking about it. But I know loads of people who've got an age difference in their relationship, and it doesn't seem to affect them in the slightest. You know, people just get on with it. It's only the people who sort of complain about it, go, oh, it's awful, isn't it, an age difference, who really are slightly peculiar anyway. The sort of people you don't want to go anywhere near, I'm afraid. Virginia is also talking about snoring can kill, and that's according to scientists. She said, naturally, I assume this referred to enraged partners lashing out at midnight. Actually means there's an increased risk of cancer. There's always something to do with snoring, isn't there? Snoring's the kind of thing that people go, oh, no, you snore. In fact, the Queen did it properly. 2 bedrooms. One for Philip, one for... because I should imagine they both snore. 10 vegan protesters have been arrested after throwing paint at the House of Parliament. 4 members of Animal Rebellion also glued themselves to the pavement. Oh, they should have left them there. And they also sprayed the pavement outside Parliament. They're a bit sad and pathetic, aren't they? You only have to look at a picture of them to realise what the word dipstick means. And look how many police officers there are there for this. Seriously, what a waste. Leave them there. Let them sit there all day trying to dodge the traffic. Leave them. There must be about 20 or 30 police officers there, and it holds all the traffic up, and they're sitting in the middle of the road. Leave the little blighters there. All that paint all over the road. First of all, you leave them there until they start cleaning it all up. Otherwise, you go to prison for 3 years, OK? Minimum 3 years. Don't waste our time, and then we're going to have you deported, OK? We're going to send you to Australia. How ridiculous, honestly, stupid people. What a waste of life. How to waste your life. Oh, I threw paint on the road and then I superglued my hand. Leave them there. I would actually fight the police over that one and say, look, leave them, please. Crazy to hear in the news bulletin that energy companies have a 40% tax on top of a windfall tax and still make $9 billion in profit. Yeah, they don't all make $9 billion in profit. But, I mean, I never understand why people complain about the money that is made by people, because that's what they're in business for. They're in business to make a profit. You're not in business to not make a profit. That would be ridiculous. But she said she's going to cap it. 2,500. Well, that makes a lot of difference. You know, before we were saying if it was the 3,900, I think that actually could have been about £290 extra a month. That's what you're going to be paying. But I think with 2500 divided by 12 is £208. So you're saving nearly £100. But you will hear today, she'll be sort of detailing it out, full coverage of her speech, of course, on LBC. And you just need to sort of try and take it all in, but you need to start saving. You need to start saving these things because it's gonna creep round very quickly, very, very quickly. A malaria vaccine developed at Oxford could save hundreds of thousands of children from death each year. I didn't know it still affected people. I had no idea. Also, soaring house prices reaching a record high. Apparently, a typical home now costs a record, they say, $294,000. Where would that be? Where would that? The Outer Hebrides? Halifax mortgages revealed up more than $30,000 in 12 months. Blimey, still being able to buy places like that at that price must be an absolute delight for people living in London. Not particularly good. Apple have launched 2 iPhone, which can make satellite calls in an emergency. I don't know where people are going to get the money for these things from, but, that people like to be up to date with all the new technology. I used to, but now I'm not particularly bothered about it. You're not going to get an iPhone. I might get an iPhone. Yeah, I might. I'll have to see if I can afford it. I'll have to check, or the bank, and then sort of see what happens from there. So don't hunt for the lost ticket for the lottery. It's been found. And a father has taken his children to a dried-up reservoir to see his birthplace, an old farmhouse in a flooded valley exposed by the drought. Oh, mind you, there's nothing there. He's just taken them to the site where it would have stood, which is quite nice. And there's a very rare Brunel portrait. This is Isambard Kingdom Brunel. In the days when they had such good names, Isambard Kingdom Brunel. Isn't that exciting? And there's a portrait of him set to fetch up to 15 grand. It reveals a very different man from the familiar image of him in a stovepipe hat in front of massive chains. And this shows him as a calm yet intense individual, but as ever hard at work. I think it'll go for more than 15 grand. I'd like it if I had spare 15 grand. I'd buy it. Goodness sake, why would you not want to? Why would you not want to? It's very nice. I love all these sort of every single picture on the front of the paper is just of 2 adults and 3 children going off to school. They say first day at the new school because they've moved near it and so they can walk to it. And they've taken their picture and they're going to a school which costs $50,000 a year, I think. Something like 50,000. It's an awful lot of money. It's an awful lot of money, but that's what happens if you want to go to what they think is a really nice school, then go to it. Queen missing the Privy Council meeting as doctors insist on a rest means that she's slowing down, but she's taking their advice. And that's the best thing. I mean, she's obviously absolutely knackered, I should imagine. Must be difficult. I mean, just even standing up, if you find difficulty in standing up. Paul says, my partner Mark and I have 26 years gap. He's younger. We've been together 10 years. So that speaks volumes. Not interested in people's opinions or views. We've been together longer than some straight relationships. Yeah, exactly. I don't think it makes any difference, the age thing. It's whether you get on together. It's the actual getting on and whether you've got things in common. And, of course, both Barbara and Scott, I mean, to highlight just one out of thousands of couples, had a lot in common. She was Little Miss Showbiz and he was in showbiz as well. And that's how it works. Steve, there is a blue plaque up at Leindon railway station in Basildon for Joan Sims. She grew up there. I'm looking at Joan Sims's plaque. That's on the station house, which is there. Her dad was a track controller, says Mickey D. There's also one, isn't there, one above the Joan Sims at Leindon railway station. Do you know, thank God for the internet. Where would we be without the internet? You can find anything out. If somebody says to me, oh, there's a story about so and so, you just click on, there it is. Instant. So many pictures. I mean, I don't know how we coped before that. Well, you picked up books, didn't you, from the library? But there is Leindon Station. I didn't even know there was a Leindon Station. But I think that's not... The trouble is, some of these blue plaques, they're so high up on the walls. We found one the other day. It was in a square in London. And it was so far away, I couldn't read the blooming thing. We had to stand right underneath it and look up. Why can't they put it where you can read the blooming... I can't remember who it was, actually, now. I can't remember. Niall says those Apple phones only make sat calls in the States and Canada. No, I think for here. I don't know, actually. Wait a minute. Now I've got to go back on it. Smartwatch. Apple's latest device will tell you the best time to conceive, The watch will cost £419, blah, 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 blah. And it will be available September the 16th. But no, the other thing, it's available all over the place. Just in the US to start with, but we're all getting it. Don't you worry. Don't you worry. Meet the most diverse cabinet ever. Here they are. But all the left can do is sneer that many went to private school. I don't know why people worry about that. I was listening to Ian the other evening on LBC, and he went to private school, or prep school, or boarding school, or whatever. I can't remember what he called it, actually. And I went to prep school. Doesn't make you any different from anybody else. It's a bit odd, though, that they all did go to private schools, I know. But I don't see there's anything the matter with it. I just hope that they can deliver. I mean, Chris Heaton-Harris, Northern Ireland Secretary, went to Tiffin's School in Kingston upon Thames. We have to say the upon Thames bit because it's got Thames. And the prices of homes, we just did a minute ago, surging. And anger as the Foreign Office likes an anti-Pretty tweet. Well, what does she ever do? Can somebody explain to me? Mind you, I did hear somebody the other day, it might have been on James O'Brien's programme. Do you know, I get the feeling he's definitely left-wing. I came to that conclusion the other day. It's taken me years to work this out because I don't know. I mean, I wouldn't like to sort of cast aspersions on what somebody votes. But it was very interesting because somebody was talking about 12 years of Conservative government and what have they achieved. And I thought, well, they keep getting voted in. That's what they've achieved, you know, and I reckon, in fact, I put a penny on it, you know, I'm not one to be too free with his money, but I said if we had another election tomorrow, I reckon they'd get in again, the Conservatives. Just got a feeling. So wait and see what Liz says this afternoon, shall we? But you will hear it on LBC. Morning. Apparently Dawn Neeson wore a pink jacket. No, it was red. It was red yesterday. I know, because I remember looking at it thinking, I don't know, red, is that near purple? We weren't too sure, but no, definitely. Tina from Staffordshire. I'm coming down from Stoke tomorrow to visit my daughter Jess in Worcester Park. I booked us afternoon tea on the Dalloway Terrace at the Bloomsbury to give a nod to Virginia Woolf. Have you ever been? I have been to the Bloomsbury, but I haven't had afternoon tea. But just wondering if the butties and cakes will promise all they deliver. Oh, listen, I mean, I've only ever had one. See, this is from 40 quid at the Dalloway Terrace, and it looks nice. The sandwiches look lovely. And the cakes, you see, I'm not really a big fan of the cakes. I could just eat little sandwiches because they're kind of bite size, but a bit pricey. Oh, I don't know. I think from 40 quid is quite inexpensive, actually, Tina. I mean, I've paid before 70 quid for afternoon tea. So they do here so this is from 1 p.m. to 4 p.m., £40 per person. I know it probably seems a lot to you, but I promise you in London, that's actually not bad. The sandwiches, marinated cucumber and cream cheese on spinach bread, poached salmon and creme fraiche on malted cocoa bread, devilled egg mayonnaise on a colourful brioche bun, pastrami gherkin and mustard mayonnaise. Sounds quite nice, doesn't it? The scones are Tahitian vanilla and lemon scone, golden raisin scone, served with Devonshire clotted cream and Scottish raspberry jam. And the cakes, carrot cake, the white rabbit cake, which is white chocolate, lemon and thyme cream, pistachio sponge. The tart, we all know about the tart. Saffron custard tart with Campari poached rhubarb. That sounds nice, doesn't it? And the chocolate dome, dark chocolate, cherry and sage mousse, chocolate brownie. See, I think that for 40 quid, that's, you know, some of them you'd be paying a lot more than that. A lot more. Put in afternoon tea at the Savoy. Tell me how much afternoon tea at the Savoy is. I'd like to find out. Just to sort of put it into context. I reckon it's from £75. I think from £75. It depends whether or not you have champagne. That's what it hinges on. And because people like a glass of champagne, we can't find the prices at the Savoy. Looks lovely though, doesn't it? Look at this, all little lovely little bits and pieces. You have to sort of find a table. You know, so have you got a table? Well, there's a forest over there. You just knock down a tree and then start building the thing, I should imagine. So you can have that. You've got to get the right views, though. There you go, £65 per guest for the traditional afternoon tea. And then they do high tea, which is available at £75. Traditional afternoon tea and high tea do not include champagne. However, you can have some Laurent Perrier La Cuvée for 15 quid a glass. And you don't need to choose between traditional afternoon and high tea before your experience, because you may change your mind. And you can change for coffee instead of tea. They offer you, there's a huge array of teas and stuff like that, but it's quite nice. So that's it. A hot savoury course for high tea served between the sandwiches and the cakes and the pastries. Oh, that sounds nice, doesn't it? That'll be the scones, though, won't it? Sausage roll. I like a sausage roll. But no, afternoon tea. Listen, I've always said, when people sort of say, oh, I don't know what to get my mum and dad for Christmas, get them afternoon tea in a hotel. It's a nice experience, and it's, and you would only spend that amount anyway. If you were buying somebody a nice present, and it's, and parents appreciate things like that. Find a nice hotel, and there are numerous lovely hotels in London. I've been to the one round Victoria, and which is the one that would be my favourite, I would think. It's where Margaret Thatcher used to go and dine, and it's a private hotel. When I say private hotel, it's family owned, and the Goring, and that's where Kate's parents spent the night before the wedding, and I liked it. You can sit outside, if you're lucky enough to get outside on their balcony. They've got a large private garden, and you can have your afternoon tea and a glass of champagne and everything else. So I've been to the Goring. I've been to all of them, and there was only one place I didn't like. I'm not going to tell you which one it was. I just thought it was wrong, but it's from £60 at the Goring. But it's a kind of hidden away hotel, but they pride themselves, like all hotels, it's all to do with the service. It's all to do with what you get at the service. And if you stay there as a guest, and once you've done it once, they will then know for the second time you go exactly what your preferences are. And I like that. It's ever so nice. Yes, hello again, Mr. Allen, I got last time, which is lovely. They've got lovely bedrooms, very nice gents' toilet, and it's the royal family's favourite home away from home. It's really lovely. But their afternoon tea, I've been there on a few occasions for afternoon tea, including one for Make Some Noise. Some people bid to have afternoon tea with me for Make Some Noise. We've done it at the Dorchester. We've done it on a few places. But I don't know, there's something about the Goring that I always like. When we went there the first time, and we didn't go through LBC, one of my friends had booked it, and we went in and they called me by name. I've never been there before in my life. They called me Mr. Allen. They said, nice to see you, Mr. Allen. I thought, well, how'd you find this out? It was all but anyway, it was very nice. So, Tina, you have a nice time. I'm sure you will. You'll not be disappointed. Steve, we're off to Cornwall Saturday, and the nearest beach to where we're staying is affected by sewage. We don't go anywhere near it. There's 71 beaches on the list, and they all could be affected by raw sewage. Kevin the Milkman says, the last woman I dated, which was about 3 years ago, was 23 years younger than me. The only reason we couldn't make it work was because we lived 200 miles apart, and neither of us wanted to move homes. Both have family local to our locations, but there was never any problems with our age difference. No, I don't think there is. But you're right, it's long distance. And long-distance relationships tend not to work. People go, oh, don't worry, that's not going to affect us. No, believe you me, it will affect you. It's one of those things. Steve, in my smart car, new speakers fitted, says Andrew on the M40. No more earphones because you're coming in loud and crystal clear. I'm sorry, I refuse to actually go along with that. I do not want to be inside a smart car. Other people might want to do that, but definitely not for me, thank you very much indeed. There's no room, is there? No room inside them at all. Chris Lowry says, I remember going to the Langham for afternoon tea with a listener. Yes, I like afternoon teas with listeners. I go to all these different places. Chris Lowry remembers all these things. And Adrian says, please tell me what the Make Some Noise item is. No, but they sent me a photograph of it the other day. You're going to like it? Yes, it or them. You're going to like it. But I have to tell you now, and I'll only tell you now, without giving away anything on it at all, I've only got limited supplies. Only got limited supplies of this particular item. But you'll have to wait till October. Can you wait till October to find out what we're going to be offering to raise a lot of money? Even the producer's got a nice picture of it on his telephone, because it was sent to me, and the producer said, oh, show me. And so he sent the picture from my phone to himself, which is good. Steve, I couldn't believe how frail the Queen looked. The lady puts younger royals to shame with her schedule, says Albert. Yes, but she's the Queen. She's the Queen. Chris says the Goring, best afternoon tea for me. Yes, a lot of people like it. I think they do it really well, afternoon tea. I like it. I always order extra sandwiches. I I like sandwiches, very much so. Steve, my son goes to prep school only because his mother and I worked really hard to pay for it. Neither of us went to private school or even university, and I hope he doesn't waste his education and join the government, says Chris. Well, you never know, do you? You never know how these things work. Charlie Girling says, personalised Prosecco bottle? So bitter is Charlie. Yeah, yes. You'll have to wait as well. We're not going to tell you. Not going to tell you. It's nice. It's nice, but as I say, having seen the mock-ups originally, now I've seen the real thing, and it's very good. And David in Dundee says, my husband, Michael, and I are going through the transition of adopting our son, up early and raring to go. Would appreciate a wee shout-out. A wee shout-out. Oh, sounds good, doesn't it? Lovely Kim says, I've not done the old afternoon tea thing for a wee while, whilst Mum and I used to do it quite regularly, and that was our thing. That and the theatre, smashing days out. Oh, I know. We miss things like that. And the nicest afternoon by far we've ever had was at the Great Foster's Hotel in Egham. That's a place I was driving around in Egham years ago. And all of a sudden, down this country lane, I came across Great Foster's. I've never seen anything like it. It's like I've been transported back to another era. Have you ever seen it? Oh, you'll be horrified when you see the pictures of it. Great Foster's. It's a hotel and had a dining room. I went there with a friend of mine for evening dinner years and years ago. It's just amazing. Wait a minute. Great Foster's. It's like, look at it's a wedding venue and everything else, and it's like stepping back into time. It's like, it's part of the Alexander Hotel collection. And it's lovely. It's a Tudor estate. God, I can't wait to go back to Tudor times. It looks fantastic. I thought it was wonderful. And it was brilliant. So there you go, Great Foster's. And I think there was a connection with Charlie Chaplin, says Kim. I don't know, actually. I don't know. I have to wait till after the news. It's a tease on this programme today.
Are you receiving tax credits? If so, this message is for you. Tax credits are coming to an end, and most people will be asked to apply for universal credit instead. The Department for Work and Pensions is writing to tax credit claimants. You won't be moved automatically, so look out for your letter explaining what you'll need to do and by when. And there's also lots of support to help you make the move. Get ready for your universal credit switchover. Search Understanding Universal Credit today. Eligibility criteria apply.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning. I occasionally, says Robert, stayed at the Cumberland Hotel and the service was excellent. Is that the one up at Marble Arch? I think the Cumberland. I seem to vaguely remember that one. Oh, that's Great Foster. That's very nice indeed. We discovered actually that Orson Welles and Charlie Chaplin have stayed at Great Foster's. And it's lovely. I mean, it goes back to 1598, 4 centuries of history. And it's lovely. It was under the Sutcliffe family for 90 years, and then a hotel group purchased it in 2018. But I love all these sort of places that you can now stay in. I think they're okay. You know, they're really nice places. Do you know? I can't quite work out. Euro Millions on Tuesday, I think, was 14 million. Well, magically for this Friday, it's 108 million. It's a super jackpot. Do you think they put the wrong advert in the papers or not? A super jackpot. I don't think it's an old paper. No, it's Thursday, September 1863. It says Euro Millions, 108 million, super jackpot this Friday. I think they've got it wrong. All of a sudden, they sort of just decided to give away loads and loads of money for some peculiar reason. Should it say it on there? Have a quick check on the thing when we're sort of checking it out, because it just seems a bit odd that it's jumped from 14 million to 108 million. Oh, they've now said it's 107 million online. So it's Euro Million Super Draw, 107 million. It says 108 in the paper. Which one do we go for? And what is it? So they're special events and offer a guaranteed 9-figure reward. The most recent one took place on the 17th of June. Same rules and regulations apply. That's nice. 107 million. Well, we'd have to suffer. You know, I don't mind taking a drop in money. If they say 108 in the paper and 107 here, you watch. What's a million between friends? Doesn't make any difference, does it? That'd change your life, wouldn't it? Happy birthday today to Michael Frayn, the writer from Middlesex, who's penned novels including Spies and plays such as Noises Off, made into a film with Michael Caine. And he's 89 today. So many happy returns of the day. And Miles Jupp, the actor and comedian from the News Quiz, starred in... Oh, he was in the children's TV series What's the Story in Balamory? Do you know, it's coming back to haunt us, this song, isn't it? And that, I can't believe it. But plus sitcoms, Reverend and the thick of it. Asked about the Duke of Sussex's pronouncement about having only 2 children to save the planet. The father of 5 says, well, it's a bit late, really. We'll try and offset it somewhere. I'll get them to wear solar backpacks. So he, today, is 43. Avicii. Do you know Avicii died in 2018? I'd forgotten about that. He was a Swedish DJ and producer. Real name, Tim Bergling. Had UK... #1s with Wake Me Up and I Could Be the One. Took his stage name of Avicii, which is a Buddhist term for hell. He got his first record deal at 17. By the time of his suicide, age 28, he was earning 16 million a year. There's a lot of money in this DJing malarkey, isn't it, really? It's not filtered down to me, I'm afraid. And believe it or not, in 1930, the US firm 3M launched what? The US firm 3M launched... Hopeless, aren't you? Absolutely hopeless, honestly. Launched the world's first sticky tape. Yeah, you weren't going to say sticky tape at all. You just stood there looking blankly at me. It was first called Scotch cellulose tape, later renamed cellophane tape. And there's all sorts of various ones now that you can buy. I always hate it when you sort of take some off and you do that, and then you can't find the end of the blooming thing again. Oh, you spend all your nails going, no, it drives me mad. Drives me crackers. Also, shaven-headed singer, Irish singer Sinead O'Connor. I interviewed her once. I thought she was really nice. I know she's got issues and she's had issues, but in fact, way back in 1990, she was at the 1990 MTV Video Music Awards, and she won Best Video, Best Female Video, and Best Postmodern Video for the single Nothing Compares to You. So there you go. I like that. I like that. Yeah, very much so. And in September 1986, Prince Edward spent a fortnight with the men of the Royal Marines 40 Commando in Belize, who were carrying out a jungle war against drugs. It was revealed the 22-year-old prince's top-secret visit was part of his training as a student, waiting to be a full-time Marine. He didn't quite make it as a full-time Marine. Couldn't quite do that. I think because he had to get up early in the morning and sort of go out there, and then they would go out onto the moors, the Marines. Part of the training was all of a sudden you take all your clothes off, and in the middle of winter you put all the backpacks on and you have to walk through a lake to get through to the other side to prepare you, to butch you up for this training. Have you never done it? Oh, I've done it loads of times. Seriously, yeah, you get out there. But they had to do it naked. I think because it was for any eventual war situation. I don't think Prince Edward liked taking his clothes off. I don't think he was very good at that. But yeah, they make you go through these ponds in the middle of winter, freezing to death. And I think he had to get up in his boxer shorts and start doing press-ups in the morning, the early hours of the morning. They'd wake them all up and go, everybody up outside. That apparently hardens you up. And we do this before the show every day. It's a little workout that we've worked out here. We do it, you know, seems to work quite well for us. Steve, Great Fosters did have a connection with Charlie Chaplin. A wardrobe in one of the bedrooms has a blocked-up door leading down to a red velvet room, says Paul, where he used to go and unwind. Wow, that was good. Johnny in Brighton says, my best ever afternoon tea was taken at the Winter Palace Hotel in Luxor in Egypt. It's where Agatha Christie stayed when she wrote Death on the Nile. I loved that film. It was good. Steve, Castle Hotel Windsor afternoon tea is a delight, says Pete the Pool Man. Morning, Pete the Pool Man, says Ruby. Yes, a friend of mine used to work at the Castle Hotel. It's directly opposite Windsor Castle. Yeah, you'd never guess, would you? You'd never guess the Castle Hotel opposite Windsor. I mean, honestly, couldn't make it up. Steve, I hope it's a nice Christmas bauble, says Mari. I'm away in October, so reserve me one, whatever it is. Well, we might not be able to reserve one because there might not be any left. And I think you're going to like it, actually. And Catherine says, I think it's a teddy bear. I'm not playing guessing what it is. 7th October, the date for your diary. Do not be late. They better not have got it wrong, says Jack. I've played and I'm sure it's my time. It says 111 million on the lottery app. Yeah, it's either 107 or 108. But then, of course, if lots of people play it, it pushes the price up. 107, how exciting. Viv in rainy Suffolk says loads of room in a smart car. I've got Shirley and Stan, the smarts, plenty of space and good on petrol. My other car has cream seats. More you, but still only made for 2. You keep well. Thank you. And Jane says, my sister and I are going to Highgrove today for a champagne afternoon tea and to see the gardens. It's £170 for two, so it's a one-off. Very special treat on what would have been our late mum's birthday, and we will be raising a glass to mum. So have a good day, you and the team. The team. Listen, don't bring them into it. You know what they're like. They'll be signing photographs. So the jackpot is now officially 111 million tomorrow. It's gone up already. There you go. You listen to this programme, we can up anything. So it started 107, then went to 108, now it's 111. 111 million. How exciting. Steve, do you choose the lucky dip, or have you got your own lucky numbers, says Jeremy. No, I don't have lucky numbers. I have occasionally done my own numbers, but listen, you stand as much chance as doing lucky dips, but whatever you do, don't use 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Or 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, whatever it is, and then 2, 1 and 2, because thousands of people do that, and it would just dilute the prize. It's amazing how many people do 1, 2, 3, 4 when they were doing the normal lottery, 1 to 6, and of course it's. But any group of numbers can win. That's the whole idea. Could be that, but then you'll be sharing it with thousands of people. Steve, 3M was Minnesota Mining Company, says Marion. All right. Okay. I'm not going to argue about it. And Graham in Cambridgeshire says, I'm pleased to say I've left BBC Radio for LBC, DAB Radio in the cab, currently emptying litter bins in the local park. Your charms have kept me going. I think so too. I mean, don't want local radio, honestly. It's so dated, isn't it? The vicar will be there, taking your requests and asking your favourite biscuit. Nick in Hampshire says, the good lady and myself stayed at the Berkeley Hotel in Knightsbridge about 10 years ago. We arrived by taxi and the doorman greeted us by name. I've no idea how he knew who we were, but it was great. Yeah, it does. It makes you feel a bit special. And if you're one of these people who regularly stays in hotels, they get to know everything you like, what fruit to put in the room, whether your dressing gowns. They do their research. They take notes. There'll be somebody who goes in and goes, oh, they like their bath temperature at this or whatever happens. Seriously. No, it sounds mad. Halinka, morning, says the most appealing setting that I've been to for afternoon tea is the Reed's Palace Hotel in Madeira, in Funchal. It's where Churchill used to stay. Well, that sounds very posh. That sounds very posh. But afternoon tea is something that we do now, and it's a nice present for somebody. I think so, anyway. Later this morning, I'm a little late this morning, says Ashley. My apologies. The Clarendon Hotel in Blackheath does a great afternoon tea. And Jane in Grey says the Corinthia in London for my 50th. In 2019 was an amazing afternoon tea. Expensive, but worth every penny. Yeah, I mean, it's not a cheap thing to do. That's why you don't do it every day. You might do it once a month or something like that. And it's nice. You can go and do a bit of window shopping. It's a nice treat. It's a good Christmas present. If you're thinking something to get for your mum or your dad or something like that, go for afternoon tea. You get to have little finger sandwiches and the cakes. And whatever you don't eat, the cakes, they'll put them in a box for you. Take them away. Which I think is quite a nice idea, isn't it? Very nice idea. Everybody's off to Venice, although, as we did point out a short while ago, for some reason, Prince Andrew's ex-wife, Sarah Ferguson, is at the Venice Film Festival. What in God's name she's doing there, I can't imagine. She's got nothing to do with films, has she? Do they just invite her because she looks like she needs feeding up or something? Or so she can wear another ridiculous outfit? I've got no idea, but whatever it was, she went there, and apparently she was with a little party. You do wonder what they talk about, don't you, really? But I don't think she has a job at the moment. Morning, 11 minutes to 7. It's a bit nippy this morning, isn't it? I think we've definitely gone autumnal. The trees don't know what's going on, but of course now the trees that were shedding their leaves are now swamped with so much water they don't know what to do with it, so the leaves are some of them are coming back again. I don't know, it's madness, isn't it? Jenny Murray's column in the Mail today talks about Victoria Beckham, and it's headlined, Careful, Posh, or you'll lose them both. And she says, oh, Victoria, what a terrible mistake you're making in your efforts to continue to be the most important woman in your son Brooklyn's life. It wasn't an insult when his new wife, Nicola Peltz, chose not to wear one of your designs as her wedding dress. She's an adult with tastes of her own. See, the trouble is Victoria Beckham treats everybody like they're 5 years old. It's a case of, oh, because my boy's getting married and I've designed this dress. Her parents are billionaires. They're not remotely interested with the Beckhams. It was an insult to Nicola when, according to one insider, writes Jenny, you stole the first dance song at the couple's wedding reception. That should have been between the bridegroom and bride, not bridegroom and his mum. No wonder the couple wanted to spend their summer holiday rather than on a family holiday. There's an old saying, a daughter is a daughter all her life. A son is a son till he gets a wife. Be careful, she says, or you'll lose them both. That's the trouble. You see, Victoria's living in this little bubble. It's all lollipops and pink ice cream, and we love everybody and all the rest of it. But in fact, Brooklyn is living with Nicola in a Peltz house. You know, not in anything that the Beckhams have provided for him. And I think she's trying to hang on to him because she can't. It's this nesting kind of idea, but she's going to end up losing him. You know, because he needs to get a job. He needs to sort of pull his weight and do things. But they don't necessarily need to worry about it. I know he's a chef. Producers constantly remind me, Brooklyn's a chef. Listen, he can't even make a pizza. He couldn't even cook it properly the other day. I mean, that's how embarrassing it is. Because what do his parents do? They faff around him like he's 5 years old. You know, they all go on holiday together. Well, now they're not. Now they're not going on holiday. He doesn't want anything to do with it. You know, and Victoria's making all these sort of little noises. I mean, I should imagine the final insult must have been at the wedding not to be on top table. You know, normally at top table you've got the bride's parents and the, you know, but they didn't do that at the Peltz's because they're filthy rich. I think their house, the Peltz mansion, has got something like 27 bathrooms. Well, I mean, all the Beckhams have got is a naff little place in Notting Hill with a garden the size of a postage stamp, a place in Los Angeles, and a place in the Cotswolds, you know, and that's all they've got. Oh, and a little cheap tugboat. Which is a bit embarrassing, isn't it, really? I mean, honestly. Please, M&S, says Jenny Murray, don't ditch the teacups and saucers in favour of mugs of tea. There may be less effort to wash and dry, but tea tastes so much better from a teapot into a delicate china cup. No, absolutely not. It's just how much tea you can get in the mug. We go for the mug every time. And, I mean, who has... Well, Jenny Murray has saucers. You know why? Because I should imagine she probably spills most of it. Whereas me, I just like to spill it on me. It's so much easier than having a saucer. Johnny says, I arrived at a cheap hostel in Casablanca. My name was written on a welcome board in the reception. They were playing As Time Goes By. Are you still on medication? The sound of it. Steve, Pan Am at Heathrow, says Zach, used to have Christmas parties at Great Foster's. Actress Jane Seymour's sister, Sally, worked for us. Great memories, pardon the pun. Best wishes for an epic 2022. Blimey. And Steve, working for a well-known lock and fire extinguisher company, says Sandra in Chertsey. Our training courses were held at Great Foster's, and on his return to the office, our training officer said that as the fire extinguishers course was being held, Barbara Windsor was in a car driving past and wound down the window and says, oh, can I have a go? But I came across it quite by accident. I drove past and I remember looking at it going, oh, I think we need to go back there. And I did go back there for something to eat. It was very nice, very nice. Steve, Betty's in York does an amazing afternoon tea. We got engaged at York Minster and then went to Betty's to celebrate, says Ange. Oh, that sounds a bit nice. Betty's in York. Betty's tea room, isn't it? I think so, yes. Had afternoon tea at Claridge's, says Penny. For my 60th, produced a cake with my name on it. Absolutely fabulous and worth every penny. That's what it is. It's whether you think it's worth the money. And as it's a treat, it's not something that you do all the time. You do it as a treat. Somebody buys it for you as a present and you just be grateful and go, thank you very much indeed. And it was really nice. It's the experience. And it's, as I say, because it's not something that you do all the time, it makes it even more special. I like things like that. Mind you, I quite like Chinese buffets as well. There used to be a place down here and it was £4.50 for as much you can eat. But when I used to look in the window, I mean, it's gone. It went years ago, but it was all the same thing. Chicken, because it's cheap. Prawn toast. I used to love prawn toast. And they had noodles and they had mushroom. It was on show in the windows. You could see people there. £4.50. But bearing in mind, if you wanted a drink, that took the price up a bit. And there used to be a place in Kingston that was a much as you can eat buffet. And I used to go for the crispy duck. I used to go for the crispy beef. I used to go for the prawns and noodles. I went for everything. I just used to love every single bit of it. I could eat it forever and a day. And in fact, I went the other day. Marks and Spencer's have had a problem, actually. I did have an accident with Chinese. I did another incident. I'm fated with anything to do with food and heat. I'm not good with at all. And I was eating. For some reason, I just had my pants on and a sort of a T-shirt thing. And it was a Friday night, so I've been celebrating. And I decided to get a Chinese takeaway. So I got sweet and sour pork Chinese style, sweet and sour chicken Chinese style, egg fried rice and a couple of other bits and pieces. And I put it all into one one plate. And I was sitting watching the television, and I nodded off. And unfortunately, as I nodded off, my legs parted. I didn't know this till I woke up. And this Chinese just dripped all the way down my legs. So when I woke up, I thought I'd hemorrhaged. I had bits of pineapple stuck to my legs, bits of chicken all over my Chinese rug and everything else. It was a ghastly experience. And I remember thinking, oh, my God, I've hemorrhaged. But it just turned out to be sweet and sour pork and chicken Chinese style. And very nice it was, too, from what I remember. But it was the cleaning up the mess. Because I've got this enormous Chinese rug in the sitting room, which is oval. And I waited ages to get it because it's got Chinese dragons all in it. I didn't want anything else apart from Chinese dragons. And so eventually my friend Chris got this from the market. He brought it home and said, try it out, and I bought it instantly. And it was all over the Chinese rug. I had to get the vacuum cleaner out and hoover it all up. I didn't know how else to do it. Not a good idea, but I've learnt my lesson. So what else we got? Ocean's 21 years on. This is Julia Roberts and George Clooney. As I say, I'm not really into sort of George Clooney, but I do like Julia Roberts. Britain's biggest phone addicts live in Stoke-on-Trent, believe it or not, with more than half antsy without it. What does that mean, antsy without it? I don't know what that means. Is that some new expression that I'm supposed to interpret? Antsy. Does that mean a little bit kind of thing? Oh, is that like, yeah, right. Oh, right, OK. I finally got it. It's like amazing. You have to be told by people a third of your age, which is very embarrassing. So the Ryan Giggs story I've told you about. And ITV set to revive the musical talent contest, this time for Mamma Mia. It'll follow in the footsteps of the TV series Like Any Dream Will Do, How Do You Solve a Problem Like Maria, and I'd Do Anything, and Superstar. So the 8-part series will feature Amanda Seyfried. She played Sophie alongside the movie with Meryl Streep. And everything else. They're running out of ideas of what to put on television, aren't they now? It'll be something quite ghastly, I'm afraid. And this is the latest one. But the big worry at the moment, Cara Delevingne, the girl who parties, but it's affecting her really badly at the moment, so she needs to get some help as quickly as possible. And what was the other one, actually? I still like this story, actually, of theatres who have to include fat accessibility information in the adverts, just to let you know that if you are a fuller figure, you know, you might not fit into some of their seats. This is not in the council theatres because they've made the seats bigger, but all the Victorian theatres that we have in London and the length and breadth of the land, the seats are a bit smaller because Victorians obviously didn't eat as much as we did. Priti Patel has resigned as Home Secretary. And probably just as well, actually, because I was sneaking. I know, but they sort of mentioned that. But I was sneaking feeling that had she not resigned, she'd have been dropped. I can't see any reason why they would actually keep her. And 3,600 dentists are ditching NHS work. It's very difficult to find an NHS dentist, isn't it, at the moment? People, go in there and say, do you take private patients? They'll bend over backwards for you, I should imagine. Thank you very much indeed for your company. It's been, as I say, considering I thought today was Wednesday for most of the programme, I'm delighted to discover it's Thursday and it's £111 million on the lottery.